It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Reading of Bill C-362, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act residency requirement in the name of Ms. Beaumier.
Not here. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-362 today. Canada's public pension system is generally regarded as one of the best in the world and recognized internationally for the quality and generosity of the financial assistance available to Canadian seniors. This is something that this government takes great pride in. Canadians believe in sharing the benefits of our economic prosperity with our fellow citizens, and this government shares that belief. This government recognizes the important role seniors have played and continue to play in strengthening our communities and the hard work they have done to make our country the greatest in the world. Which is why this government has, first of all, delivered more than $1 billion in tax relief to Canadian seniors and pensioners. Secondly, it is why we passed Bill C-36 so that seniors only apply once and don't have to reapply year after year to receive the GIS. This change is helping more than 1.5 million low-income Canadian seniors every year. And thirdly, this is why we put in place a $1,000 increase in the age credit amount that will provide significant tax relief to low and modest income seniors. And Mr. Speaker, this government's record speaks for itself, and it is one that I would put up against the Liberal record any day. As members of this House, we have a responsibility to maintain the quality and integrity of our country's public pension program, and it is up to us to make sure that the laws that govern our social programs are the right ones. That means making sure the legislation we pass in this House is prudent and that it will maintain the integrity and long-term sustainability of our social programs. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has been reticent to consider the long-term ramifications of many of their private members' bills during this Parliament. The opposition has not been forthcoming on the true costs of this bill and what these proposals would mean for the long-term viability of the OAS program. We have estimates that put the cost of this bill at more than $700 million per year, a cost which will rise dramatically with the changing demographics facing the Canadian population in the next 20 years. Mr. Speaker, it is the goal of this government to preserve this program for future generations, including the children and grandchildren of new Canadians. We have seen bills being brought forward by members of the opposition that are lacking in due diligence. Many provincial social assistance programs are tied to the OAS, and yet the opposition hasn't spoken with any provincial governments. This government believes in consulting with the provinces, not imposing things upon them, especially when the proposed changes will cost hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, per year. Clearly, this bill was proposed in the spirit of trying to win votes rather than sincerely helping the seniors of Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is also surprising to hear my colleagues from across the aisle stand up today and pretend to be the protectors of seniors and new Canadians when their record speaks otherwise. The honourable member for Brampton West said during debate at a previous stage of this bill that to demand a residency requirement any longer than 3 years is unreasonable, end of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't unreasonable when she and her party had consecutive majority governments to deal with this issue and did nothing. It wasn't unreasonable when her government fought and won 2 separate cases in court on this issue, and it wasn't unreasonable when the Supreme Court of Canada affirmed that fact. It appears it was only unreasonable when we were elected to government, and the honourable members across the way no longer had to concern themselves with the consequences of their proposed changes. The members across the way continue to say today that the current OAS program discriminates against immigrants, but when the Liberal Party was in power, they fought against two high-profile cases which proposed the very changes outlined in this bill. I'm referring to Paywar versus Canada in the Federal Court of Canada in 1999 and Shergill versus Canada in the Federal Court of Appeal in 2003. In both cases, the Liberals believed that the residence requirement to qualify for OAS did not discriminate against applicants on the basis of national or ethnic origin. The Liberals felt that the current OAS program was fair then, and it continues to be fair today. This hasty turnaround now that the Liberals are in opposition should cause a severe case of party-wide whiplash. We have even more instances of the Liberal hypocrisy on this issue, Mr. Speaker. It was the Liberals that voted against block amendments that would rectify this so-called historical injustice that my colleague bemoans today when the issue was raised in this House during the last Parliament. That is the Liberal record, Mr. Speaker, and as much as the honourable member from Brampton West would like to run away from it, she simply can't move that fast. The opposition has been creating a lot of white noise on this issue by pretending they are the party that stands up for the interests of new Canadians. As we have seen time and again, their record contradicts the Liberals' rhetoric. For 13 years, the Liberals froze settlement funding and saw the success rates of new Canadians drop to alarming levels. It was this government, within months of being elected, that increased settlement funds to new Canadians by $307 million. These funds will help immigrants, both old and young, adjust to a new home, learn a new language, and get the help they need. It is this government that moved on the issue of foreign credentials recognition, an issue the Liberals managed to hide under a barrel for 13 years. The Liberals have opposed these advances for new Canadians at every turn, but they cannot have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. They can't sit on their hands for 13 years and then claim to be the ones standing up for immigrant communities. They cannot oppose the changes in this bill when they were in government and then support it in opposition. But this is just what they have done. It is hypocrisy in the raw, and new Canadians can see through this ruse. In order to be eligible to receive any OAS benefits, applicants must meet the specific residence requirements, a minimum of 10 years of residence. It has nothing to do with citizenship or immigration status. All that is needed is residency. It's really quite simple. The Liberal Party recognized it when they were in government, but it appears they have forgotten it now. However, none of this is to say that the government should not be open to making changes to seniors' benefits. In fact, this government is open to change and has already acted to get results for seniors and new Canadians alike. This government supports change when change is needed, but Bill C-362 simply doesn't fly. I believe the existing OAS legislation represents a fair balance between providing a taxpayer-financed pension to our seniors and recognize their past contribution as residents of Canadian society. It would appear that my Liberal colleague believes it too, which is why they did not address this during their 13 years in power. I challenge them to stop using new Canadians as pawns in their political chess game and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform concerning the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-362, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, residency requirement, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Brampton West.
October 18, 2007, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform drew attention to the fact that Bill C-362 would increase old age pension security and guaranteed income supplement benefits by lowering the threshold for residency requirement from the current 10 years to 3, thus resulting in significant new expenditures for the government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary argued that precedents clearly establish that bills which create new expenditures for benefits by modifying eligibility criteria or changing the terms of a program require a royal recommendation. In support of this view, he cited rulings on Bills C-265, C-278, C-284, and C-269 from the previous session. I would like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform for having raised this issue. La Présidence a examiné le
The Chair has examined Bill C-362, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act residency requirement, to determine whether its provisions would require royal recommendation and thus prevent the Chair from putting the question at third reading.
As has been pointed out, Bill C-362 amends the Old Age Security Act to reduce from 10 years to 3 years the residency requirement for entitlements to a monthly pension. The parallel made by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform between Bill C-362 and Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, improvement of the employment insurance system, is a pertinent one. Although Bill C-269 contains several elements that involve new expenditures, one particular element sought, much like the provisions of Bill C-362, to reduce the qualifying period for benefits. Dans sa décision sur le projet,
as the Chair pointed out, on November 6, 2006, in a ruling on Bill C-269, all of these elements contained in the bill would indeed require expenditures from the EI account, which are not currently authorized, unquote. It went on to say, quote, such increased spending is not covered by the terms of any existing appropriation, end quote.
By reducing from 10 to 3 the residency requirement for entitlements to a monthly pension under the Old Age Security Act, Bill C-362 would reduce the requirements currently authorized for payment of benefits. In doing so, the bill would authorize an inevitable increase in the amount of expenditure of public funds and therefore requires a royal recommendation. Consequently, I will decline to put the question on third reading of this bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received. However, the debate is currently on the motion for second reading, and this motion shall be put to a vote at the close of the second reading debate. Now, we'll resume debate. Et l'honorable député de Laval.
The honourable member for Laval has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always pleased to rise to speak in favour of our seniors. That was my file for some time. It's now my colleague for Ponsigny who's looking after it very well. And I believe that this is a bill that is perfectly suited to the new realities we are having here, both in Canada and Quebec. We have many seniors who've come here to join their children because legislation has been amended to allow for the reunification of families. Since these laws have been amended, we should know that if we allow reunification of families, we had responsibilities that accompanied that. When you decide to allow senior citizens to come join their children, you have to make sure that those seniors will be well treated and that they will have everything they need. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as you know, right now, Canadian Quebec society is experiencing difficulties in the forestry sector, manufacturing sector. Many jobs are being lost. Many people are losing their jobs. And many of these people are immigrants. Since they are immigrants, they are people.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Speaker to realize that the speech being made by my colleague is important, as are all speeches made here today. But I would like him to call to order certain of colleagues who are having discussions out loud when someone is making a speech right next to them, and I think that makes no sense. It's a lack either of discipline or respect or both. I thank the honourable member for his point of order, and I'm sure that all members in the House will be very attentive to the speech by the honourable member of Laval, as I am, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are attentive, and that's why we appreciate having you in the chair when we have to make a speech. But my colleague's quite right, and I hope that the colleague who spoke previously, who was listened to respectfully, and who's has gone behind the curtain, perhaps the Conservative colleague didn't think it was that important. Maybe he got the message, but sometimes some people have trouble understanding these messages. So, as I was saying, with the financial difficulties that people are having right now, for example, a person in my riding who I won't name out of respect because her situation is humiliating. A person from my riding was brought here by her son a few years ago. Her son had a good job, and he was able to provide for her. She came here. She didn't speak English or French. She spoke the language of her country, and she was looking after her son and daughter-in-law's children while they were growing up, so she was staying home. And as our Conservative colleagues know, it's important sometimes to have your parents there to look after your children at home. So these people chose to have their mother there to look after the children at home. And they were providing for her well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for taking action. I appreciate it. So they came here. They were able to look after her well. But unfortunately, a few years ago, the company that the man worked for had to close its doors, and at that point the horror story began, because the differences with EI, they couldn't get access as easily to EI, and when you do get access when you're a person age 55 or older, you don't get benefits for very long. So, and it's hard to find another job, because when you're 55, it's not easy to adapt to any old new job. So this individual lost his job and ended up in a situation that was very unsure, because when the EI benefits ran out, the individual had to go on welfare. Now, his wife was working a few days a week, but her wages weren't enough to provide for the family. But then he did get welfare and in order to provide for the family, but the mother became one too many mouths to feed. And when you have an older parent who's starting to have problems, medical problems, health problems, it gets increasingly difficult, Mr. Speaker, to help her. So my colleague from Brampton West, the bill that she's put forward, I think it's well thought out, it's equitable, and it thinks of people that come to live here. Unlike my colleague who said earlier that you mustn't give people false hope when they come here as immigrants, I believe, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, that we should give them every reason to hope. On the contrary, we should organize our society so that it can meet their needs. These individuals come here and they don't always feel all that happy about it. They're glad to be back with their family, but they leave behind their history, their culture, their country. They leave a lot of what they knew before behind, and often when they get here, they find themselves very isolated. So, Mr. Speaker, it's already very hard for these individuals. I went to Toronto a few years ago to attend a conference that some women invited us to attend. I went with a Liberal and an NDP colleague. And this was the major problem of these older women, the policy that prevents them from getting any support until they've been here for 10 years because they have to be sponsored for 10 years. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker, that's for sure. Obviously, it's going to cost money. As my colleague said, it could cost up to $700 million. But we have $14 billion, $15 billion in surplus, $16 billion even. The CMHC has a $13 billion surplus. We send money to so-called underdeveloped countries, but those people, these individuals in question, often come from underdeveloped countries. So we're willing to help them in their countries, but not when they come here. What kind of a society is this, Mr. Speaker? We should be able to start helping people right here at home, those who want to participate in the building of our society, a different and better society. If we don't help them here, how can we boast about going and helping them in the underdeveloped world? There's something inconsistent about this. There's something wrong with our way of thinking. And that seems to be a problem with our conservative colleagues, especially. Their way of thinking that if it's not for profit, if it's about giving people dignity and respect, well, they just don't think that that's important. They want to give money to oil companies. They want to give them tax cuts, tax breaks. They want big corporate tax breaks. These corporations already are making huge profits. But when it comes to individuals, Mr. Speaker, why don't we make sure that all Quebecers and Canadians can live decently to the end of their lives? That's a question that I really ask myself. I really have a hard time understanding that a country as rich as ours would be so reticent to help its seniors. A country so rich being so reluctant to help people who choose to come and live here with their families. A country so rich being so reluctant to provide for dignity and respect for seniors. Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand it at all. So that's why we're going to be voting in favor of this bill, and we hope our colleagues from other parties will also vote for this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important to take care of all seniors, and even more so to take care of the most disadvantaged seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise to participate in the debate on Bill C-362, the Old Age Security Act. And let me be clear right up front, I will be supporting this bill. It's often been said that in politics, all politics are local. And while much of what we do in this House is of national importance, most of us elected to this chamber take our responsibility seriously to give voice to the concerns expressed to us in our ridings. Indeed, that's the yardstick against which I measure my parliamentary work. I simply ask myself, am I saying in Parliament what those who sent me here as their representative would like to be able to say themselves if they had this privileged opportunity? And so, every time I participate in the deliberations of this House, I reflect on what's happening back at home. In a discussion on old age security, like the one that's before us today, I begin by noting that in Hamilton, the percentage of seniors living in poverty is 24%. That is 1 in 4 seniors. And it increases to 36% for women over the age of 75. But shocking as those statistics are, the risk of living in poverty is even greater for recent immigrants. So what does that tell us? Well, in broadest terms, it says clearly that seniors do not have the income security that they need to retire with the dignity and respect they deserve. At the very lowest end of the income scale are those seniors who live on nothing more than the OAS and GIS. And shamefully, those income supports do not suffice to lift them above the poverty line. That's a disgrace in a country that posted a budget surplus of $14 billion in the last year alone. Instead of giving more tax cuts to the oil and gas industry, the Conservative government should have spent that money on lifting seniors out of poverty, the very seniors who built the country, whose coffers are now overflowing. Under these financial circumstances, I can't wait to hear the government's excuse for not supporting the bill that is before us today, a bill that addresses the needs of these seniors who aren't even receiving the basic income support of the OAS. It is those seniors who are at the centre of the legislation that is before this House today. When one of the NDP forefathers, Stanley Knowles, began the fight for public pensions in this very chamber, he was motivated by a sense of social justice. He was motivated by a genuine concern for the needs and welfare of Canadian citizens. When the Old Age Security Act was finally adopted in Parliament in 1951, it reflected that motivation in the very way it was set up. It was established as a universal benefit that is funded out of general tax revenue. Indeed, it is the OAS's universality that gives expression to its social justice roots. So when that universality is compromised, it is incumbent upon us to right that wrong. That is what the motion tabled in this House by my colleague from Surrey North is proposing, and that is essentially what Bill C-362 before us today is purporting to do. When the Liberal government brought forward the Old Age Security Act, it excluded persons from receiving the benefit if they had not lived in Canada for 10 years. So although the OAS was intended to be the cornerstone of Canada's retirement income system, it forced a large number of Canadian citizens to go entirely without benefits for many years. Contrary to its roots of ensuring universality, the residency requirement actually ended up creating two different classes of Canadian citizens: those who qualify at age 65 and those who do not because they have not lived in Canada for the requisite 10 years. I fundamentally believe that citizenship must entail the same rights and responsibilities for all Canadians, and any act that does otherwise offends that sense of social justice. The Liberals, of course, had many opportunities to fix that problem while they were in government between 1951 and the present day. It saddens me that they failed to seize those opportunities, especially since they are now so eager to scold the Conservatives for their inaction. I am certain that the double standard is not going to escape the many Canadians who are watching these deliberations on television today. In fact, it makes me wonder why they did not vote with me in committee to support a block motion on Bill C-36 that would have solved this problem once and for all. In fact, it would have gone even further. It would have lifted the restriction on new citizens' access to the OAS on the basis of the sponsor's obligations under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Between the votes of the Bloc, the Liberals and the NDP, we would have been able to outvote the government and fix Bill C-36 right then and there. But the Liberals chose not to vote with us. And as a result, while Bill C-36 has long since passed into law, tens of thousands of Canadians are still not receiving the OAS. That's a curious position for a party whose leader was recently in Hamilton and said that poverty was his priority. I would suggest that actions speak louder than words. And organizations that work very closely with immigrant populations have been watching our work here closely. The Seniors Network BC, the Seniors Summit, Women Elders in Action, the Alternative Planning Group, Immigrant Seniors Advocacy Network, representing the African Canadian Social Development Council, the Chinese Canadian National Council, the Hispanic Development Council, and the Council of Agencies Serving South Asians have all been advocating for changes to the residency requirement for a very long time. They no longer want to see immigrant seniors condemned to a life of poverty. And they want to move beyond the patchwork quilt of policies that was the legacy of the Liberal government. As members of this House will know, some seniors who are newcomers can qualify for old age security, even if they haven't met the 10-year residency requirement. That is because the Government of Canada has signed reciprocal social security agreements with about 50 countries that make the benefits portable between Canada and that other country. They normally exist because both countries provide social security plans with similar benefits. But what that also means is that the reason for not having secured a reciprocal agreement is because the other country is unwilling or unable to provide comparable social security. This would include some of the most impoverished nations in the world, and our government is therefore targeting the very people who may need the OAS the most. If we want to be serious about ensuring that seniors can retire with the dignity and respect they deserve, then we must take every opportunity to walk the talk. That is why I will be supporting Bill C-362. And then I hope that collectively we'll turn our minds to look once again at the larger picture. Let's remember that in Canada today, we still have 2 million seniors living in poverty. The Liberals and Conservatives supported my seniors' charter, which I had the privilege of tabling in this House on behalf of the NDP caucus last year. One of the expressed rights in that charter is the right to income security for all seniors. Just as workers deserve a living wage, so seniors must be lifted out of poverty. We need to take a holistic approach to this issue. That's why I tabled a motion in this House to undertake a comprehensive review of seniors' income security. Let me remind members of what that motion says. And for those of you who are eager to look it up, it's motion M136. It reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should guarantee to all seniors a stable and secure income by A, linking the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Program to standards of living levels, looking forward 10 years to determine the adequacy of income support programs, C, performing reviews of all income support planning for seniors, and D, reporting all of the above annually to Parliament. We know that a major demographic shift is just around the corner. In fact, StatsCan suggests that between 2006 and 2026, the number of seniors is projected to increase from 4.3 million to 8 million. Their share of the population is expected to increase from 13.2 to 21.2%. A shift of that magnitude requires planning, and both the seniors of today and the seniors of tomorrow are looking to us to take leadership. As my motion suggests, we need to begin that planning now. If we want to continue to espouse the sense of social justice that Stanley Knowles brought to this House when he worked to ensure that no senior should live in poverty, then we need to recommit ourselves to his vision, starting today. Yes, Bill C-362 is one piece of that puzzle, and I'm proud to support it with my vote, but there is so much more yet left to be done. I want to encourage all members of this House to put partisanship aside and work together to ensure that promising a senior the right to retirement with dignity and respect is more than just empty rhetoric. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Brampton West for her dedicated work on the question of the 10-year residency requirement for old age security benefits for new citizens of Canada. I know that she has spoken up on this topic on many occasions over the years, and I'm happy to speak on behalf of her private member's bill today. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-362 amends the current Old Age Security Act so that at age 65, one is able to receive a monthly pension after being a resident of Canada for 3 years after the age of 18, instead of the current residency requirement of 10 years after age 18 to be eligible to receive these benefits. Unless one has lived in Canada for periods that total at least 40 years following the age of 18, he or she is not entitled to full old age security pension, but rather a partial pension. This requirement was introduced in 1977. Partial pensions are earned at the rate of 1/40th of the full monthly pension for each year lived in Canada after the age of 18. However, it is important to note that once a partial pension has been awarded, it cannot be increased as a result of added years of residence in Canada. Currently, as is the case in my riding of Etobicoke North, a constituency where there is a large immigrant population, elderly new Canadians who have worked all their lives are not able to receive these benefits. With Bill C-362, this issue can now be studied and debated in Parliament. La sécurité de la vieillesse.
Old age security is a monthly benefit paid to most Canadians aged 65 and over. This program is funded from government revenues, and it's problematic for immigrants. And that's what's behind this private member's bill, C-362. Currently, immigrants who are seniors have to wait years before getting benefits.
Speaker, have left their native countries and have journeyed to Canada in order to settle and to reunite with their families. Some are also working and paying taxes. Their livelihoods presently depend solely upon their family and upon their community. For many, the lack of this funding means the elderly must live without some basic necessities in order to survive. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, for these residents, their quality of life is diminished. I've heard the argument that these elderly immigrants should not receive these benefits until the 10-year residency requirement has elapsed because these seniors are not contributing to the economy. I do not think, however, that this is the case. These individuals typically arrive in Canada with their life savings and thereby are directly inserting these financial resources into the Canadian economy. In addition, it is typical for these immigrants to emigrate to Canada for the purpose of assisting their family members who have previously immigrated. For example, this might include grandparents assisting with the in-home daycare of their grandchildren, thus allowing more opportunities for both parents in a household to join the workforce, thereby boosting the labour market. Comme le Canada n'a pas...
Since Canada hasn't entered into any reciprocal agreement on income security with countries like India, which don't have a vast public pension plan, a number of Indo-Canadians don't get any access to old age security benefits before a 10-year wait, given that most of them have virtually no work experience in Canada. According to statistics from Citizenship and Immigration Canada, in 2005, permanent residents from Asia and the Pacific, including India, made up 57.2% of seniors aged 45 to 64 and 52.7% of seniors over 65.
In regards to India, until 1995, India had what is called a Provident Fund, which only covered people working in establishments that consisted of 20 or more employees. Employers, employees, or both would make contributions to this obligatory savings mechanism. Then, whenever someone reached retirement age, became disabled, or died, the fund would make a lump sum payment equal to the person's contributions plus any investment earnings derived from these contributions. The fund, as it differs from a pension plan, did not pay any ongoing periodic benefit. In 1995, India partially converted its Employees' Provident Fund into the Employees' Pension Scheme, which is a defined benefit program paying pensions to contributors when they retire, become disabled, or die. Of India's 450 million person workforce, as of 2005, only 7 to 8% are covered by the Employees' Provident Fund and the Employees' Pension Scheme. Because India's pension scheme only came into service in 1995, and because of its mediocre coverage of the population and workforce, Canada and India have determined that a reciprocal social security agreement is not possible at this time. For countries that have reciprocal agreements with Canada, these arrangements allow for periods of coverage to be added together to enable each respective country to compensate residents with benefits in accordance with its own legislation. It should be noted that if Canadian citizens who live and work outside of Canada in a country without a reciprocal agreement, when they decide to return to Canada, they are subject to the same 10-year residency requirement. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the requirements in terms of residency for old age security programs are meant to check the commitment of an immigrant to living in Canada. They need only live in the country for 3 years in order to be eligible for citizenship. If we consider that a person has made enough of a commitment to Canada that he has been granted citizenship after 3 years, why would it be so unthinkable that that same 3-year period be used to determine if a person is eligible for OAS benefits?
The Act made its debut in 1952. It was, however, amended many times over the last 55 years. The most important changes include the reduction in the age of eligibility from 70 to 65 years of age, the establishment of the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the payment of partial payments based on years of residence in Canada, and the ability for an individual to request that their benefits be cancelled. In addition, the minimum residence requirement was initially set at 20 years in 1952 before being reduced to 10 years in the 1960s. Since this matter has been brought to my attention, I've worked with and consulted with various community groups within my riding to engage in a dialogue on this important issue. These groups include the South Asian Seniors Rexdale, the Canadian Council of South Asian Seniors, Humber Community Senior Services, as well as many others. These organizations are very concerned that the elderly are being denied much-needed benefits as they continue their lives in Canada. I have listened to my constituents' concerns and investigated the possibility of a reciprocal social security agreement with India. Whether or not this treatment of seniors with less than 10 years residency in Canada constitutes a breach of their rights under Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms is another avenue of investigation that I have pursued. My research findings and investigative work on this topic have been communicated to my constituents as well as to past ministers of Human Resources Development, Citizenship and Immigration, Finance and Social Development. I've also dialogued with our former Prime Minister, the member from LaSalle-Amard, on this issue.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the new government and the members of this House to take a close look at this issue. Bill C-362 is an excellent tool to do that.
This is a very important issue for many of the constituents in my riding, many who come from South Asia, and I think I congratulate my colleague for bringing this bill to the House of Commons so that hopefully it can pass at this second reading and be sent to committee for further study so that Canadians can be heard on this issue. And I would say that I'm going to be supporting this bill at the second reading so that as parliamentarians we can review this policy question and consult with Canadians broadly. Because this issue has evoked strong concern and interest from my constituents, I believe it is imperative that we evaluate and discuss the current policy at the committee level. I thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Palliser.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in case I don't have a chance to get to my feet later on today, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Organization and loyal rider fans everywhere for being successful yesterday in winning the 95th Grey Cup. I know that my wife and my family took to the streets. The Batters family certainly celebrated late into the evening, and the Leshik family did the same. Joined throngs of people on Albert Street in Regina in celebrating a great win yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to join the debate on Bill C-362 and to address the proposals put forward in this Act to amend the Old Age Security Act. I appreciate the honourable member's intentions in proposing a reduction in the residence requirement from 10 years down to 3 to receive OAS. However, there are several reasons why this is not a sound course of action. First, let's look at the issues of fairness and equality. Length of residence in Canada has been this program's central eligibility requirement since its inception in 1952. The purpose of the 10-year requirement then, as now, is meant to be a measure of partial income security in recognition of a person's attachment and contribution to Canadian society, our economy, and our communities. It is a perfectly reasonable expectation that people live in this country for a minimum period of time before being granted the right to a lifelong public benefit, since this public benefit is paid entirely from general tax revenue and does not require any direct contribution from its recipients. The Old Age Security Act has withstood the test of time, even over the course of several Liberal governments. Why do the members opposite pretend to care so much about this issue now? In fact, the sponsor of the bill has even admitted that the previous Liberal government fought seniors groups in court until they ran out of money because the Liberal government believed in the current program so strongly. The current OAS Act does not discriminate between citizens and non-citizens as the sponsor would have us believe. It is based solely on length of residence and not, as some critics have suggested, on citizenship. In fact, the residence requirement makes no distinction between immigrants who have just arrived in Canada and other Canadians who are returning to Canada after being away. In both cases, applicants must meet the same 10-year requirement. In my mind, the present system of requiring 10-year residence is the most fair and equitable criterion for receiving OAS. Mr. Speaker, I am certainly not alone in this belief. Twice the previous Liberal government defended this issue of fairness in court. Twice the previous Liberal government's view was upheld when the courts found that the current requirements do not discriminate against applicants on the grounds of national or ethnic origin and do not conflict with the Charter. The old age security system is fair and sound. It provides more than 4 million seniors in Canada with a retirement income. Its benefits are universally lauded. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it is only one program in Canada's social safety net. There are built-in safeguards for those who don't qualify for OAS through many federal and provincial assistance programs. Within the public pension system itself, many low-income seniors also receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, designated to help Canada's poorest seniors. Here, too, citizenship is not a requirement, only a minimum 10-year residence and an income below a specific threshold. Under the current system, every senior has the potential to receive OAS and GIS. This is true even if they arrive in Canada at the age of 60 and never work. By the age of 70, they can begin receiving benefits. Right now, we have a sustainable and robust pension system. Obviously, it is in the interest of all Canadians to ensure that our pension system remains healthy. We know that the requirement for pensions will only grow as our senior population continues to expand. In fact, 25 years from now, nearly 1/4 of Canada's population will be 65 years of age or older. It is incumbent upon us to ensure that the policies that we enact today protect our pension plans in the future. The Liberals believed these same things a few years ago, but now they appear to have changed their minds. Relaxing the OAS eligibility requirements from 10 to 3 years would have significant fiscal implications for Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that the consequent cost would be more than $700 million annually in combined OAS and GIS benefits, with approximately $600 million of this amount due to increase in GIS payments. We can't, in good conscience, place this financial strain on our pension system. As well as our domestic concerns, we must also consider the effect Bill C-362 would have on the international agreements we now have in place for those we will be negotiating in the coming years. 50 countries have established agreements with Canada based on the current 10-year residency requirement. Lowering this requirement by 7 years could create a disincentive for other countries considering reciprocal agreements with Canada. Mr. Speaker, clearly there are sound reasons for maintaining the current OAS system. It is fair and equitable. It recognizes the contributions seniors have made to our country. OAS pension benefits are based on residence rather than citizenship or national origin. Also, the OAS program is financially sound. Under the current system, OAS is sustainable. It is our duty as our constituents' representatives to ensure that OAS is there for them when they need it. I can assure this House and all Canadians that this Conservative government intends to take every measure possible to protect our seniors today and in the future. Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated our intentions through such measures as those contained in Bill C-36, which simplify and streamline the OAS and GIS application process. We have also introduced a number of initiatives, such as the National Seniors Council, aimed at improving the lives of seniors. And we have introduced a range of measures to reduce the tax burden on seniors. We will continue to act to protect seniors and and Canada's old age security system. I urge my honourable colleagues to vote against the proposals contained in this bill, just as the Liberals did when they were in power. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech just before. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Bill C-362 and its proposed amendments to the Old Age Security Program. All Canadians can be proud of our country's retirement income system. Simply put, it is recognized as one of the best in the world, and is emulated by countries looking to set up an effective, long-term public pension system. The Old Age Security Program, along with Canada's pension plan, provides all Canadians with a solid foundation upon which to build their retirement income. Today, together, Canada's public pension delivers about $54 billion in benefits to Canadians every year. Bill C-362 proposes reducing the minimum residence requirement for OAS benefits from 10 years to 3 years. However, I must respectfully disagree with the honourable member from Brampton West on the premise of this bill. From a public policy perspective, the Old Age Security Program is fair and it's sound. It is the first year of Canada's retirement income system, serving over 4 million Canadian seniors every year. The OAS pension is designed as a measure of income security for seniors. It recognizes their valuable contribution to Canadian society, our economy, and their community over a lifetime. Unlike pension plans in most other countries, Canada offers, as part of a public pension system, a tier that is fully funded by general tax revenues instead of contributions. Most countries have pension schemes that require years of contributions to qualify for benefits. For example, Japan's seniors must contribute for 25 years to be eligible for a pension. From this standpoint, you can see that Canada's pension plan is exceptionally generous. Here in Canada, there are none of the restrictions about citizenship or nationality often found in other countries. To gain the right to a lifelong pension, we only ask that seniors make a reasonable contribution of 10 years to Canadian society. A number of governments have examined the current OAS residence requirement since it was established in 1977 and have kept it intact. In fact, during the last Parliament, the Liberal Party voted against a block amendment that would have instituted these very changes. For the Liberals, it has only become an issue of fairness or respect for new Canadians when they have no longer been in government and they no longer have to worry about the consequences of their actions. Mr. Speaker, I believe the 10-year residence requirement is sound and reasonable. It makes no distinction between immigrants who have just arrived in Canada or Canadians who are returning to Canada after living abroad. Under current rules, a person must live in Canada after reaching an age of 18 for a total of 40 years to receive a full pension. A person must live in Canada for a minimum of 10 years to receive a partial pension. Many seniors who qualify for OAS and who have low incomes also receive a guaranteed income supplement designed to help Canadians' poorest seniors. Once again, the 10-year rule is a reasonable compromise. It strikes a good balance between an individual's contribution to Canadian society and his or her right to receive a lifelong public pension. Mr. Speaker, this policy is a result of a long-standing, dynamic conversation with Canadians. Since 1977, the residence requirement for OAS has served countless new Canadians. This program has been there for generations of immigrants who have built a new life for themselves and their children in Canada, and this government will ensure that it remains that way. Many of these immigrants came from countries that have signed social security agreements with us. On the world stage, Canada is a leader among countries who have signed social security agreements. Mr. Speaker, to date, 50 agreements have been signed between Canada and foreign countries. Because of these reciprocal agreements, many newcomers to Canada are able to meet the 10-year residence requirement to receive the OAS pension by using years of residence or contribution in both countries. This means that these seniors are able to receive benefits from both Canada and their country of origin. In a nutshell, it means that people who have lived or worked abroad can meet the 10-year residence rule by adding these periods to their Canadian residence. These agreements recognize the contributions that people made to their previous country of residence and allows them to qualify for benefits in which they may not otherwise been entitled. Canada is continuing to negotiate agreements with countries that share comparable pension plans so that we can improve the access of our growing immigrant communities to pension benefits. The courts have also considered the residency issue that this bill raises. In 2 landmark cases, they upheld the issue of fairness of our residence provisions for the OAS pension. One of these legal challenges made it all the way to the Federal Court of Appeal, and in 2003, the ruling confirmed that what most Canadians knew. The 10-year residence rule does not in any way discriminate against Canadians on the grounds of national or ethnic origin, as my honourable colleague across the aisle would have us believe. I find it interesting that it was the former Liberal government that fought this case in court, and yet today they are claiming the opposite. Only today it has become an issue of discrimination as far as they're concerned. As my honourable friend from Palliser pointed out just a few moments ago, it was the sponsor of this bill who openly admitted that her government believed so strongly in the current model of this bill that they fought seniors groups in the court until they ran out of money to protect this system and the changes that they're now proposing. The hypocrisy of Browns, Mr. Speaker. It is no secret that seniors constitute the fastest growing segment in Canadian population. With baby boomers poised to retire in record numbers, our pension costs will skyrocket in the coming years. In the next 25 years, nearly 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior. With a rapidly aging population, relaxing the residence rule for OAS would have significant fiscal implications for Canada and the public pension program. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's now estimated that reducing the 10-year rule for OAS to 3 years would cost Canadians over $700 million in combined OAS and GIS benefits in the first few years alone. In the long run, these costs would surely rise exponentially. Mr. Speaker, this government is taking the responsibility to ensure that this program remains for the generations of Canadians to come, including the children and the grandchildren of new Canadians. Canada's retirement income system is a robust, sustainable program, one that is envied around the world. It is hailed as for its impact in reducing poverty amongst Canadians, seniors, and in preventing the drop in living standards after retirement. Mr. Speaker, I would urge my honourable colleagues to consider these things and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 12:01, the time provided for debate has expired. La Chambre est-elle prête pour la question?
Is the House ready for the question?
The question is as follows. Ms. Beaumier, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, move that Bill C-362, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act residency requirement, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disability.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour... All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, November 28, 2007, just before the period for private members' business. Government orders, government bills, comments.
Bill C2, Tackling Violent Crime Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure at the report stage of C2 to deliver some comments to the Omnibus Crime Bill. Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure, or should I say experience at least, keeping it neutral, of serving on the Justice Committee, the Standing Committee of Justice, and also the legislative committees that were involved with the former C10, C22, C27, C32, and C35, as well as C23, which is not part of this omnibus bill. So, as I say, Mr. Speaker, I speak with some experience, at least, with respect to the bills, and I understand how we came here today, we came to be here today to, at report stage, speak about what the bill contains. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of discussion at debates in this House, and certainly at committee, with respect to the direction we should take with respect to criminal justice in this country. And I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, for us as parliamentarians to consider what it is we do when we amend the criminal code and its corollary acts. This is the criminal code that we are dealing with, Mr. Speaker. It's an organic document. It changes with the times. The criminal code is written, or at least copied and exemplified by one of Canada's justice ministers and prime ministers, Sir John Thompson from Eastern Canada, Mr. Speaker, has certainly changed with the times. So has our society. In the 1890s, Mr. Speaker, the crimes that were top priority might have been things like cattle theft and horse theft and, of course, murder, and some are common. But with the changing times, we've seen a proliferation of gang-related violence. We've seen a proliferation of e-crimes, if you like, certainly things that wouldn't have existed at the turn of the century. And the point of me raising that, Mr. Speaker, is that as our society changes and the code changes, I think we as parliamentarians owe it to this place, to the committees, to the law enforcement officials, which include, Mr. Speaker, prosecutors, policemen, probation workers, corrections officers, people in the correction system, judges. It's quite a fraternity of people involved in the criminal justice system. We owe it to them to say that we looked at these various laws. We looked at how Canada was changing, and we did, at the end, the very best we could to keep track of what tools would be best to tackle the new problems that exist in society. And it's important to say that the criminal code it's not as if we're inventing new aspects of law. Many of these bills represent an evolution or a progression of laws that already existed. Just briefly on the guts of the bill, if you like, Mr. Speaker, C10, which is part of C2 now, was, of course, the mandatory minimum provisions which were increased by the introduction of this bill. But they weren't increased, Mr. Speaker, as much as the government had wanted them to be originally. And I would like to thank the honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh and the opposition, or the Bloc Québécois critic on the committee, as well as the Liberal members on the committee, who fought very hard to have some sense reign over the debate with respect to the evidence that was adduced at the committee hearings regarding the efficacy of mandatory minimums in general. A review is in order. Mandatory minimums existed before this Conservative government was elected. Mandatory minimums were in place for serious crimes with the known aspect of repeat offenders and with some hope, which studies, I guess, will show one way or the other, that there might be a deterrent and a safety to the public aspect of mandatory minimums. So at least on this side, we joined with the government, who were, I would say, very sparse in their acknowledgement that mandatory minimums existed before they came into office. But we joined with them and said that these are good tools for the law enforcement agencies and good tools in the realm of criminal justice. It's a matter always, Mr. Speaker, of how far do you go. How far do you go, Mr. Speaker, in disciplining your children? Do you take away their favorite toy? Do you ban them from seeing their friends for 2 weeks, or are you less severe or more severe? Many of us are parents, and we deal with this every day. It's our form of the justice system that rules in our own house. With respect to mandatory minimums, it's a question of calibrating to what extent the mandatory minimums are useful, to what extent do they work, To what extent should they be increased, if at all? And during the debate process, we were very successful in getting the government to get off its basic premise, which is if it's good for the 6 o'clock news and sounds robust and steady and law and order-ish, then it's got to be good in the criminal code. That's where the slip from the cup to the lip occurred, Mr. Speaker, where it was obvious 90% of the witnesses were saying, well, the severe mandatory minimums that you are proposing, government side, will be inefficacious. They will not be, you can be as tough as you want, but if it doesn't work, Mr. Speaker, if it doesn't make society safer, then you haven't posited a good solution to the problems that face our community, and that was the case when we looked at mandatory minimums. The happy medium that exists in this C2, I think, will be borne out, but it's very important to remember that this is an organic process, and we could be back here someday soon perhaps, looking at mandatory minimums in general, and how more timely could it be, Mr. Speaker, that in today's Ottawa Citizen, a report called Unlocking America is reviewed. And in this report, Mr. Speaker, it makes it very clear that the mandatory minimums, one of the many tools used by the American government from the 1970s on, when it was felt that the rise in criminal activity was abhorrent, was not as effective as they would hope to have been. And it left the United States with 2.2 million people behind bars, more than China, Mr. Speaker. The 9 authors, leading U.S. criminologists, saying that we are convinced that we need a different strategy. I'm happy to report that as a result of the efforts of the NDP bloc and the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, in general at committee, we didn't go as far as the Conservative government wanted to, which was close to where the United States had been, which is now, New York State admits, New York City admits, ineffective. And the 3 effects of imprisonment, an emphasis only on imprisonment, at the cost of crime prevention dollars, if you like, Mr. Speaker, is that the heavy, excessive incarceration hits minorities very hard, Mr. Speaker. In the United States, 60% of the U.S. prison population is made up of blacks and Latinos. We heard evidence, Mr. Speaker, at our committee that there is a preponderance, there is an over-exaggerated percentage of First Nations and Aboriginal people in our jail system, according to their population, which is deplorable, Mr. Speaker. And it is overwhelming and indisputed that the negative side effects of incarceration outweigh the potential. That's the 2 bits, if you like, on C10, Mr. Speaker. On the other bill, C22, the close in age exemption, Mr. Speaker, was never brought up, despite all the rhetoric from the government. What saved C22, the issue of sexual consent being given by a person of tender years, has never been put forward by any member of the opposition while the Liberal Party was in power. The close in age exemption was never put in there. So for members of the opposite side to say that, oh, finally we dealt with the issue of sexual exploitation of 14-year-olds is simply not accurate. The close in age exemption, 5 years between a person of the age specified, will save many relationships which should not be criminalized. Finally, Mr. Speaker, dernièrement, je voudrais constater que...
I want to point out that Bill C-23 was not part of C2, so I'm wondering why, Mr. Speaker. I live in Acadia, and C-23 was a bill that had a lot of improvements regarding the choice of language, or French usually, for the language of the prosecutors in a trial. That was important. That was an important thing for us in Acadia, but it was forgotten by this government, and I wonder why. Why did the government forget the Francophone population of New Brunswick and of the rest of the country?
Comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to listen to my colleague's speech on this bill, because when I took a look at this bill and we discussed it in caucus, it's quite obvious that this bill is a political operation by the Conservatives, because the majority of the elements of the bill were already contained in other bills that had been tabled before prorogation in the last session. Some were even at the ultimate stage, like the Senate. But then they were brought back and combined in a single bill, and to try to give a public image that the Conservatives know where they're going, whereas in reality, what we see in this bill are a lot of things that were already the subject of consensus. There are many bills, at least 3 of the 5, with which we agreed and we voted in favor. So I'm wondering if my colleague doesn't think that the government's current approach, I'm not talking about the substance of each one of the elements of this bill, but the whole way this government decided to manage this whole thing. And in the final analysis, aren't they trying to serve the interests of Conservatives rather than the interests of justice? They could have proceeded differently, more quietly, and just simply restore each of the bills at the stage they were at, and each one would have continued progressing without having to start all over with the mechanics of a bill the way they've done. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Mr. Speaker, I almost fully agree with the member who spoke. It's quite obvious. C10 and other bills had already been discussed in committee. I don't know why the government decided to come up with a new bill, C2, but perhaps it's because they need another kick at the can in front of the TV cameras or what have you. There are a few improvements in the bill. My colleague from Scarborough Rouge River will speak later about improvements to C27. There are amendments that the government had rejected the first time around, but now they agree with them. So in that minor case, we did the work as that Parliament is supposed to do, and I'm proud of that. But on the whole, the gentleman from Montmagny is perfectly correct when he says this is basically a political exercise, a conservative exercise, exercise for the TV cameras, but not in the interests of the Criminal Code of Canada. It's not in favor of social justice or social justice equity.
For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question, because I wasn't quite sure the point the member was making with regards to the age of consent and the fact that other people hadn't brought forth the issue of the near-age defense. And he's correct to some degree. The Conservatives repeatedly, I don't know how many private members' bills they had, where they moved those private members' bills on the basis that there was just simply a blanket increase in age with no near-age defense. It was a result of questions, quite frankly, that I put to the former Liberal Cabinet Minister for Justice and elicited from him a response that showed in writing the number of people who would be exposed to criminal charges, both young men and young women, in the range of 100 to 150,000 people per year who would have been exposed to criminal charges as a result of that type of legislation. And at that point was when the issue of the near-age defense was raised. So I just wonder if he could comment, if he was aware of that fact. That issue came up during the bill on child pornography and luring over the Internet.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Windsor-Tecumseh for his point. Historically and by footnote, I suppose he's correct. What my comments were referring to very clearly were the comments from the Conservative opposition member, particularly from Wild Rose, who said that those private member bills were never considered by Parliament or the government. Well, in fact, they didn't have a close-in age exemption, so why would they be considered?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in this third reading debate on Bill C2, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Briefly, the Minister of Justice tabled the bill, an omnibus bill, C2, on October 18th, which brings together a series of law and order bills introduced during the first session of the 39th Parliament. C2 brings together C10, minimum sentencing for firearms offenses, C22, age of protection, C27, dangerous offenders, C32, driving under the influence, and C35, reverse onus for firearms offenses. This bill has nothing new. I even had an opportunity to debate it and to express Quebec's vision of justice on many of these bills during the last Parliament. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, before prorogation, 3 of these bills were already before the Senate, that is C10, C22, and C35. With regard to the other 2 bills, C27 and C32, we were at the last stages of the parliamentary process in the Commons. And despite that, these bills are all died on the order paper when the Conservative government, for its purely partisan reasons, chose to end the Parliament and proceed with a new throne speech. Today, we are once again debating all the work that already had been done in the House, and that's why when this government tries to present itself as the only defender of widows and orphans through these warmed-up amended bills, I can only raise my eyebrows. Nevertheless, Quebecers deserve that we attack crime seriously and not play petty politics with fundamental rights, and especially present a real picture of the situation. For those who are interested in politics, let me point out that the Bloc Québécois did everything possible in the consideration of Bill C2, despite tight deadlines, to analyze all facets of the bill. For my colleagues and I, any measure that has such a significant impact on citizens must be examined with great rigor. However, coming back on whatever was amended in the past seems a bit fastidious. We feel that with regard to C10, C22, and C35, the parliamentary debate already took place and the House has already voted in favor of these bills. We therefore respect that democratic choice. With regard to former Bill C32, which died on the order paper before report stage, we'd already announced our position. We were opposed to it.
That's why I'd like to speak more about former Bill C-27, which we had serious reservations about, but we gave a very thorough review of at committee. In short, the provisions of Bill C-2 that stem from former Bill C-27 to amend the Criminal Code provide that a court could declare an offender a dangerous offender if they've been convicted of 3 serious crimes. Currently, these designations of dangerous offenders are reserved for very serious crimes like rape and murder, and for individuals that are seriously at risk of reoffending. Such a designation is possible upon the first offense if it's so brutal and if the circumstances don't suggest any likelihood of rehabilitation. We have some concerns about C-27. We had them all along, and now about C-2, about dangerous offenders and the reverse onus of proof. But we're not the only ones who've expressed some concern about this part of the bill that stems from C-27. My colleague from Windsor is proposing an amendment today that would do away with the provision providing for a reverse onus of proof. In his opinion, this wouldn't be charter resistant. We understand that this amendment could improve Bill C-2, but will be rejecting it because the Conservative government, in its attempt to defy the majority of members in the Commons, would consider this a confidence vote. Mr. Speaker, in terms of amendments, I would repeat that the Bloc Québécois is aware that a number of improvements need to be made to the justice system, and certain amendments to the criminal code are required. The government has a duty to intervene and use the tools at its disposal to allow Canadians to live in peace and safety. But in our meetings with individuals in the communities, we've become aware of the concerns of the public and the desire to change things and make some original changes. We want to make a positive contribution to respond to the aspirations of the public. We have a series of amendments that would improve the bill and improve the administration of justice. And these amendments would improve the system and they would bolster its effectiveness. We've proposed amendments, realistic ones, to do away with virtually automatic parole at 1/6 of the sentence. We also want to put an end to the virtually automatic statutory release after an individual has served 2/3 of their sentence. We also want there to be an official assessment of detainees when there's a risk of reoffending. We want reverse onus of proof for criminals convicted of criminal interest rates, of pimping, of fraud over $5,000. We also want to deal with the problem of street gangs by equipping police officers better. And we, unfortunately, the series of amendments we've proposed, some are unanimous among the Quebec and other provinces' ministers of public safety, but C2 hasn't been amended at committee. It's too bad that the Conservative government preferred once again an ideological approach to a democratic approach. They refuse to improve C2. With the Bloc's amendments, the Bloc is showing consistency in its attempt to provide for effective and adequate measures. And the Bloc has shown, with its concern for crime prevention, that this should be a top priority. Without dealing with the root causes of delinquency and violence, which is what is required here, instead of cracking down ever more harshly, this bill will not meet the objective. I want this to be clear. We have to deal with poverty, inequality, and exclusion. All of these provide a springboard for frustration and the consequences, which are violence and crime. The steps taken have to have a truly positive effect on crime. It has to be more than just rhetoric or fear-mongering. It has to be more than imitating the American model, which is providing less than conclusive results. For everyone watching, I would mention that crime has been constantly decreasing in Quebec and Canada for about 15 years. StatsCan recently confirmed that for 2006, the overall crime rate had reached its lowest level in over 25 years. What's more, Quebec has had the lowest homicide rate since 1962. As a matter of fact, when it comes to violent crime, Quebec comes second, just behind PEI in terms of the lowest rate. Quebec also registered a decrease of 4% in youth crime in 2006, doing better than all the other provinces. So I'd like to conclude by saying that we support Bill C-2 at third reading so that it gets to the Senate, but I would remind everyone that we were in favor of 4 of the 5 bills that made their way into C2, and these would have gotten a lot further if the government hadn't prorogued for purely partisan reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention in this debate. And I know that she's followed these issues carefully on the committees. I believe she was also on the legislative committee that dealt with C2. And in looking over the testimony of the various experts that appeared before that committee, one of the things that concerned me with regard to the reverse onus on the presumption of a dangerous offender designation after 3 serious crimes, one of the witnesses raised the possibility that the courts might interpret that there had to be 3 offenses before a dangerous offender designation could be successfully obtained. That this legislation might lead the courts to believe that that shouldn't happen on a first or second crime, but it would take that 3rd crime before that possibility would kick in. And if so, that's a very serious change to the kind of legislation that we have now. And I wonder if she might comment on that. Also, if she might comment on why the legislation looks to a 3rd conviction and doesn't increase resources or the possibilities of obtaining a dangerous offender designation after a serious first or second crime.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the bill currently, with respect to dangerous offenders, the change is that after a 3rd offense, there's a reverse onus of proof, so it would be up to the accused to show that he's not a danger to society. But the principle of a dangerous offender is the same. In other words, a person could be designated a dangerous offender still after a first offense. What this bill changes is that after 3 offenses, and there's a long list of the type of offense that qualifies, but there would be a reverse onus of proof, and it would no longer be up to the Crown to establish that the person's a dangerous offender, but it would be for the offender to establish that he's not a dangerous offender. So this is quite an awkward, cumbersome process and difficult to prove a negative, to prove that you're not going to be a risk in the future. That's virtually impossible. In this context, we in the Bloc find the situation to be quite unusual. So to come back to my colleague's question, a dangerous offender can be designated even after a first offense, but it's just the reverse onus of proof that's different. That's what this bill would truly change. And this Conservative government, step by step, they always begin by proposing these reverse onuses of proof. Mr. Speaker, this is something that's worthy of closer examination because it's quite serious, in fact. We have a presumption of innocence in our criminal law, and step by step, this government, with one bill and another, is reversing the onus of proof constantly, and that's distorting our criminal law as we've known it since the Constitution came into being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. He should know that there's only 1 minute left for both the question and the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her speech, which did a really good job of showing us that this is a conservative operation. They're trying to make us see things in a certain light. But actually, a lot of this work had already gone a long way previously. And so this really isn't something all that new. So wouldn't it be better if the Conservatives took a much more serious approach toward crime prevention and not just focusing obsessively with cracking down on crime, with punishment? What about prevention? Shouldn't there be more attention paid to prevention? There's 10 seconds left for the member to answer. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, if, as the Bloc Québécois and Quebecers in general would,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-2, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, also known as the Tackling Violent Crime Act. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I have significant problems with this bill and with the Conservative government's approach to crime in general. I believe that the Conservatives are adopting a U.S.-style crime agenda. That saying that we're tough on crime begs the questions of what measures are actually effective in reducing crime and making Canadians safer. I think there's a lot of sloganeering, Mr. Speaker, but very little that shows something that will actually make Canadians safer and give us more effective crime legislation. The measures in C2 focus on punishment and on incarceration. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is the least effective part of an approach to reducing crime in our society. Incarceration does not work to reduce crime. More prisons don't reduce crime. And in fact, the evidence shows that at best, that there is no relationship between increasing incarceration and reducing crime, or at worst, that these approaches actually increase crime and become counterproductive. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many U.S. jurisdictions that went down this tough-on-crime incarceration road have recognized that these measures do not work and have begun to undo them. And has been mentioned already this morning in debate, a recent report called Unlocking America is exposing this fact that incarceration hasn't worked to reduce crime, and in fact, in many cases, has increased the crime rate and the violent crime rate. So, Mr. Speaker, what does work? Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that more enforcement, more police on the beat, increasing the possibility of being caught, increasing the possibilities for detection and apprehension, that those measures work. And sadly, unfortunately, this is one place where the Conservatives are breaking a promise to increase the number of police on the beat in our communities. We know that community policing, increasing the opportunities for police to develop real relationships with members of the community, also reduces crime. We know that prevention measures work, working to address issues like drug addiction, family dislocation, poverty, providing parenting support, that all of these measures go towards reducing crime in our society. We know in particular that parole and supportive release programs work. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that recently I was very lucky to have had the opportunity to sit in on a support group for sex offenders in the Vancouver area and to see the kind of work that happens in that kind of setting. And I must say I was very, very impressed with the way that session proceeded and the kind of support that was being offered. I was also very concerned to hear from those folks that psychiatric supports and psychological supports, the kind of treatment supports that those provide, is also very limited, and the access to those is very limited in the Vancouver area. Mr. Speaker, we also know that restorative justice programs work, that those programs seek to help an offender assume responsibility for the crime that they committed, but also to restore the relationships that have been broken in the community because of that crime, and we need more of those. And in particular, there's one program called HoC, Circles of Support and Accountability, which is a Canadian pioneered program post-release that matches community members and offenders as a support and accountability mechanism. And we know that these have been particularly offended, but sadly, they haven't received the kind of support they deserve from this government, when other countries, in fact, have adopted them. Mr. Speaker, specifically, Bill C-2 includes provisions of the old Bill C-10 on mandatory minimum sentences for crimes committed with a gun. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that mandatory minimum sentences of themselves do not reduce crime. They do reduce or eliminate judicial discretion, the ability of a judge, having reviewed all the evidence and knowing the person involved, to make a decision based on the facts of the case and of the individual involved. Mr. Speaker, I think this is an important principle. I don't believe that there's a single judge sitting on the bench that wants to see serious crime go unpunished. Mr. Speaker, we know that the cost of keeping someone in prison is $94,000 a year. And evidence shows that programs that support someone on parole or that a drug treatment program for an addicted criminal is 15 times more effective than incarceration at ensuring that they do not reoffend. Mr. Speaker, Lucy Jonka, President of the Canadian Association of Emily Fry Society, said in testimony before the Committee on C2 that the government must stop using prisons as a substitute for mental health services, public housing, or shelter for women escaping violence. Mr. Speaker, this bill also includes reverse onus on dangerous offenders designation, that it would kick in after a third offense and there'd be a presumption that the person was a dangerous offender, and it would be up to the offender to prove that they were not a dangerous offender. Mr. Speaker, when talking about dangerous offender designation, we're talking about life in prison. That when you're designated a dangerous offender, you receive a sentence of life in prison, essentially. Reverse onus has very serious implications for our criminal justice system. Having reviewed the testimony presented at the Standing Committee, I'm convinced, as were many of the experts who testified, that this section of the bill will not survive a charter challenge. When the state is seeking to jail someone for life, the burden should be upon the state to prove the necessity of that imprisonment. And that's the case with the current law. To put this burden on the person who's been convicted is unjust, to put it simply. It will only increase the inequity of our criminal justice system, where wealthy people will be able to muster the resources to mount a case, and everyone else will be more likely to fail because they just don't have the money to do so. Legal aid costs will skyrocket given the huge costs associated with this type of process. Why does this bill suggest measures of automatic designation of dangerous offenders only after a third conviction? Surely if someone is a dangerous offender, we should be looking at dealing with them sooner than that and making sure that the system has the resources to do that sooner. Reverse onus has other serious problems. Judicial discretion, which I've already spoken about, is removed. It eliminates the ability of the accused to remain silent, and it also incarcerates people on the basis of what they might do rather than what they have actually done. And we know that our ability to predict behavior is notoriously poor. And, Mr. Speaker, what it boils down to is essentially a measure of preventive detention. Now, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I want to support very strongly the motion put forward by the member for Windsor-Tecumseh to delete the provisions of reverse onus that are included in Bill C-2. Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that Aboriginal people are already overrepresented among those who've been designated as dangerous offenders in Canada. 20% of the dangerous offenders are Aboriginal, and this will only increase as the result of this bill. Something is seriously wrong with this measure when 20% of those subject to it represent a group that only represents 3% of the total population of Canada. This legislation will only make this problem worse, and it will also increase the family dislocation and social costs that Aboriginal communities already experience because of incarceration rates. Mr. Speaker, this bill also includes measures on the age of consent, and I've already spoken extensively on that bill. I believe that the existing age of consent legislation is excellent legislation, comprehensive legislation. This bill will only criminalize sexual activity for young people, especially those 14 or 15 years of age. And no matter what we think of young people being sexually active, I don't believe that the criminal justice system is the place to deal with that issue when a consensual, non-exploitive relationship is involved. Mr. Speaker, we have to be smart on crime. We know what works: enforcement, parole, community programs, social programs, addressing inequality, and a change in our approach to drugs. Drugs are a significant factor in petty crime and in serious violent crime. We know that alcohol prohibition did not work and caused exactly the same problems that we now face due to drug prohibition. We need more treatment for addictions. We need more harm reduction measures. We don't need more jail time. We know conclusively that that doesn't work. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill goes in exactly the wrong direction. It buys into a failed model that's been proven to have failed in the United States, where many jurisdictions in the United States are already seeking to undo the damage done by this exact approach. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have very, very serious reservations about this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I'm greatly troubled by some of the comments that the honourable member just made. I think that we see in our society the need for the types of protections that are in the Tackling Violent Crimes Act. And I want to go back to a couple of the things that he said specifically around the reverse onus for dangerous offenders. We know we see very few examples, first of all, of people that deserve a dangerous offender designation. But we know that there are times when people should have had that designation that the Crown has not been able to achieve it, and that is because they are disadvantaged from the get-go on that. And I really believe that there is no greater role for our Parliament than to ensure the protection of Canadians. And there are people out in our society, it's a very small number, that are predators. And this legislation will protect against them. This is nothing like anything in the United States. I understand that's popular for the NDP, but when we have incidents of people like Clifford Olson, Mr. Speaker, who should have had a dangerous offender designation but doesn't, he can still apply under the faint hope clause for parole. Can you imagine Clifford Olson getting parole? Well, that's because that's the way our system works right now. We need these changes. We need to protect our society against this very small number of individuals where a dangerous offender should be labeled as such, and I know the constituents in my riding support it.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd be very surprised if Clifford Olson ever gets out of jail as a result of a parole hearing. That's very, very, very unlikely. And, Mr. Speaker, the problem is that if the Crown doesn't have the resources it needs to declare someone who is a dangerous offender, then we should be making sure that the Crown has the resources they need to get that designation. Not presuming, not changing the onus over to the accused, who's someone who has, likely, very little resources to do that kind of job. We need to make sure that the Crown has the ability to get that and has the resources to do that job appropriately. There's nothing in this bill that will allow the Crown to do a better job of that or to make that designation stick, if that's the problem with the current situation. So that's where we should be addressing this, rather than changing the onus, doing the reverse onus, and making it up to the person who's been convicted, who generally will be someone without any resources to defend themselves against that kind of situation. The burden on legal aid will be significant in all of this, Mr. Speaker, because many of the people who will find themselves in this situation will depend on legal aid. And whether we have the resources in those kinds of programs to accommodate the kind of defense that will be necessary, I don't believe that that's there, Mr. Speaker. So I think there'll be a huge cost to our governments to provide those kinds of resources. Mr. Speaker, I think that the reverse onus on a dangerous offender designation is exactly the wrong way to go, and that the state has to assume responsibility for that, for taking on that designation, rather than putting it on to someone who we know is not likely to have the resources to be able to do that effectively.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to be able to ask a question on a Monday morning, and I have two of these questions, if I may. The Bloc isn't as concerned about reverse onus on the third offence. It's rather the fact that the government attacked the wrong priorities. Would it not have been more desirable to look at the entire parole system and also invest in the fight against poverty? And my second question is the following. Does my colleague not find it sad that the Minister of the Environment doesn't ask his other colleagues to join him in Bali so that a broad coalition might be available and so that the voice of the people might be heard? And is this not a bad thing about the Minister of the Environment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Burnaby Douglas should know there are 30 seconds to respond to these points.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond. Mr. Speaker, I agree that our parole system is one of the most effective aspects of our criminal justice system, and that it could be even more effective with better resources, and that's something that we should be paying attention to in this place. There's, I think, great hope in making sure that someone can reintegrate into society effectively, and we should be doing everything that we can to ensure that that process takes place, that the necessary supports are there. And as for the Minister in Bali, I agree 100%.
Debate the honourable member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to debate at report stage this omnibus criminal law statute. The government has made a decision before the session opened that it would package together in one statute approximately half a dozen criminal statute amendments, most of which had already been through the House of Commons and into committee previously. And so for those parts of the bill, that are just adjusting speakers here, microphones. For those parts of the bill that are that have already been through the House, the Committee on Justice did not spend an undue amount of time in reviewing those, nor did we seek witnesses on them, since the public record, the parliamentary record, deals reasonably adequately with those other components. The one part of the bill that Parliament had not had an opportunity to look at were the provisions dealing with dangerous offenders. And the amendments here tweak, modify the provisions, and I want to make 3 comments in the limited time available here, so my views are clear. Certainly for my constituents, I want them to know, and I'd like the parliamentary record to show a couple of issues here that may be a cause for public debate in the future or perhaps in the other place. Firstly, the name of the bill is slightly pretentious, as it purports to tackle violent crime. I can understand where that thinking has come from, but I really suggest that as a society, if we're going to tackle crime, going to tackle violent crime, that we better address the causes of crime. And I think most people would accept that the criminal code is not the cause of crime. The criminal code itself, the procedures in the code, are not the cause of crime. The real causes are societal. They're out there. They are real. And this statute really doesn't do a thing to address the societal causes of crime. It draws the line clearly in the sand. It alters the procedure. But in terms of its impact on the causes of crime and therefore on crime in the future, the future will have to assess that. I regard this attempt to deal with the causes of crime in this bill, which I think they don't deal with the causes of crime, a little bit like trying to fix a leaky roof from the underside of the roof. You can't do it. Mr. Speaker, if you're going to fix a leaky roof, you've got to do it from the top side. You've got to deal where the leak is. Just as in criminal matters, that you've got to deal with crime, focusing on the causes of crime. You can't do it. You can't do it at the end of the pipeline. You've got to do it at the beginning, and I know most Canadians buy into that. The second point I want to make has to do with the constitutional protections inside the bill. We're dealing with a criminal statute here, and while many people will say, well, we're dealing with criminals, let's just put them in jail and be done with it, the fact is that before these people are convicted, they're citizens just like me and everyone else in this chamber, and we expect that our citizens will be accorded the fairness and legal protections that have been inherent in the Canadian justice system and our Constitution virtually forever. And part of our job here in this House is to make sure that that continues. First principle, the principle of fundamental justice. One of those principles, this is protected by Section 7 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, is the right to remain silent. In this particular new provision involving dangerous offenders, there is imposed in the procedure a reverse onus, a presumption. And it says if a person has been convicted 3 times of, I'm paraphrasing, of offenses which carry a sentence of 2 years or more, that person will be presumed to be a dangerous offender. If, under our Constitution, a person has the right to remain silent in criminal procedures, the imposition of this presumption effectively takes away that right to remain silent, because you cannot rebut the presumption unless you break your right to remain silent. Now, in this particular case, the new procedure allows the judge some discretion in not finding the person to be a dangerous offender. But is it enough? In my own judgment, it's borderline. I think it's comes so very close to breaching the charter protections, I was very, very cautious about it. In the end, I think I just barely accepted that it withstood scrutiny. I'm not so sure the legal fraternity in Canada or the other place will view it the same way, but they will have the benefit of our parliamentary record and debate on that. The second constitutional issue, it's constitutional in nature, also having to do with protection, not protection from criminals, but protection, the legal protections we all have under the Constitution, is that in imposing the reverse onus on the offender in this case, and I should point out that up to now it has not been a reverse onus. Every element of showing somebody to be a dangerous offender had to be proved by the Crown, shown by the Crown. And there's a pre-trial assessment, and there are lots of procedural protections and judgments brought into the process. But up to now, the burden has been on the Crown to prove it. If this section reverses the onus and says, you're presumed to be dangerous, now you disprove it. My question is, and one we have to find an answer to, how does the person alleged to be a dangerous offender know the particulars that have come to make him dangerous? The particulars that allow him to meet the threshold of the definition that he or she is dangerous. And the new statutory provisions do not take any steps to insist on the provision of particulars by the government, by the Crown, as to why the person is dangerous. There's simply a presumption that he or she is dangerous. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this does cross the line. That if the procedure that is extant, that is out there, if the officials involved begin to rely on the presumption, they will fail to meet a standard of disclosure. Disclosure is part of a procedure that will take away, potentially for life, the freedom of the accused, of the convicted offender. That the courts and fair-minded assessment under our Constitution will find these procedures deficient. Now, in order to rectify this, I did propose an amendment at committee. It was fairly discussed at committee. In the end, it was not adopted, but it would require, in my view, potentially an amendment to Section 753 and Section 754. And all it would require is a statement in the code that in relying on the presumption, it would be necessary for the Crown to provide a list of particulars, an itemization, a description of the particulars on which the Crown, the public, were relying and on which they based the judgment that the person is a dangerous offender. And that would cure that particular problem for me. And if we have all been right, and I hope that we all are right in this House, that the general presumption meets the Charter test of fairness and does not offend the principles of fundamental justice, then this bill will have a chance to see it work itself out, even though I think we can find much better ways to address the causes of crime, and I think we should be doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I just want to go back and ask the honourable member a couple of questions, because I do think that this comes back to protecting the community. I think it comes back to protecting our families, our children. There's a fairly famous, the sex offender registry in Ontario is known as, was enacted by Christopher's Law. It results from the death of Christopher Stevenson, a young boy who was out at a shopping mall with his mother and his sister, who was abducted by a gentleman who had committed not his first, not his second, not his third, not his fourth, not his fifth, not even his sixth violent offense. This was his seventh violent offense, Mr. Speaker. He had just been released from a 7-year prison sentence where he had received parole after a much shorter period of time. And he abducted this young boy violently raped him over a period of days, and then killed him, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman should have never, I say gentleman, this offender, never should have had the opportunity to abduct this young boy. He never should have had the opportunity to destroy these families' lives, and he never should have had the opportunity to impact his community in the way that he did. And we all grieve that death, Mr. Speaker, but you know what? We could have prevented it. We could have prevented it with laws like reverse onus for dangerous offenders. And I ask all members in this House to stand behind this bill because we need it to ensure that people that are truly violent offenders, it is a small number, Mr. Speaker, we need it to ensure that they do not endanger our society. And I ask this member why he wouldn't support such a position.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Well, I do agree with the honourable member in his assessment of the individual in that case, the accused, convicted person, and the perpetrator of that horrible crime. But we are designing a system here to respond to the real exigencies across the country. It is true that in the 1970s and 1980s there were many egregious failures of the criminal justice system in dealing with parole, interim release, and bail. And I know the number of statutory amendments that have come through this place over time. And actually, you know, one of them was to address the circumstances described by my friend involving the victim, Stevenson. And, you know, we believed we had done a good job fixing the criminal code and process and sentencing process. And by and large, you know, I think the House and the correction system and the Justice Department and the provincial counterparts have all done a very good job of making the system work in a much safer way. I once referred to some of these people as the human counterpart of nuclear waste and nuclear fuel when they're out there, you know, dangerous to the public. But I think we've done it better. This bill is an attempt to improve it. I just am not a loud vocal supporter of the methods, the procedure used in this particular case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask my friend a question in proof that in the Liberal Party we sometimes have differences of opinion. And I want to ask him with respect to this very aspect and his good suggestion for amendments to 753 or 754, does he take some comfort in the comments of the justice officials with respect to the Grayar decision and the right to silence being protected by the legislation that we have before us? And secondly, is he hopeful, probably out of humility he might say no, but is he hopeful that because of his strong appearance before the committee and his strong recommendation to the DOJ officials that his amendment will make its way into the criminal code someday?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River should know there are 30 seconds left to respond.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I don't think the Grayar decision cited by my friend adequately deals with the issue that was raised. And there's a certain pride in authorship that officials take when they present legislation. They're reluctant always to accept that there might be a flaw in it. But at some point, if my instincts are correct, there may be need for some amendments. There certainly will be some constitutional challenge. But in the end, Canadians will get the laws they deserve, and hopefully we will have all done our job in this place.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this bill which amends the criminal code and other acts. As you know, I come from a region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, where the crime rate is very low. And yet, I wanted to speak to this bill during today's debate because this is an issue that is of grave concern to citizens in my riding. It goes without saying that the Bloc Québécois participated actively and positively in committee to improve certain provisions of Bill C2. In fact, I wish to particularly congratulate my colleague from the riding of HoC, who did an excellent job on the Justice Committee, as well as my colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant for her contribution. In light of the testimony of many witnesses, it's quite obvious that many Quebecers and Canadians want to see changes to the current model of criminal justice. At the outset, there are two observations one can make of the committee consultations and the messages we are receiving from our fellow citizens. First of all, a large segment of the population is concerned about the justice system we have right now, and secondly, they do not want an American-style justice system. We believe that the American justice system has produced disastrous results. The Bloc Québécois saw fit to propose a series of amendments to Bill C-2. Unfortunately, none of the 6 amendments tabled by the Bloc was accepted by the committee, even though some of them, I should say, they were not accepted by the Conservative government, even though the ministers of public security and of Quebec and of the provinces were unanimous about them. It's regrettable that this Conservative government does not take into account the fact that it is a minority government after all. I'd like to take a few moments to briefly summarize the 6 amendments that reflect the values of Quebecers. In my region, the Minister of Labour, who lives in the riding right next to mine, stated that Bill C-2 corresponds to what the public wants. The minister should have said that C-2 is in keeping with the minority Conservative government's ideology. That's what he should have said above all. Therefore, the Bloc proposed the following: the abolition of parole after 1/6 of a sentence is served. We have to put an end to the quasi-automatic parole, which occurs after an offender has served 2/3 of his sentence. The introduction of a formal assessment by a professional about the overall risk of recidivism is another amendment proposed by the Bloc. The Bloc also proposed reversing the burden of proof with regard to criminals who are found guilty of loan sharking, procurement, robbery, fraud above $5,000, as well as counterfeiting, in order to facilitate the seizure of proceeds of crime. We also said that it was important to address the problem of street gangs by giving the police better tools, particularly extending warrants obtained for investigations done by GPS dragnets. We have to prohibit the wearing of symbols, signs, or any representation identifying individuals as members of criminal organizations recognized by the courts. And lastly, we should put an end to the rule that means that time spent in custody while awaiting a trial is considered double when calculating the sentence. The sentence should begin at the beginning of detention rather than the moment when the sentence is imposed. The Minister of Labour feels that the public is asking for new provisions for justice in Canada. I do concede that. In fact, the Bloc has supported these changes in principle. However, that doesn't mean that Quebecers and Canadians explicitly accept the entire content of Bill C-2. It can happen when a bill is tabled that certain amendments are made to the bill without changing it completely. The point is to adapt to the reality of Quebecers and Canadians. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees with the principle of the bill. We must seriously address crime. However, When you combine 5 bills into one, it's quite normal that there be some reservations. It is the government's duty, since it is a minority government, not to play partisan politics on a question as important as justice. The Bloc feels that first and foremost it is essential to attack poverty, inequality, and exclusion. These factors contribute to accentuating frustration and crime in certain communities if they are not made a priority by the state. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is aware that many improvements must be made to our current legal system and that some adjustments to the criminal code are necessary. The government has a duty to intervene and to use the tools it has at its disposal to allow Quebecers and Canadians to live in peace and security. The measures presented have to have a positive impact on crime rates. More than rhetoric or a fear-based campaign. We must avoid falling into some imitation of the model in the United States. That model has produced far less positive results than what had been anticipated. Mr. Speaker, crime rates are constantly declining in Quebec as in Canada in the past 15 years. Statistics Canada recently confirmed that in 2006, the overall crime rate in this country achieved its lowest level in 25 years. Quebec had its lowest homicide rate since 1962. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, in our society, there has been and there always will be crime. We cannot completely eradicate all criminal behavior. However, microphone, please. However, statistics indicate that the current approach should not be set aside and use an American-style model. That means we have to seek to improve the system while keeping our minds open to the reality of Quebec and Canada. In the past, Quebecers have decided to go for individualized justice based on a flexible legal process adapted to each case, and with the positive results this has produced. The homicide rate in Quebec is among the lowest in Canada. It is 4 times lower than in the United States. We therefore believe that Bill C-2, which combines the former bills that we generally supported, that is C-10, C-22, C-27, C-32, and C-35, the issue of justice is not a banal one, Mr. Speaker. It's not a simple thing, and this model must correspond to the reality of Quebec and Canada. I will close by reminding you, Mr. Speaker, that Quebecers and the citizens of my riding, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, do not want an American-style justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his thoughtful intervention. It's an important area that we've been talking about, and I know he's talked about more than the report stage motion too. And Mr. Speaker, we have come through a process where bills, a number of bills, which were in the last stage, in the last session of Parliament, were on prorogation, were halted, but had the opportunity to be reinstated at the same point. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 of those bills now, which were not reinstated at a later stage of the legislative process. They have gone into an omnibus bill, this Bill C-2, and have to start all over again. Now, I wonder if the member would care to comment on the rationale, apparent rationale, as to why we should delay these bills from moving forward as swiftly as possible by putting them in a brand new bill. What is the motivation in the member's view?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. It's quite clear that the minority Conservative government, by taking 5 bills and combining them into a single bill, C2, is pursuing an ideological agenda. An agenda which is oriented toward repression, a model that is very close to the American one. And I believe that the Conservative Party, in its minority position, should have taken this far more seriously and proceed democratically. That is, consider the 6 block amendments, consider also other amendments to improve a bill like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague from the Bloc, I'm having some difficulty, and we posed this question to his party last week, but didn't get much of a satisfactory answer. What's before us in this debate today, continued from Friday, is an amendment which we moved, that is the NDP moved, to take out the most onerous provisions of the dangerous offender part of C2, which is the provision that has a reverse onus. Flies in the face of the historical way we've done criminal law in this country and in England for centuries and centuries. And yet the Bloc has signaled that they're going to vote against that amendment. And I wonder if he could attempt once again to try and explain the rationale for his party voting against what appears to be a very sensible amendment to this bill.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I thank the member for his question. As I was saying in my speech, the Bloc will support in principle Bill C2. However, we would have liked that the bill include the 6 amendments we tabled. And we see that the Conservative Party tabled its version of a bill which is very similar to the American model and which has not taken into account our amendments.
There's enough time for one brief question or comment. 30 seconds, perhaps. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important back again. We're getting into this philosophical thing about let's get the bad people in jail. Is the member aware of any characteristics of people who may have committed crimes that would not, in fact, be should not, in fact, be subject to some of the punitive measures for other circumstances, such as fetal alcohol spectrum of disorders?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. What we are saying through our amendments is that a recognized criminal must be imprisoned, must be excluded from certain types of sentences when there is recognized burglary or what have you. These amendments should appear in the bill. This is why, once again, we are pleading for the 6 amendments we tabled. They should appear in Bill C2.
Debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in the debate, the report stage motion. I think it's motion number 2. And generally to Bill C2, which is an omnibus bill consolidating 5 previously introduced justice bills. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage members to look back to the last session, to the speech of the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, in which he gave his views to the House, I think, respected views to the House about the problem with introducing 10 or so bills in sequence, that all of which would have to go to the Justice Committee, which the Justice Committee couldn't possibly deal with all together at once. They had to deal with them one at a time. And that by doing that, it was basically frustrating the process, that in fact we should have had an omnibus bill right at the beginning at the last session to include some of these items where the same witnesses and same or similar criminal code amendments or whatever it might have been enforced. So I want to encourage members to go and look at that speech, because what's happening right now with Bill C-2 is exactly what the member said. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's why this House honored that member as the most knowledgeable member of Parliament in a recent survey. So I congratulate him on that. It was well-deserved and earned, and I think that his record shows it. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the question that I just asked the member earlier about whether or not there were certain conditions or criteria or exceptions that would be taken into account with regard to sentencing and penalties as prescribed under the criminal code. And I mentioned specifically fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, and I did it specifically, not only because it's a matter that I'm interested in and I've tried to do some work on, but, Mr. Speaker, because there is clear evidence by and testimonial by lawyers and by judges that about as much as half of the people who appear before the criminal courts, Mr. Speaker, suffer from alcohol-related birth defects. Half. Mr. Speaker, people who suffer from alcohol-related birth defects, like some form of fetal alcohol spectrum of disorders, they have a problem understanding the difference between right and wrong. Mr. Speaker, they have brain damage. Mr. Speaker, they are in a situation where it is a permanent condition. They are in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where it is not a situation which can be rehabilitated. And yet we have a criminal justice system which says if you do something wrong, you go to jail, and we go there. And what do we do, Mr. Speaker? We put them in a program of rehabilitation. I see a tremendous, tremendous contradiction. A contradiction, Mr. Speaker, in suggesting that somehow all persons in Canada who may run afoul of the laws of Canada and be guilty of a criminal offense have to be subject to the same identical sanctions and criteria for those sanctions. Mr. Speaker, there are certain circumstances which I believe they should not be. They should not be. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just put that on the table because it's not good enough just to have a slogan that, let's get tough on crime. It's not good enough for me, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's good enough for Canadians. I think that we have to be smart on crime. I think we need to spend as much time on prevention, crime prevention, as we do on tough penalties and hope it's a deterrence. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about mandatory minimums, you're not touching the prescribed maximums. They're still there. There's still discretion. But when you have mandatory minimums, Mr. Speaker, what you do is you, in fact, impinge on the judicial discretion. Every case is different. I thought that under the laws of Canada that we would have a system which would be responsive to the facts on a case-by-case basis, taking into account that, yes, a crime has occurred. But what were the circumstances, Mr. Speaker? We do know if there's mental incompetence, there are certain possibilities. We do know, Mr. Speaker, if that there's coercion or there is some other problem, Mr. Speaker, that there may be taken into account in sentencing. But when you get into a situation of mandatory minimums, it gives the judge no latitude whatsoever to have sentences which would be lower and prescribe, in lieu of that, some other treatment or rehabilitation or appropriate assistance, because this person had some extraordinary circumstances. And I wanted to raise that, Mr. Speaker. Mandatory minimums, previous Liberal government brought in mandatory minimums. There is a level, but not to raise them to levels, Mr. Speaker, in which the mandatory minimums are so high that you, in fact, impinge on judicial discretion. I've given this speech before, but I wanted to reiterate that I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with being firm on crime for criminals, for bad people, for repeat offenders, for strengthening the dangerous offenders provisions, Mr. Speaker. Those are important. Canadians expect that. Our legal system must reflect that. We have to deal with those things, and we have to have the tools. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what's being created here is somewhat a little more rigid and maybe not as effective as it otherwise might be. So I kind of raise it for members to be considering as we do this. I'm pretty sure that we're going to have support for the omnibus bill, but I think that we're going to always have to continue to consider what we have to be vigilant about what we have done, what the implications are, what the results are of taking those steps, and make sure that we're vigilant enough to make sure that, you know, maybe we've gone too far. It's now going to be up to the legislators to be able to monitor what they've done. Hopefully we haven't gone too far, but I have a feeling that the judicial discretion is the issue I'm concerned about. Bill C-10, that's in part of this omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, deals with the mandatory minimum penalties. And it creates two new offenses, an indictable offense for breaking and entering to steal a firearm and an indictable offense of robbery to steal a firearm. These are some details, Mr. Speaker. Since there's 5 bills here, it is impossible for any member to deal with the entire omnibus bill. It's almost impossible for a committee to probably do some of these things when you pile on so much. But, Mr. Speaker, where's the prioritization here? There's certain things that had to be done, and there's no disagreement in this place and could have been fast-tracked to this place. There's no reason, Mr. Speaker, why some of these bills had to be in this omnibus bill. They should have been brought back at the same stage of legislation, and they should have been passed promptly and swiftly and got to the Senate and got back here and have royal assent and become law in Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether, you know, there's other work to do in terms of regulations or other matters, but when you have something that's the right thing to do, you know, let's take the most expeditious and the least litigious route to get there. What we've done is we've taken the longest route and the most convoluted route to get important legislation through, and I don't understand why. What is the motivation of the government to do this? They piled on 10 bills in the last Parliament. You couldn't possibly do it, and yet the Prime Minister in public, in the last press conference I saw him give on this, said the Liberals delayed the bill for 1,000 days. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we haven't been here 1,000 days. I'm pretty sure we haven't. And, Mr. Speaker, that also is calendar days, and it includes the 5 months that the House of Commons wasn't even sitting and couldn't hear these bills, although a committee could choose to sit outside of the time. And, Mr. Speaker, it didn't take into account the fact that when the Justice Committee is sitting and dealing with a bill, the other 9 bills are waiting to be dealt with, but you got to deal with one at a time. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, it appears that there is a strategy simply to keep bills in front of this place, continue to parrot throwaway lines like "I'm tough on crime," but, Mr. Speaker, not to deliver effective legislation on a timely basis, which is what we need. That, Mr. Speaker, is the issue here. That is the issue. They think Canadians are going to just roll over and say, "Oh yeah, I want to be tough on crime." They better understand what underlies that, Mr. Speaker, because we have some issues here. They're not enough for us, I don't believe, to defeat the bill, this omnibus bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that this approach and what the government has done with regard to these bills, Mr. Speaker, has been such that the public interest has not been properly served. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot more to say, and I would ask for the unanimous consent of the House to continue on for another 10 minutes.
Does the honourable member for Mississauga South have the unanimous consent of the House to continue speaking for another 10 minutes? No. There's no consent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened with interest to what the honourable member had to say. Of course, he has been here for more than 1,000 days, and during that period of time, he's witnessed quite a few things occur, like gun crime in the city of Toronto, which has expanded greatly, and youth crime, violent youth crime, which expanded greatly under that previous government, and they didn't act, Mr. Speaker. They didn't do anything about it. And he talked about allowing the courts the ability to make decisions, to give them lots of room so that they can look at each individual case on its merit. But he knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that precedents The issue of precedence weighs large in courts. And lawyers stand up and say, yes, but here's a case that was exactly the same where the person only got house arrest for this violent crime. And the court's hands are tied. Well, what our government is saying, a government that is standing up for safety, safe streets and communities, Mr. Speaker, is that we are not going to allow these issues of precedence, these issues of soft-on-crime decisions to affect justice in the future. We're going to give them some guidelines. We're going to say this is the minimum that Canadians should expect. Now, I don't understand why this member would have a problem with that, with supporting this comprehensive legislation and protecting communities, one's, quite frankly, very close to his own.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
You know, Mr. Speaker, if I don't know, I'm not going to get the quote right, but what I heard in substance was this person only got house arrest, and that puts the court in a situation where they have no way to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, when you think about it, house arrest would be ordered by the courts. It's not impeding the courts. I don't know where the member's coming from, but let me try again with regard to the omnibus bill itself. It's not a matter of whether you're soft on crime or tough on crime. Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of we are legislators. We had an opportunity to have this legislation passed very much more quickly than, in fact, it is going to happen. That, Mr. Speaker, is justice and legislation delayed. That means justice and legislation denied. Mr. Speaker, I think it's extremely important for the member to understand that the government has taken a course where it has delayed five important bills by putting them in an omnibus bill and making them start all over again when they had opportunity to have them move forward, Mr. Speaker, in an expeditious fashion so we could have good laws in Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Okay, please do débat. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I need my podium. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to speak on Bill C2. And before I speak, I need to get organized. The bill, which is an omnibus bill that combines 5 previously introduced conservative justice bills into one, C10, C22, C27, C32, and C35. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know, if we could have some silence here, Canadians need to know what exactly this omnibus bill is really about. It is an omnibus bill that tries to combine 5 legislation together. Why is it necessary to combine all these bills? And how will it affect legislators? What is the intent of the Conservatives in getting all these bills together? When they were fast-tracked previously, they were debated in committee thoroughly, amendments were made, and these amendments strengthened the bill and the legislation. Mr. Speaker, we as parliamentarians have a responsibility, and the responsibility is to be cognizant, to be...
Apologize for interrupting the honourable member for Don Valley East. We just have to deal with a couple of the issues with report stage, so I'll do this and then the honourable member can continue. I would like to deliver a revised ruling with respect to the report stage of Bill C2. It has come to my attention that of the 5 motions originally received in amendment for the report stage of Bill C2, motions 1 and 5 are in fact consequential to motion 2. Accordingly, I will allow both motions 1 and 5 to be selected and moved. However, I note that they will be in the same group as motion 2 and that the vote on motion 2 will apply to these 2 newly selected motions. A revised voting pattern is available at the table. Mr. Comartin, seconded by Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, moves that Bill C2 in Clause 40 be amended by replacing line 6 on page 37 with the following: vision ordered under subsection. Motion number 5, Mr. Comartin, seconded by Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, moves that Bill C2 in Clause 56 be amended by replacing line 6 on page 50 with the following: vision ordered under subsection. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East still has 9 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was mentioning, we as parliamentarians have to be cognizant and not pass bad legislation, and we have to ensure that we do not interfere in the justice process as well. And when these bills came before committee, Mr. Speaker, they were thoroughly debated. Our analysis shows that, if you want to get bills through government, that they have to be handled properly. And if they have to be handled properly, then they have to be prioritized. And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives have no priorities. They just want to create a hodgepodge of stuff. On October 26, 2006, the Liberals made the first offer to fast-track a package of justice bills through the House. And these included C9, as it had been amended, C18, which was DNA identification, C19, street racing, C22, age of consent, C23, criminal procedure, and C26, payday loans. And this offer, Mr. Speaker, effectively guaranteed that the Conservatives would have a majority to pass the legislation. On March 14, 2007, the Leader of the Opposition added Bill C-35, bail reform, to the list of bills that the Liberal caucus could fast-track as well. And despite this offer, Mr. Speaker, it took the Conservatives until May 30th to get the bill through committee. Now, if they were so keen, if they were so good on being hard on crime as they claim, then they should have been able to take this offer and do it. Mr. Speaker, the tough measures that the government is trying to claim it is bringing through its omnibus bills, according to a report which says Unlocking America, points out that they are costly and pointless. Mr. Speaker, the report goes on to say that due largely to tough-on-crime policies, the Unlocking America report says there are now 8 times as many people in U.S. prisons and jails as there were in 1970. Yet the crime rate today in the U.S. is about the same as it was in 1973. And there is little evidence that the imprisonment binge has had much impact on crime, says the report by the JFA Institute. So, Mr. Speaker, we as legislators are supposed to be here to pass good legislation, not bad legislation. We are here to debate, to amend. And there were amendments that were proposed to the bills, and these amendments, the members of the Conservatives on the committee did not want to pass through. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that we reflect on what these bills talked about. Bill C-10 talked about minimum penalties, and it proposed 5 years for a first offense and 7 years on a second or subsequent offense for 8 specific offenses involving the actual use of firearms, attempted murder, discharging a firearm with intent, sexual assault with a weapon, aggravated sexual assault, kidnapping, hostage-taking, robbery, and extortion. When the offense is gang-related or if a restricted or prohibited firearm, such as a handgun, is used. This was, Mr. Speaker, a bill that was brought to committee, and committee made the necessary amendments. And the committee still has a very grave concerns that this bill needs to be properly documented, and it has to be properly put in place so that legislators know what the intent of the legislation was. The creation of 2 new offenses, an indictable offense of breaking and entering to steal a firearm, and an indictable offense of robbery to steal a firearm. Mr. Speaker, there is no difference between this version of C-10 that passed through the House and the language used in C-2. So, Mr. Speaker, the question to be asked is why then group this in an omnibus bill? And nobody seems to get, from the government side, give us an answer. All they want to say is repeat their mantra, they are hard on crimes. But as I pointed out, the U.S. crime policy that they so desperately want to follow does not it fails the system. It doesn't do anything right. Mr. Speaker, C-22, which was the age of protection, and it proposed the raising of the age at which youths can consent to non-exploitative sexual activity, would raise from 14 to 16 years of age, and that maintaining the age of protection of 18 years for exploitative sexual activities. Mr. Speaker, through amendments, the committee brought about a 5-year close-in age. This was not there that was proposed by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, another question arises is what happens to the good amendments that were put through in the mandatory minimum penalties in the age of protection? And what about, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-23, which was criminal procedure? According to the Official Languages Act, the committee ensured that there were changes to the bill which said that a person who was a French-speaking person, if he was in court, that he should get a French counsel. Now, it is important, Mr. Speaker, to protect language rights in a country which has 2 official languages. We have to protect minority rights as well. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this bill not mentioned at all? The Bill C-27 deals with dangerous offenders, and it provides that an offender serving a long-term supervision order in the community who violates the conditions of the order is guilty of an offense, and the Crown can choose to hold a dangerous offender hearing following convictions. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was originally proposed by the Liberal Justice Critic. And the bill expands the possible sentence available to a judge following a finding that an individual is a dangerous offender, so that the judge can now impose a long-term supervision order or simply impose the sentence for the offense for which the offender has been convicted, in addition to the previous option of detention in prison for an indeterminate period which was previously available. Mr. Speaker, we go on to say now, you know, the Conservatives love to introduce bills, and they want to take credit for a lot of things, and they want to make it to the 6 o'clock news. So if something does not make to the 6 o'clock news, like Bill C-23, because it was protecting minority language rights, it doesn't bother. Mr. Speaker, so the last bill I'd like to speak about is Bill C-32, the drug recognition experts to conduct roadside sobriety tests. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is good to promise all sorts of things, but there is no funding. When you do not have funding, how will you get these experts? For example, in Sea Cow Pond, where would you get a person who is an expert? So it is very important that when we prepare bills and we make promises, that those promises have to be kept, that we have to provide the legislators with enough resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Just a quick comment. I realize that this particular member hasn't been on the Justice Committee as I had during that period of time. And I listened to all the debates and the witnesses that came forward and et cetera. Well, I want to go back to the year of 2006 during the election. I'm just curious, in my riding and several ridings in my area, all parties seem to agree they need to pass certain legislations that we have brought forward in this House since that election. I couldn't get a good debate from a Liberal or an NDP about the crime and who was going to do what. And they were quite convincing that they too wanted to see these very strenuous things carry on. The NDP pretty well held their ground when we got back after the election, but when we got to the committee and these bills started coming forward, as discussed during the election, as agreed to by the Liberals, I'm just wondering what in the world happened that all of a sudden they wanted to rip C9, for example, to shreds. They couldn't accept it the way that it was written, although that's what we promised to do during the election, and my candidate opposition certainly agreed to that. So I'm just wondering what in the world happened to these hard-on-crime people from the Liberal Party. They certainly disappeared since the election of 2006. Where'd they go?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear the Conservatives constantly repeat their mantra, hard on crime. I think they are hard on people who cannot defend themselves. Mr. Speaker, you're not hard on crime, you're stupid on crime. U.S. crime policy, that's what they want to. Tough measures, similar to the Tories' omnibus bills, are costly and pointless. That's what the report finds. Nobody has disappeared, Mr. Speaker. It was our amendments that were added value to the bill C10 and C9. We are respectful of people. We are respectful of understanding a holistic approach, Mr. Speaker. Nobody is soft on crime, Mr. Speaker. The member should understand that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one clarification, and the member from Don Valley East asked why an omnibus bill. I should clarify for her, and she should know, and perhaps she does know, that this, in fact, is not an omnibus bill.
That's right.
An omnibus bill actually is a piece of legislation that comes forward that has legislative impacts on various different ministries. So it would have to conclude, based on that, that an omnibus bill actually has a number of different ministry changes involved in it. This bill is very specific. It has 5 very specific points and clauses to it that are specific to the Justice Ministry. Therefore, she could claim that it is a comprehensive bill, but it certainly does not fall under the quote that she used, the term that she uses, omnibus bill. She may wish to call it that technically, and in the House she should be referring to this as a comprehensive bill. To that further, Mr. Speaker, she talks about all of the issues that the Liberal Party have so much difficulty with. I would remind her that the Liberal Party at committee, the committee that the members of her party that represented her at committee, in fact, moved one amendment to the entire bill. One amendment. So it would suggest to me that for the most part, the member should in fact, and I hope this is my question to her, how much time is she personally going to spend helping the folks over in the Senate, our good senators, most of them Liberal, that in fact they will rush this bill through the House, make it legislation, and make sure that she supports her members at committee who in fact supported the legislation and only moved one amendment at committee. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, again, truth could be stretched. They stretch it as much as possible. Why is there a need to combine all these bills? When the bills themselves are complex in nature, and they were, to blame the Senate. In almost every case, the Senate had dealt with these bills faster than the House. Of the 6 justice bills, Mr. Speaker, that were not passed by the summer break, only 4 had even reached the Senate. 2 that were there were C-27 and C-32. And of the 4 bills that were in the Senate, they had all been sent only in May or later. So, Mr. Speaker, let's have some fairness and some truth.
Resuming debate, will you please do débat?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C2, and I hope that my colleague for Wild Rose will remain with us so that we can have a discussion similar to the one that we had on other bills that we have passed. And I would like to begin by paying tribute here today to Honourable Justice Antonio Lemaire, the former Supreme Court Justice, Supreme Court Chief Justice, and probably one of the greatest criminal minds that Canada has ever given to the legal profession. I'm a criminal lawyer myself, and I have had an opportunity to meet Justice Lemaire, not in person, but at the Supreme Court, but rather I have used his decisions as case law. We know that from 1980 to 2000, the Supreme Court benches were called upon to interpret decisions based on the Canadian Charter of Rights, which came into force in 1982. And so, if I may, I'd like to pay tribute to Honorable Justice Lemaire, who played a considerable role in interpreting the laws that we are debating here and that then apply to all of the people of Quebec and Canada. Now, to come back to C2, this is a rather strange bill. It's a bill that we call an omnibus bill because it brings together C10, which dealt with minimum sentences for firearms-related offenses, C22, which involved the age of protection for children, C27, dangerous offenders, and C32, driving with faculties impaired, and C25, reverse onus relating to parole involving firearms. So once we have dealt with all of that, what the government wants to do is to bring together a whole bunch of bills, have an omnibus bill, and have the whole thing adopted. And I would say that many of these bills, 3 in fact, had already reached the Senate, and they died there on the order paper when the Conservative government decided to proceed with a new speech from the throne. And the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, is in favor and will be in favor of the principle of C2. We feel that C10, former C10, C22, and C35 had already been debated here in the House, and I had spoken out against one of these bills, but as I'm a great Democrat, I accepted the decision made by this House, and we will respect the democratic choice that was made to move forward with those bills. However, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I should like to point out that many of these bills should have been studied further, particularly the one that was C27, a bill involving dangerous offenders. And what happens is that when a person commits a third offense of a list of some 12 serious offenses, there will be a reverse onus applied. And I explained this to my caucus. I explained it here in the House. I have always been against a reverse onus because it implies that the accused must explain, and if he cannot explain, then he will be held accountable. That said, C2, the former C27, deals with part of the problem because there are some criminals that must be controlled, and there is a reason why they find themselves before the courts again and again, and the court is entitled to ask why they shouldn't be considered dangerous offenders, offenders that should be controlled for a lengthy period of time because of the offenses that they committed. And the Bloc Québécois wants it to be clear. We must first attack poverty, social inequity, and exclusion, because these are all fertile ground for frustration and violence and crime. And we can enact whatever legislation we want. At some point in time, we are going to have to find some way to counter crime, because if we don't counter it by dealing with poverty and exclusion, then there will be no other solution for some than to engage in crime, and that is not a solution, although some see it as the only solution that is possible for them. And the measures that are introduced have to have a positive impact, a true impact on crime, and it should be more than rhetoric or a campaign that is based on fear. It has to be more than an imitation of the American model, because their results are far from spectacular, and I say this with respect for this House. The solution is not to have minimum sentences. The solution is not to have a reverse onus, Mr. Speaker. What we need is to attack a problem that exists, a problem that unfortunately continues to exist. That is, the criminals are being released too quickly. And this has been repeated. The people are upset to see an individual who was sentenced to 36 months or 48 months or 52 months or 22 months out of detention 5, 6, or 7 months after being incarcerated. And someday our friends opposite will have to understand that it isn't by having tougher laws that crime will be reduced. We have to ensure that the criminals who are found guilty and sentenced will serve out their full sentence. And this is one of the problems that we have in Canadian society today. You don't need tougher laws to ensure that people stay in longer. What you want is to ensure that judges and courts review their decisions, but they may think that the decisions are and the sentences are too lengthy or too tough, and contrary to what the Conservatives have said, Clause 2 of the Charter applies, or Section 2 of the Charter applies, and if a sentence is too harsh, if it is almost, and how would I say this, if it is too tough for an offender, then the court has the authority to review that sentence. There are a number of objectives here, and we understand the scope of C2. We have to strengthen firearms-related offenses and sentences, and yes, we have to do that with 2 new types of offenses that relate to firearms and by increasing the minimum sentences, perhaps. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, that even if we increase the minimum sentences, we won't solve the problem because, Mr. Speaker, what we fear is not long-term incarceration. What people fear is the possibility of getting caught. And we have to check how police officers, how judges will implement this. I know there isn't much time left, Mr. Speaker, but if I may, I would like to quickly touch upon the fact that we have to fight impaired driving, and we would like, however, that the police find some way for those who are driving and drug impaired be able to determine that they are indeed drug impaired. And when I sat on the Justice Committee, all of the experts who appeared before us said, Mr. Speaker, that there is not yet a machine, a device to detect if someone has smoked marijuana or has taken cocaine. And these things can influence one's driving. I know this is important and that this bill is important, and I hope that when the House passes this bill and it goes on to the Senate, it will be passed quickly so that we can, and I know that many of the provisions that will be amended will be looked closely at by the courts and no doubt by the Supreme Court in coming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener.
Kitchener-Waterloo.
Kitchener-Waterloo.
I want to thank my colleague for his presentation. I guess I draw his attention to a report in the United States, Unlocking America, where the top 9 criminologists produced a report, and they essentially are saying that the policies of Get Tough on Crime in the United States are totally counterproductive. And in the United States, they have something like 2 million people incarcerated at any particular time. And they really show that there's also racial basis for who is incarcerated. And it says that 1/3 of all black males, one sixth of Latino males, versus 1 in 17 white males will go to prison during their lives. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is this. Why would this neoconservative government copy the tactics of another neoconservative government when it has been so clearly shown it just does not work? You know, when they're talking about producing safety, they're actually making things more unsafe.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is a quick answer. Personally, as a former criminal lawyer, I would say that you can't solve the problem that way. I agree with my colleague. You can't solve the problem by increasing the sentences, the minimum sentences. And you can't solve the problem because what people are asking for is not necessarily a longer sentence. What they want is for the individual who is incarcerated to serve out his time. And that's where the problem lies. And, Mr. Speaker, I would tell you that I have pled before judges where a client is sentenced to 22 months in jail, and when the judge sees him on the street 4 months later, it means that the judge analyzed the situation and said, well, you must serve 22 months, and it seems to me that he's expecting that person to serve 12 or 15 months. And when the person is out on the street after having served 4 months only, that is what people don't agree with. And I don't agree with the Conservatives when they say that we will have minimum sentences in all cases. That is not the solution, and it isn't true that crime will be reduced. Look at what's happening in the United States. They're our neighbors, we're close to them, and it's obvious that with minimum sentences they've solved absolutely nothing in the United States.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with a group from my constituency of Sarnia-Lambton, all members from various Catholic women's leagues in the riding. They presented me with several thousand signatures on white ribbons, representing names of constituents who had participated in the White Ribbons Against Pornography program. As Christian women, they realized the strong connection between pornography and other sexual crimes committed each and every day, and had collected the signatures to show the strength of their beliefs on the issue. They asked that I bring the attention of this huge problem to the lawmakers of our country. They referred to the connections between pornography and other crimes such as trafficking of women and children. They asked that we keep pressure on our members of Parliament to renew and toughen the laws that affect and damage our sense of freedom to come and go on our streets. I have the greatest admiration for this group and applaud them for their efforts to make this a better and safer country to live in. I challenge all members of this House to show the same respect for law, order and human dignity and support the justice bills that are before this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to congratulate Leo Chiboury, a resident of Prince Edward Island, who recently won the 2007 World University Service of Canada Alumni Award. Mr. Chiboury's award recognizes his exceptional contribution to international development through World University Service of Canada. This organization aims to foster human development through education and training. Mr. Chiboury has been active with the UPEI chapter of this organization for in excess of 20 years. Mr. Chiboury has contributed to many World University Service of Canada initiatives at UPEI. He played a key role in establishing Student Refugee Sponsorship Program, which allows student refugees from developing countries to continue their studies at this university. His years of commitment to this organization has made students more aware of global issues and has promoted international development. Mr. Speaker, please join me in offering my congratulations to Mr. Chiboury in this achievement and for his many years of dedicated volunteering. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Laurentides-de-la-Belle. Mr. Speaker, created in 1974, the Prix Judith Jasmin is the most prestigious journalism prize in Quebec. It is awarded by the Federation of Professional Journalists of Quebec to honor the best reports in print and broadcast media in Quebec. This year, the recipient of this prestigious award is journalist Marion Cornelier for her article dealing with women in politics entitled Women in the Shadows. This text, published in November 2006, shed a light that wasn't very glowing on the place of women in politics. It explains the behind-the-scenes role that the 6 women ministers in the Prime Minister's cabinet played. The Prime Minister is surrounded by a tight circle of male advisors. The female ministers keep a lower profile than their male counterparts. This article shed light on the place of women in politics, and particularly among this government. Congratulations to Manon Cornelier.
Dale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 75 years since the terrible Ukrainian genocide called the Holodomor. As many as 1 out of 4 Ukrainians, including millions of children, perished in the period from 1932 to 1933. Ukrainians died of starvation and disease while the Soviet Union ignored their plight and exported grain and other resources abroad. This terrible crime was largely ignored by the world community. Now, after 75 years, it's long overdue that we pay our respects to the over 1 million Canadians of Ukrainian heritage, some of whom are survivors and many of whom lost family during the Holodomor. We need to ensure that Canadians, especially Canadian students, learn about the Holodomor so that we can pledge to learn from the past and to build a better future. I'm proud to represent the riding of Parkdale High Park with a large Ukrainian community, and I want to thank them for educating me about this terrible event in our human history 75 years ago. I stand with them in recognizing the Holodomor and encourage all members to join one of Canada's largest communities as the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress launches a year of...
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, there's uranium in the Shield Company, a country of North Frontenac County. Following a sharp rise in the price for this commodity, local residents are getting an unpleasant introduction to Ontario mining law. The province has sold permits authorizing prospectors to enter any private property where the province owns the mineral rights and to dig trenches and exploratory pits. In the event there's nothing of value under the surface, the landowners will receive no compensation for any damage or inconvenience caused during exploration. But if the uranium deposit proves rich enough to warrant a mine, it will be the prospecting company, not the landowners, who will profit from selling the mineral rights. The land itself will be turned into an open-pit mine, and in return, landowners will get, essentially, nothing. Ontario's mining law dates from the 19th century, and frankly, change is well overdue. The Ontario Legislature should award all landowners the subsurface rights to their land and end this abuse of private property rights.
Right on. Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Graham Dennis, Canada's longest-serving newspaper publisher, was presented with the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2007 Atlantic Lifetime Achievement Award this fall. Mr. Dennis has served as publisher of the Halifax Chronicle-Herald for almost 54 years. He leads the largest independently owned newspaper in Canada in a province where Joseph Howe first established freedom of the press in the British colonies in the 1830s. In 2007, the Chronicle-Herald was named one of Canada's top 100 employers by Maclean's magazine, the only newspaper in Canada to receive this honour. The Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes Graham Dennis's dedication to maintaining a progressive, modern, and independent newspaper serving the people of Nova Scotia. Congratulations to Mr. Dennis, a proud Nova Scotian and a great Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in the House today to congratulate the Barrie Multicultural Association for opening their new office located on Bradford Street, donated by the generosity of Steve Sperling. This organization provides a support network for newcomers to find homes, jobs, and adjust to new life in Canada. Barrie's Multicultural Association has over 1,900 members. The different cultures that make up this association are Portuguese, Polish, Jewish, Filipino, Afro-Caribbean, Latino, South Asian, and Muslim. I would like to recognize the association's executive and board members, which include President Peter Silvera, Vice Chairman Peter Ramsey, Treasurer Elmore Kudani, Secretary Helena Arudo Rapso, and Directors Safraz Werek, Nancy Yole, Eden Ayuza, and Robert Zober. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend these talented individuals for their continuous efforts in making our city a better place for all.
The Honourable Member for Laval. November 25th is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. It celebrates the memory of the 3 Mirabal sisters, Dominican militants who were brutally assassinated in 1960. These three sisters symbolize the resistance of women. Worldwide, thousands of women suffer in silence after having been raped, assaulted, and beaten. They are afraid, they are ashamed, and they fear being punished if they speak. 90% of violence against women is done by men. A partner, a parent, a colleague, a boss, a foreigner who wants to humiliate her and scare her into silence. We have to unite to denounce rape, murder, and assault of all these women, be they in Darfur, Congo, Haiti, Aboriginal and Innu communities in our cities and towns. We have to defend the rights of women to live in respect and dignity without any fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, green is the color, football is the game, and last night Rider fans from coast to coast to coast celebrated a victory from the greatest football team in Canada. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, the Grey Cup is on a plane traveling back to Regina where thousands of fans await its arrival at Mosaic Stadium. I'd like to congratulate the Saskatchewan Rough Rider players, coaches, and the hundreds of thousands of fans who throughout the Rider Nation on their championship season. Head coach Ken Austin did a fantastic job throughout the year, and now the Grey Cup is ours. Mr. Speaker, Rider pride is alive and well not only in Regina, but throughout the province and throughout the country. The Riders are a community team, supported by virtually everyone who has ever lived in the province. The fans are simply the best around. Rider supporters stayed with their team through the highs and the lows, and now the residents of Saskatchewan can be proud of last night's win and showing that a victory from the province is well-deserved for everyone who bleeds green and white. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of this Assembly to join with me in saluting the pride of the prairies, Canada's favourite football team,
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, PEI congratulates Saskatchewan. For years now, PEI Islanders have been putting up with inadequate passport services. With the new rules requiring Canadians to have passports to travel to the United States, demand far outstrips available services. It's unacceptable that Prince Edward Island continues to be the only province without a passport office. Receiving agents are not enough. They can only review applications, not process them. Islanders who need a passport on short notice still have to drive to Halifax or Fredericton. This is not a short trip. It's approximately 700 to 800 kilometers round trip, plus the total cost for the Confederation Bridge. When the passport requirements extend to land border crossings next summer, the demand for passports will be massive. Opening an office in PEI would reduce the workload in the other regional offices, making it easier for Islanders to get their passports, and would free up constituency office workers to do constituency office work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, at the recent Commonwealth Summit in Uganda, there was a lot of misinformation being spread by some countries who were more interested in playing politics than taking real action on climate change. Some of these countries wanted to let others off the hook when it comes to reductions. The world tried that and it didn't work. The truth is our Prime Minister played a leadership role by working hard with his Commonwealth partners to achieve consensus, especially with the developing world. Canada's position on global action on climate change has been clear. Any agreement must include targets for everyone, especially big emitters like China, India, and the United States. We will not accept any agreement that does not include all countries because everyone must do their part to reduce greenhouse gases. As for the criticism from the Liberal leader, this is coming from a man who let our greenhouse gases rise to 33% above our Kyoto targets. The fact is, our government was very clear about its environmental policy in the speech from the throne. That policy passed, and that policy has the confidence of the House of Commons.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world. In contrast, on October 4th, the United States Senate unanimously passed Senator Patty Murray's Bill 742, the Ban Asbestos Bill. And in contrast, again, Canada in the last year increased its production and its export. Mr. Speaker, Canada allows asbestos to be used in construction materials, textiles materials, and even children's toys. On November 28th, new research will indicate the number of common household products where asbestos is used, and it will list those children's toys. Mr. Speaker, our Department of Justice lawyers are acting like international globe-trotting propagandists for the asbestos industry as they pollute the third world and developing nations with this carcinogen. The Canadian Cancer Society condemns asbestos and calls for its ban, as does the World Health Organization, the ILO.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, November is Health Month. Tommy Douglas, foyer.
Tommy Douglas saw Medicare as a means to keep people healthy and not just get them back on their feet, wobbly though they may be, when illness strikes. November is also the beginning of cold season.
25% of Canadians may get the flu each year, although most people recover completely. 4,000 to 8,000 Canadians, mostly seniors, die every year from pneumonia related to flu, and many others die from many other serious complications of flu.
Rolling up a sleeve to get a flu shot is the simplest and most effective way to protect ourselves.
I want to remind my colleagues here in the House of Commons that they can get their flu shots at the clinic being run tomorrow, and I want to encourage all Canadians across the country this winter to wash their hands, stay home when they're contagious, and roll up their sleeves to win.
The Honourable Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Antonio Lamer, passed away. This criminal lawyer was the head of the highest court in the land for 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. He was recognized for his great contribution to law reform, and more particularly for his work interpreting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. He participated in the historic judgment decriminalizing abortion and rendered decisions on Aboriginal law that are still references in legal circles. He also made very political decisions, such as his reference regarding the secession of Quebec and the federal obligation to negotiate. He was the founder of the Quebec Defense Attorneys Association and was awarded recognition by the Order of Merit of the University of Montreal. My Bloc colleagues and I wish to offer our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Antonio Lamer.
Saga East, Cooksville.
Last week, the government claimed to be addressing identity theft without touching industries that traffic and surreptitiously obtain personal information and credit histories. There is nothing to prevent retailers from violating the privacy of customers by selling purchase histories, unlisted phone numbers, and credit information to U.S.-based telemarketing firms. Worse, these firms are under no legal obligation to reveal the source of credit histories they purchase to target Canadians for U.S. credit card companies. Regrettably, the same information that makes you a candidate for pre-approved credit also makes you a candidate to be a victim of fraud. I ask the government to take immediate steps to prevent companies from selling personal information without obtaining consent. If the government is serious about curbing identity theft, it cannot allow a free-for-all in the possession and sale of the ammunition that makes identity theft possible.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, during the Commonwealth Summit that took place recently in Uganda, certain countries which are more concerned about politics than real change circulated incorrect information. The Prime Minister played a leadership role trying to find consensus together with his Commonwealth partners, especially those from developing countries. Canada's position on climate change is clear. We must have targets for everyone, especially the major emitters such as China, India, and the US. We will not accept an agreement that doesn't include all countries because all must do their part to reduce greenhouse gases. As far as the criticism from the Liberal leader is concerned, this is a man who let greenhouse gas emissions go 33% above Kyoto targets. The throne speech was there, very clear about environmental policy. This policy was adopted and has the confidence of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the world agrees. Climate change must be fought by firm targets and binding commitments. The world agrees, except the Prime Minister of Canada and George W. Bush. At the Commonwealth Conference, the Prime Minister stood in the way of progress. He sabotaged the conference. Why is the Prime Minister leading Canadians in a race to the bottom on the worst ecological threat facing humanity?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister did is provide real and genuine leadership to try to get all the big emitters to accept binding targets. Canada believes we have an important leadership role to play. Leadership means going first. That's why we've set aggressive targets, a 20% absolute reduction in greenhouse gases by 2020 and up to 60 and 70% by 2050, something, Mr. Speaker, we never saw under the previous Liberal government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister showed at the Commonwealth Conference that he doesn't believe in climate change. He spent his whole adult life denying its very existence. When you don't have any conviction, you can't make bold decisions for Canada or for the world. Is there still any chance this government will refrain from sabotaging the UN conference in Bali? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's much more than making the right decisions. You have to act, and the previous government never acted to reduce greenhouse gases. Our government thinks it's very important. In the struggle against climate change, we need targets for everyone, especially the largest emitters like the US, China, and India. Why does the opposition leader, why did he never do anything? He needs to explain that to everyone, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Instead of leading by example and agreeing to binding targets, this Prime Minister engaged in sabotage at the Commonwealth Conference.
Exactly.
We want all nations to be part of this fight against climate change, but you don't lead in saying to others, after you first. When you're Canada, you lead. Will the government refrain from sabotaging?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
This leader had his chance, and now he sits back on the opposition benches and wonders what might have been. We are not prepared to allow the big emitters, the big polluters like the United States, like China and India to get off the hook. We need all the big emitters on board. Everyone with an oar in the water, rowing together, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, he had his chance to stand up for the environment, and this House of Commons gave this government a mandate, and that member, as usual, was sitting on his hands.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister believes that everyone's wrong about climate change. The Commonwealth's wrong. The UN's wrong. The scientists are wrong. But in Bali, the whole world will discover that the Conservatives' plan will provide for an increase in greenhouse gases until 2050. Is that what people are going to say in Bali, that he's the one that's wrong? The Honourable Environment Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely obligatory to have all the major players have targets to reduce greenhouse gases. Canada, for 10 long years after Kyoto was signed, did absolutely nothing under the Liberal Party in power. So it's time now to stop talking and start doing. That's why this government has regulations for major industries. That's why we're acting in a lot of areas, and that's something that was completely unseen for 13 long years. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, it's exactly the action that's missing. At the Commonwealth Summit, the Prime Minister's approach was, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. And when the Commonwealth turned to Canada and asked to commit to binding targets, Canada looked away. The government doesn't want binding targets, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't want the world to know that its own Made in Canada plan will see emissions rise until 2050. Isn't that the truth that you want to hide at Bali?
That's it. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, I concede the Liberal Party knows a lot about rising greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. Let's look at what the Globe and Mail said on November the 23rd. Any regime that would impose binding targets only on some emitters and specifically exclude all major emitters would fall well short of an international response that is urgently needed. This is a crisis of environmental and world proportions. We need all hands on deck. We need all countries to accept binding targets so we can get the job done for our planet, something that this government is committed to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Australians have just dumped John Howard because of his position on Kyoto, but our Prime Minister has found nothing better to do than to use the Commonwealth Conference to sabotage an agreement that would set absolute reduction targets. He even had the nerve to state that the Kyoto Protocol was an error, a mistake that shouldn't be repeated. Isn't he showing his true colors? I.e., that he's the champion of the oil industry and he's using all his political clout to counter any real climate change plan. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, that's not the case at all. There are some countries that think it's a good idea to have only 4 of the 50 Commonwealth countries doing anything. We have a different position. We think it's important for all major countries to take action. Everyone has to work on this to fight climate change. We need all oars in the water. Every country has to do its share. We're willing to do our share. We're going to help reduce greenhouse gases by 20% by 2020. The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. Can the Minister explain to us how large countries like France, Great Britain, and Germany will be able to reach their Kyoto targets? Can he explain to us how major industries like aluminum, pulp and paper in Quebec have managed significantly to reduce their greenhouse gases? Will he admit, finally, that he prefers to protect oil interests because the oil industry pollutes and is doing absolutely nothing to reduce its own greenhouse gas emissions? The Honourable Environment Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reason is simple. For countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, and France, they started taking action 10 years ago. But we, under the Liberal government and with the Bloc here, have seen a 33% increase over Kyoto targets. That's why it's time now to take action. That's why we need all major countries like Europe, China, India, and Canada to act now. That's why we're working very hard on this file. It's very important. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. The fact is that the Prime Minister shamed us this weekend. He acted like an environmental criminal. The Prime Minister is turning his back on the future. And countries doing like the U.S., they prefer to ignore the problems. Is the Prime Minister aware that by acting this way, he's working against the planet's interests and against the interests of Quebec and Canada's economy? The Honourable Environment Minister.
10 years ago in December, the world gathered in Japan to sign the Kyoto Protocol. That protocol required countries right across the world to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it did one thing badly. It left out 70% of countries with greenhouse gas emissions. That's why we need to get everyone on board. We need to get the big countries like China and India on board, the United States on board. But it's also important that Canada begins to act, and that's why this government is moving forward with an aggressive plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions, something that was absent for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is still working actively for Bali to be a failure. And he's refused to have the opposition come along with him. Is that not evidence that he doesn't want people to know what he's actually doing, which is actively working to bury the Kyoto Protocol for once and for all. The Honourable Environment Minister.
The government is working to try to see a successful next round of negotiations at Bali. We want to see a regime that would have binding targets on all the big countries. Canada is responsible for 2%, well beyond our share on a per capita basis. We're prepared to go first to provide real leadership. We've set aggressive targets, but we also want to get countries like the United States, like China, like India on board, Mr. Speaker. I'm also going to work hard to get the Premier of Ontario, Dalton McGuinty, on board because we want to help him close all those coal-fired plants he promised to by this year, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government keeps hiding behind the incompetence and negligence of the Liberals. And it's true, they did nothing for 10 years. But today they're hiding behind their record and behind India and China. Kyoto is part of Canada's law. And my question is this: where is the Conservative government going to hide from future generations when the planet starts getting dangerously warmer? The Honourable Environment Minister.
That's exactly the point. The planet will continue to get dangerously warmer if we continue to go in the trajectory that we're going on. If we want to reduce in absolute terms the greenhouse gases in this world, Mr. Speaker, the developed world, rich countries like Canada, have got to lead by example, but we also need big countries like China and India on board. That's why we're going to work constructively to bring these countries on board so that we can make meaningful progress in the fight against climate change. Aspirational goals don't cut it. We need solid targets, Mr. Speaker, by all major emitters.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, we don't have hard targets, we do have aspirational goals, as in the void, the vacuum created by the vacuous statements of this irresponsible government. We're talking about the greatest ecological crisis the world has ever faced. All of the scientists that have looked at this issue agree with it. This government is going to have to be held to account by future generations. What's their excuse? They can't hide behind the Liberals anymore. They can't hide behind China and India. What are they going to do to meet their obligations to the future?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, if we're going to act, we need to act in concert. Leadership means going first. That's why Canada is prepared to accept national binding targets, Mr. Speaker. But if we're to be successful globally in fighting greenhouse gas emissions, that is not enough. We need countries like the United States. We need countries like China. We need countries like India to accept binding targets, just as Canada is prepared to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, just 5 years ago, the Prime Minister ridiculed the climate change science. And now, from high on his perch, he has the nerve to say to the 169 countries that signed the Kyoto Protocol that they made a serious mistake. Does he really think Canadians are going to believe him? Why does the Prime Minister want to weaken the will of other countries who claim to be willing to fight climate change? The Honourable Environment Minister.
There are a large number of countries who don't want to accept obligations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in their own country. Canada is prepared to act. Canada is prepared to accept binding national targets, but we need everyone aboard. We need countries like China, like India, like the United States, to join Canada and to accept binding targets, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 10 years, greenhouse gas emissions have spiraled out of control, both here in Canada, when that member was in the Liberal cabinet, and around the world. This planet demands better, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, if there's any mistake, it's this Conservative government that made it. When we look at what the Prime Minister did, he's a maverick on the international scene. Why is he prescribing a recipe that's going to be a disaster and torpedo the Bali conference? Why doesn't he admit that he's a saboteur? The Honourable Minister.
Party are saying do as I say, not do as I did, Mr. Speaker. We had 10 years of Liberals in control of this file. Each and every one of those years, greenhouse gas emissions rose. They were supposed to go down, Mr. Speaker. They signed on to an international protocol, sat on their hands for 5 years before they ratified it, and then commenced the same thing. This member had an opportunity to stand up for the environment when she was in Cabinet. She failed, and she had an opportunity to stand up and vote for this government's environmental policy, and she sat on her hands, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, for a decade, the Prime Minister has showcased his various positions to raise money and rally support to stop any meaningful action on climate change. First, he denounces the science. He calls it a Kyoto, a money-sucking socialist scheme. He claims it would cause economic ruin, and he called it the worst international agreement Canada's ever signed. Now he stands alone, a pariah, a one-man wrecking crew, singled out as the roadblock to international progress. Why does he insist on isolating Canada as the sole obstacle in the entire Commonwealth? Just what exactly is he aspiring to?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as greenhouse gases skyrocketed out of control under 10 years of Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, there was one man at the side of the Liberal leader, Mr. Speaker, one man giving advice to the Prime Minister, one man who was in charge of giving advice to the Liberal cabinet, Mr. Speaker. It was the member for Ottawa South. No wonder why greenhouse gas emissions went up so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, for the Minister's benefit, leadership means leading the world to do more, not less. Since the government took office, we've seen backsliding at home and backstabbing on the international stage. From Bonn to Nairobi and New York to Kampala, the government has tirelessly led the world in abandoning Kyoto commitments. And now it looks like the knives are out for Bali. The planet's in trouble, and it needs binding targets now, not in 2010. Does the government not realize that this is the way to lead China and India to do the same?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, this member says leading the world to do more, not less. How about acting in Canada? That would have been nice for a change, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're taking real action. Mandatory regulations for all the large polluters, Mr. Speaker. Action on transport. Action on energy efficiency and conservation. I'll tell you what else leadership is all about, Mr. Speaker. It's about standing up and being counted, and that member failed to do it on the throne speech.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Government of Quebec announced an assistance plan for manufacturing. The Premier of Quebec, Jean Charest, called on Ottawa to come to the table in keeping with the commitment it made in the throne speech. That's the federal government. Does the industry minister hear what the former Conservative leader Jean Charest is saying as Premier about the crisis that manufacturing is undergoing? The Honourable Industry Minister. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, but we disagree. Since we came to power, the manufacturing industry has been, in our view, a pillar of the Canadian economy, and we've also said that our government continues to create an environment for that industry. And I appreciate the situation right now. It's not favorable, but the industry has to invest. It has to create jobs. And each level of government will do its share. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, when a person's terminally ill, they need serious intervention. Not only did Jean Charest condemn the federal absence, he also said that the federal government is still missing in action, and the labor movement has also condemned federal inaction, even though the federal government has the financial means to do something. And the Association of Managers has also called on the federal government to intervene rapidly. Given the unanimous opinion, doesn't the government realize it should act now? The Honourable Industry Minister.
Opinion is by no means unanimous. Our country continues to have a strong and healthy economy. We have the highest growth level in the G7. We have an unemployment rate that is at a 33-year low, Mr. Speaker, 5.8%. Last year, in excess of 345,000 jobs were created in the Canadian economy. This year, we're on target for the same sort of job creation. Everyone acknowledges that there are challenges in the manufacturing sector. We will continue to work with industry leaders and we'll continue to work with other governments. However, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, there is certainly a slowing of demand in the United States economy, and we will continue to encourage industry.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I think that with expected surplus of over $11 billion, the Conservative government has no reason for doing nothing, and they need to come up with a genuine assistance program with loans, loan guarantees, diversification programs for affected communities. What's the finance minister and the government waiting for before going ahead with such measures and responding to the call of industry and the Bloc's proposals? The Honourable Industry Minister.
Accurate to say that the government has been waiting for anything. The government has been taking action under the leadership of the Minister of Finance, and it's been very concerted action that is helping the manufacturing sector. There are some workforce reductions, but investments in machinery have been increasing in response to the accelerated capital cost allowance that have been put forward by this government. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government is moving towards the lowest corporate income tax rates anywhere in the G7, and this will continue to encourage investment.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. It's called leadership. Is that what they call leadership? The thousands of jobs that have been lost since the Conservatives took office after the closure of 2 plants in my riding, in Val d'Or and La Sarre. Now Collins Eichmann is closing their doors too. Given this disaster, doesn't the minister realize that the manufacturing industry can't wait any longer, and the minister should announce immediate steps to come to their assistance, given the $11 billion surplus he has to work with? The Honourable Industry Minister.
Remains that in 2006, the Canadian economy created in excess of 345,000 jobs. At this point, 10 months into 2007, the Canadian economy has created even more jobs than that, in excess of 345,000 jobs. The answer lies really in lowering corporate income taxes, being competitive, making sure that Canadian industry is in a position to compete in worldwide markets. The answer is not, Mr. Speaker, bloc isolationism and protectionism.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities estimates a $123 billion infrastructure deficit that is putting our cities on the verge of collapse. The government's response to this crisis? Insults. What does the Finance and the Transport Minister tell our mayors? Stop whining. The government repackaged $22 billion from Liberal programs, but only committed a pittance for our cities over the next 7 years. With bridges collapsing and water plants in jeopardy, when will the government take this crisis seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
My colleague from St. John has in fact managed to get it precisely wrong. What our government has done is acted. We put forward a $33 billion Building Canada Fund. This is a project and a plan that is going to mean real results in communities across this country. Every region, every community, large and small, is going to see real benefits from this program. The only question that I have from my member from St. John is why did he vote against the largest infrastructure program since the end of the Second World War and abandon his constituents in St. John?
Order. The honourable member for St. John. Order.
Mr. Speaker, $22 billion of those were Liberal programs. Canada's mayors know. They know, Mr. Speaker, how to do their jobs, and they know how dire the situation is. They know that municipal infrastructure in this country is on the verge of utter collapse. But this government doesn't take mayors seriously. That's disgraceful. That's neglect. And their disdain is for all Canadians. The mayors left Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, with a bag full of insults, just like the seniors did in income trusts. Will the Prime Minister ask his ministers to treat Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
Well, the member puts an actual contradiction in his own question. If the Liberals got the job done, why are the mayors complaining? The mayors are complaining because the Liberals didn't get the job done. This government is getting the job done. $33 billion in the Building Canada Fund, money going to be spread across this country. Every region will benefit, including his own constituents. Even if he won't vote for their benefit, we'll get the job done for the people of New Brunswick and his own constituents in St. John.
Honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Ontario just wants Ontario to be treated fairly, with respect to representation in the House of Commons. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet the only responses he gets from this government is small-minded insults. Does the Minister for Democratic Reform have any argument based on fact to explain why Ontario is treated differently from all others? Or does he have nothing to offer but childish gibberish?
The honourable government House Leader. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member would familiarise herself with the current law in the books, she'll see that there's actually a lot of accumulated rules that cause all kinds of provinces to be treated differently, and they have various grandfathering clauses. But one of the consequences is that Ontario, Alberta, and BC are severely underrepresented in the House of Commons under that existing law. We're looking to correct that, to give them more seats. Apparently, they want to either take away those guarantees that other provinces have now or render them meaningless, or ensure that Alberta, BC, and Ontario continue to be underrepresented. We won't allow that to happen. We'll protect the guarantees that small provinces have, and we'll give fairness for the other provinces as well.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, what part of representation by population doesn't he understand? This is about fairness. I'm astonished that all Conservative MPs from Ontario are missing in action on this file, and the NDP have gone into hiding right along with them. Ontario soundly rejected the Conservative vision in the last provincial election, and Ontarians continue to reject the mean-spirited attitude of the federal neo-conservatives. Is this government trying to disenfranchise Ontario voters as a revenge for their electoral choices?
The honourable government House Leader. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario is disenfranchised today under a law that government never changed, the Liberal Party never changed when they had two chances. And they didn't do it for Alberta, they didn't do it for BC, they did not do one thing to advance representation by population. We're seeking to correct that when we're doing it in a way that respects the guarantees to smaller provinces without wiping them out. Perhaps she wants to eliminate those guarantees, or perhaps she doesn't want to help out BC, Alberta, and Ontario. We want to do both of those. We want to ensure they're both protected and there is fairness.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it has been estimated that nearly 10 million children under the age of 5 die from preventable causes every year. Regrettably, half of all the child and maternal deaths in the world occur in Africa. Canada has been a world leader in terms of aid delivery in the fight against HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. In fact, our government continues to work toward the eradication of extreme poverty in developing countries. Will the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Cooperation tell the House what this government is doing to combat child mortality rates?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank to the member for Cambridge. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you that Canada's government is making a difference, and a positive one. This morning in Tanzania, the Prime Minister launched the Canadian-led initiative to save 1 million lives. Tanzania, this program will deliver basic, cost-effective, and life-saving health services to mothers and children in countries where the needs are greatest. The Prime Minister said this morning we'll be delivering $105 million and training over 40,000 healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, this government's not sitting on its hands. It's getting positive things done, both at home and for people around the world.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Order.
Mr. Speaker, after months of Conservative indifference and years of Liberal inaction, more and more Toronto families are slipping into poverty. Since 1990, the number of Toronto families living in poverty has doubled. Today, 30% of families live in poverty, and more than half of Toronto's single-parent-led families are poor. This government, like previous Liberal governments, is letting Canada's largest city fall farther and farther behind. With today's United Way report, can this government tell us why does it have billions of dollars for corporate tax cuts and nothing to help poor families in the city of Toronto?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue, and it deserves to be dealt with on the basis of facts. Statistics Canada reveals, Mr. Speaker, that over the last number of years, instances of poverty have actually been decreasing year after year after year, Mr. Speaker. That's good news. We need to make sure that we take advantage of that by training people to get into the labor market. We're investing today more money than any government in history in training, Mr. Speaker, in affordable housing and childcare. But, Mr. Speaker, some people are proposing raising the GST. It's not an answer to tax people living in poverty, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Brampton, for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When will this government wake up? Today's United Way report is the third in 18 months that has sounded the alarm of the growing gap that is leaving so many behind in Toronto. Toronto families are losing ground on every measure, in median incomes, in the percentage of low-income families, and in the number of families living in poverty. There's been a net loss of jobs, with good-paying jobs being replaced by temporary, part-time and contract work with no security, no benefits, and thanks to the previous Liberal and now Conservative governments, no unemployment insurance. When can this government...
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious problem, and really the member is obliged to stick to the facts. The truth is, in the last 22 months, 652,000 jobs have been created in this country. Year over year, we've seen a wage increase of 4.1% as of October, Mr. Speaker. Wages are rising. That said, we have to do more, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're investing in training to the degree that we are. Today, I signed another agreement to provide training for Inuit in this country, Mr. Speaker. Those are important initiatives, Mr. Speaker, because they not only give people a job, they give people some hope, which they need.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, today Campaign 2000 condemned this government for failing Canada's children. The report shows almost 1 million children live in poverty in Canada, and over 280,000 children in Canada use food banks. The Liberal Party has proposed a plan which will help 30% of Canadian families living in poverty get out, and will cut child poverty by 50%. When will this government show some leadership, step up to the plate, and take action with a plan to reduce poverty in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually the Liberal Party is proposing raising the GST, Mr. Speaker. I don't see how that can possibly help people who are living in poverty today. But, Mr. Speaker, the member raises her plan. The Toronto Star pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that not only has the Liberal Party not costed their initiatives or explained how they would deal with the various contradictions in their platform, Mr. Speaker, towards supporting these various initiatives, the Star also points out that the Liberal leader has no idea of what it's like to live in poverty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know life was tough for professors in the 1950s, especially when they couldn't get that team.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, the government needs to stop playing games, rise above partisan politics, and take some action for the children of Canada. The report showed that single-income First Nations and immigrant families are also living in poverty. It confirms what the Liberals have been saying for months. It confirms that we have a leader, we have a party that cares. We have a national action plan to reduce poverty versus a Prime Minister and a government who simply refuses to listen. Mr. Speaker, are Canadians that are living in poverty being ignored because the Conservatives think they have no votes? What are they?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about their 30-50 plan, but frankly, we can't wait that long to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, this government has put in place a working income tax benefit. We put in place $1.4 billion for affordable housing. Today we're investing more in childcare, more in training than any government in history, Mr. Speaker. And how did the Liberals respond to that? They voted against it at every stage. That's their stand on poverty.
Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has decided that Canada would only seek clemency for Canadians facing the death penalty abroad on a case-by-case basis, when it suits them. I'd like to ask this government, will they seek clemency for Chen Niger, a Canadian citizen convicted in China who faces a death sentence for car smuggling? How can they have any credibility on this issue after choosing not to seek clemency for a Canadian citizen now facing the death penalty in Montana?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
We're very clear that we would have a look into every case, Mr. Speaker, and with respect to the case in China, we'll have a close look at that.
Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, Bashir Maktal, a Canadian citizen, has been held in Ethiopia since January. He is potentially facing the death penalty and is allegedly being tortured. His family has received no assistance from this government and has launched a lawsuit against the government of Ethiopia on their own. The Minister of Justice claims Canada still supports the UN's death penalty moratorium. Will Mr. Maktal be caught up in the Conservative government's betrayal of the principle of the death penalty?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, if there's any Canadians anywhere in the world potentially in difficulty, I'm sure that Canadian consular officials, will be in touch with that individual, so we'll certainly look into it. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect to human rights and standing up for human rights, this government has a record second to none.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordeaux. Order. Mr. Speaker, today Quebec seniors and FEDEC remind the government of its obligations to seniors. They are demanding a decent income for seniors, and they're asking the government to add, particularly for low-income seniors. They're asking for a reform of the Guaranteed Income Supplement program. And now that the minister has been made aware of this by seniors, will he take the opportunity to announce that he will grant full retroactivity as well as indexation to seniors, as the Bloc Québécois has been demanding? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Speaker, the member should note that benefits are in fact indexed. But, Mr. Speaker, Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, Guaranteed Income Supplement, these are extraordinarily important programs, Mr. Speaker. We have committed in our election platform to ensure their sustainability. In fact, we've enhanced those programs, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of letting people know, Mr. Speaker, we have conducted extensive advertising campaigns to make sure people know. We go on to reserve, Mr. Speaker, into homeless shelters to make sure that everyone understands that there are benefits available to them.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, in Africa, the Prime Minister won't meet the 0.7% of the GDP in terms of aid contributions by 2015, and Canadian aid will only be 0.29% in 2010, about half of the target that was set. This deadline is making Canada go backwards, and there is no new money being given by the Prime Minister. Is he not realizing that Canada is regressing when it comes to this aid? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for International Cooperation.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, about the tremendous difference that we're making around the world, and the announcement this morning in Tanzania to assist families there. But also, this government's committed as well to doubling the international aid envelope in Africa by 2010 from 2002 levels. Mr. Speaker, we're doing everything we can to make sure that effective aid is delivered around the world. We're not sitting on our hands, as some of this chamber are doing all too often. We're going out and making a difference, not just for the people here, but for the people who need us around the world.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. The Grey Bear Plan gave us the green belt to create a green, modern, avant-garde capital. There are farms, forests, and wetlands that offer leisure opportunities and learning opportunities. The value of green belts for urban sectors has been recognized in Europe for some time. The new NCC chairman, Mr. Russell Mills, is suggesting that urban development take place in the green belt. Will the government allow Mr. Mills to do this and ruin this jewel, which is our green belt? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm very much aware that a member for the National Capital Region agrees with these policies, and I agree with the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of food safety and product recalls, in particular children's toys, have affected families across Canada
and have led to a growing concern about the safety of products entering this country. That is why in the throne speech, our government committed to introduce measures on food and product safety to ensure families have confidence in the quality and safety of what they buy. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health please update this House on what action is being taken to ensure the safety of products entering Canada? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener for his question. Canadians deserve to have confidence in the food they eat and the products they buy to ensure that they are safe for themselves and their families. That is why the Minister of Health is right now, as we speak, in Beijing, meeting with the Chinese Minister of Health to discuss product safety in terms of sharing information, regulatory requirements, and lab testing procedures. We are taking action to ensure the health and safety of all Canadians. We are getting the job done.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is becoming clear that the government is making profits on the backs of students. The government is charging twice what is paid to the Bank of Canada. And when we consider the increasing debt of students and increase tuition fees, why does the government intend to make more than $550 million in profits on the backs of students? Why not reduce the interest rates for student loans? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, the member has her facts wrong. In fact, the Canadian Student Loan Program does not make a profit, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell the member that this government has undertaken to reform this program, to make it more flexible, effective, and easier to use, Mr. Speaker. That's in the interest of everyone, and we have committed to making our results known in Budget 2008.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I forgot. It is only when it involves oil companies that this doesn't count.
Now, this government rejects over 10,000 applicants for interest relief per year, 2,000 of applicants for permanent disability relief. Then it spends $180 million on private collection pit bulls to hunt down struggling student borrowers. Why do big banks and big oil get billions in corporate tax profits when young graduates who actually drive our economy get shafted with high interest on their student loans and are broke?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, rhetoric aside, this is a very important issue. The member is wrong on her facts, but pretty obviously, Mr. Speaker, the student loan system is very complicated. We want it to serve students better. We've invested heavily in education, $800 million investment in education this year, a 40% increase, Mr. Speaker, and we are committed to trying to make the system more flexible, effective, and easier to use, Mr. Speaker, and we will have results from that study very soon.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want answers to some troubling questions in the Mulroney-Schreiber affair, but all they're getting from this government is deny, delay, and distract. Will Mr. Schreiber be given access to his documents so that he can give informed testimony to the committee? Will the Justice Minister ensure that Mr. Schreiber be able to appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee this week, or is the Minister still trying to shut him up?
Minister of Justice.
I guess he didn't speak with the chairman of the Ethics Committee, Mr. Speaker. I received a letter from the chairman of the Ethics Committee on Thursday, and I responded with the assurances that he asked on Friday.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was recently in Uganda, attending the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, where they were discussing the important issue of climate change. Canada's position on global action on climate change has been clear that any agreement must include all major emitters like China and India. Can the Minister of the Environment say how Canada is continuing to demonstrate its environmental leadership on the world stage?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Canada's providing leadership by going first, setting some aggressive, strict targets for the next 13 years, and actually acting, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Calgary Herald quotes someone who's known as a great wise helmsman on these issues. And the Calgary Herald says, "It makes no sense for Canada, which emits 2% of the world's greenhouse gases, to ratify a treaty forcing deep cuts unless the largest nations sign on," Mr. Speaker.
Who said that?
Who said that? The member for Wascana.
No!
Order. The Honourable Member for Rimouski Neige Témiscouata Le Basque. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, thousands of seniors living in poverty are deprived of a benefit for which they qualify, but of which they are unaware. They have to be found and helped. The government decided to allocate millions for an ad campaign that explains how close Service Canada is without dealing with this urgent problem. It's immoral and inhuman. These amounts could have been used to improve the GIS program. Does the minister think truly that seniors living in poverty will come upon Service Canada on a curling rink?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. That's why we have taken a number of steps to make sure that people are more aware of the benefits that are available to them. And, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-36, we took steps so that once someone has filed for GIS, and as long as they continue to file their income tax, they will never have to reapply for it again. This is a very important step, Mr. Speaker, that will ensure that tens of thousands of people will be saved the paperwork and the hassle that they've had to face up until now.
That will conclude the question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Member for West Nova is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in a question that I raised in question period today to the Minister of Justice relating to the ability of Mr. Schreiber to appear at the Ethics Committee, the Minister of Justice indicated that a letter had been sent to the chair of the Ethics Committee indicating that, and I paraphrase, but that Mr. Schreiber would be available to appear at the committee. I would respectfully request that since that letter had been sent to the chair and not to members of the committee and was referred to by the minister in his response, that he table a copy of that letter so that it becomes available to all members of the committee and all members of Parliament.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Actually, I didn't quote from the letter. Why does he just talk to his colleague? I mean, what's he need my help for?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my question this afternoon, I was citing some statistics from a United Way report that was released this morning. The Honourable Minister for Human Resources and Social Development challenged my statement, which was, in fact, a quote or a citing from this report. And I think in the interest of correcting the record, I think it would be welcome to have the Minister, in fact, rephrase that statement to show that I was not, my facts were not wrong. My facts were taken directly from a report released this morning, and I would welcome his action on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member knows that the Chair doesn't tend to get into arguments about the facts. Maybe tabling of documents, but there's often dispute about facts, and I don't think it's for the Chair to decide on those matters, so I'm not sure the member's raised a valid point, but I'm sure the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development will observe her concerns, and if appropriate remedy is at hand and necessary, he'll undertake that. Now, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George is rising on a point of order as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not the same one. Mr. Speaker, last week in the government's questioning, the Leader of the Official Opposition's questioning of the government, specifically the Minister of Public Safety, regarding the taser incident in British Columbia, he made a quotation. I will table these, Mr. Speaker. He quoted the BC government as saying the reason that they formed their own taser inquiry was because, and I quote, there is a vacuum of leadership at the federal government. And he went on with his question. Mr. Speaker, that was completely erroneous, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, a deliberate intent to mislead this House. In fact, and I will table the Hansard as well, in fact, the Attorney General of BC, in referring to why the British Columbia formed their own inquiry into the taser, his exact words were, there was a huge vacuum of information there. And he goes on to refer to agencies in British Columbia that were in an ongoing process. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite willing to table these two documents with those quotes on it. And I think it's appropriate that, considering that obviously the Leader of the Opposition would surely have known what the real statement was, that he in fact made a deliberate attempt in his question to mislead the House as to what the Minister, the Attorney General of British Columbia, said. And I'd like to table these two pieces of documents, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table these documents. Agreed? Agreed. Thank the honourable member. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 22 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Health. I am pleased to report that the committee has considered the supplementary estimates A under Health for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2008, and reports the same.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to present a petition to the Minister of Canadian Heritage from the community of Delaney in the Northwest Territories. This community was the rightful birthplace of hockey, as in Sir John Franklin's writings in the early 1800s, he indicated the game was being played on the ice on Great Bear Lake in front of the community. So this petition, carrying names of many of the community members, is something that I'm very proud to present, and I hope that the Canadian historical record will soon indicate that Delaney, Northwest Territories, is the home of Canadian hockey.
Présentation de petition.
Presenting petition.
Oh, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor this morning to present two petitions, Mr. Speaker, calling on the government to continue its work to stop the issue of human trafficking here in Canada.
Hear, hear.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a growing crime on our shores, and we've heard several accounts this past couple of weeks of human trafficking rings being taken down both in Halifax and in Alberta. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud these people for continuing their good work themselves.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord.
Agreed. Agreed.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Debate at report stage of Bill C2, Tackling Violent Crime.
No. Okay. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? Order, please. The question is on motion number 2. Le vote sur cette motion s'applique.
Vote on this motion also applies to motions 1 and 5.
Seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that Bill C2 be amended by deleting clause 42. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? They need 10. Or is it more than 5? The vote on this motion stands deferred. Sorry, until later this day. The Honourable Chief Government Whip, I guess, is going to defer it. I'm sorry. I'll hear him first. Accordingly, the vote is deferred until 6:30 p.m. This evening, or at the conclusion of government orders. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, Senate.
The Canada-United States Tax Convention Act 1984.
Ms. Finley for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Kenny, moves that Bill S2, an act to amend the Canada-United States Tax Convention Act 1984, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak today at second reading of Bill S2, a bill that proposes to implement a fifth protocol to the tax treaty that we recently signed with the United States. And that was an exceptionally exciting day for Canada to see our Minister of Finance and his colleague from the United States come together and sign this treaty that we have been working on for a long, long time. With the signing of this treaty last September, we have concluded nearly a decade of negotiations. At the same time, we have strengthened the bonds of economic cooperation between our two countries. In doing so, we are modernizing a long-standing instrument for the betterment of individuals, families, and businesses on both sides of the border, including manufacturers. This fifth update or protocol of the Canada-U.S. tax treaty will stimulate further trade and investment between our two countries. And as we all know, that's very critical, Mr. Speaker, because it's our largest trading partner on the other side of the 49th parallel, and any way we can smooth that path is a tremendous benefit. In today's highly competitive global economy, we need to continually explore ways to grow, to expand, and to compete. To that end, further improving and refining our relationship with our neighbours to the south is essential. Canada is a trading nation. The United States is by far our largest trading partner. And through the NAFTA agreement, we have come together to create a competitive, open, and connected marketplace, the largest marketplace in the world. This government recognizes the importance of our economic and trading relationships with the United States. So after almost 10 years of negotiations, we have signed an agreement that will provide tremendous value today and for future generations. The bill we are looking at today represents the final step in this country in implementing that agreement. It also needs to be ratified by the United States before it comes into force. This protocol will make our tax systems more efficient through initiatives such as eliminating withholding tax on cross-border interests, extending treaty benefits to limited liability companies, allowing taxpayers to require that otherwise insoluble double tax issues be settled through arbitration, ensuring that there's no double taxation on immigrants' gains, giving mutual tax recognition of pension contributions, and clarifying how stock options are taxed. I'll speak in more detail shortly about these proposals, but first, let me say a few words about the necessary
part of tax treaties and the absolute necessity of tax treaties. Tax treaties, like the one we are debating today, are key to Canada's competitiveness. One of the most important functions of a tax treaty is to prevent double taxation. Whenever a resident of one country earns income in another country, there is potential for double taxation. This is because both the person's country of residence as well as the country where the income is earned can legitimately assert rights to tax the same income. Certainly nobody wants to pay tax twice on the same income, and that's hardly fair, or is it logical? To prevent double taxation from happening, countries sign bilateral tax treaties, also known as tax conventions. These agreements set out which country gets to tax particular forms of income in a variety of specific situations. These agreements become legally binding once ratified. That is to say, once the proposals are passed into law by Parliament and by the government of the other country. Tax treaties also help in the enforcement of tax law by providing for exchanges of information between tax authorities. One of the advantages of having tax treaties such as this one is that they include mechanisms for resolving differences of view between countries on such questions as characterizations of a particular item of income or where it was earned. Within today's increasingly global economy and a more mobile population, tax treaties are increasingly important for Canada. Those who benefit from tax treaties could be businesses that operate or invest abroad, or perhaps new ventures that are seeking foreign investment. It could even be individuals who may want to work temporarily in another country or own property there. A tax treaty gives all of these parties clear answers as to where they have to pay tax. Canada's extensive tax treaty network, consisting of over 85 countries, includes our NAFTA partners, virtually all of the European Union, and the OECD countries, many members of the Commonwealth and La Francophonie, as well as other rapidly growing economies such as Brazil, Russia, and China. However, Canada's tax treaty with the United States is unique given our close relationship. While it is similar to our other double taxation agreements in that it is based on an OECD model, the Canada-US treaty has always included some special features that reflect the Canada-US relationship. As cross-border business and investment practices evolve, the tax treaty has to evolve at the same time to remain current. Canada and the U.S. have a long tradition of tax agreements, dating back as far as 1928. However, the current Canada-U.S. Income Tax Convention was first signed in 1980 and has been updated 4 times, in 1983, 1984, 1995, and again in 1997. These 4 changes to the treaty, or protocols as they are known, covered a wide spectrum of points. But they all have 2 things in common. First, they all help to ensure the treaty adopted the latest developments in the 2 countries' tax policies. And second, they responded to the changing needs of Canadian and U.S. individuals and businesses. That is why it is so important for a government to be open to and aware of those changing needs. As a result, an agreement in principle was reached with the U.S. on a 5th protocol to update the tax treaty. As I mentioned earlier, this agreement, signed last September by the Minister of Finance and the U.S. Treasury Secretary Paulson, will enter into force once it has been given effect by both Canadian and the United States governments. The proposed legislation contained in Bill S2 will stimulate further trade and encourage investment between Canada and the United States. This bill delivers significant benefits to Canadian individuals and businesses in a number of ways. First, Bill S2 proposes to eliminate source country withholding tax on cross-border interest payments. With that goal in mind, I would like to mention here that originally the government had planned to wait for this protocol to be ratified before this initiative would come into effect. However, that would have left Canadian borrowers in an uncertain position because of the uncertainty of the timing of the ratification. To provide that certainty, rather than waiting for this treaty protocol to be ratified, the government has decided to specify in advance the date on which the measures will start to apply. Assuming that Parliament agrees, that date will be January 1st, 2008. This means that after 2007, any person in Canada who pays interest to an arm's-length non-resident will not have to withhold tax, regardless of which country is involved. For example, starting next year, a resident of Canada who borrows money from a U.S. lender will no longer have to withhold and remit Canadian tax on the interest payments. This will reduce borrowing costs and makes cross-border investment more efficient. Bill S2 also proposes to provide protection against double taxation. For example, in cases where individuals cease to be resident in one country and become resident in the other. Furthermore, the bill also allows residents of Canada or the United States who face the possibility of double taxation to require the two countries' revenue authorities to resolve the issue through arbitration if they cannot resolve it through negotiation. This proposal is important because it increases taxpayers' confidence that the tax treaty will resolve potential double taxation. Bill S2 contains other proposals that will improve the efficiency of the tax system in both countries. One such example is a proposal to extend treaty benefits to what are known as limited liability companies by removing a potential impediment to cross-border investment. Once passed, this legislation will give mutual tax recognition of pension contributions. In other words, provided certain conditions are met, cross-border commuters, such as those in Windsor and Detroit, who work in the automobile industry, may deduct for resident country tax purposes the contributions they make to a plan or arrangement in the country where they work. As for someone who moves temporarily from one country to the other for work reasons can, again, subject to some conditions, get tax recognition in their temporary new home country for pension contributions they continue to make to their original employer's pension plan. This proposal will facilitate the movement of workers between Canada and the United States by removing a possible disincentive for commuters and temporary work assignments. Finally, Bill S2 also clarifies how stock options are taxed and implements a number of technical improvements and updates. Summing up, as you know, the United States is our closest neighbor and by far our largest trading partner. This tax treaty strengthens our very important economic relations. It promotes growth and investment, and it enables Canada to move swiftly in the dynamic global economy. But more than all this protocol improves and refines our relationship with our friends and neighbors to the south. For all this to happen, this agreement must now be ratified by Parliament. I therefore encourage all honourable members to lend their support and pass this bill without delay. I might add, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, as you will see, was tabled in the Senate. And the senators, many of them having business backgrounds, recognized the value in this bill. They understood the amount of trade that goes on back and forth, the amount of fluidity, if you will, of our constituents that travel back and forth, that deal with pension contributions on both sides of the border, that deal with all sorts of financial matters. We encourage our Canadian constituents to invest abroad, and we encourage investment to come into this country. The senators looked at this very closely, and in very short order, I might add, through one quick presentation, and I won't suggest, Mr. Speaker, it was anything to do with the presentation that I had provided to them, but they did pass it entirely in one session, in one sitting. So I think that that's an indication of how important this is that we expedite this very, very quickly. As I referred to in my speech, Mr. Speaker, we want to have this done so the effects of it can take place January 1st of 2008. Once again, to help facilitate the movement of finance back and forth across this border without having the taxes, double taxes, if you will, paid on two sides of the border. I don't think any government would object to investments in or out of their country as long as we know that taxes are being paid either in one jurisdiction or the other. So it's very important that we get this piece of legislation in place as quickly as we can. It's an encouragement to the movement, the flow of money back and forth. We see many places across this border. Windsor, Detroit is just one example. Another one is the Lower Mainland in British Columbia, just outside of Roberts Banks. Many American citizens travel across that border every day to work in Canada, to work in the Lower Mainland. So it's very important that we bring this piece of legislation. As I referred to, there's been 4 protocols brought in before this, and as the need for the flow of money and finances increases, we have need for this 5th protocol to come into play. So I would certainly encourage all honourable members to look very seriously at this, to consult with your constituents, but on a very quick basis. I think that we have a lot of support out in the industry and the financial sector. We've got good support for this. It was the beginnings of this go back several years, and it's a very simple and straightforward piece of legislation, very positive, and I think it would be a great Christmas present for Canadians if we could get this bill passed through this House as expeditiously as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilac, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and we do believe on the whole that this bill will improve the situation, but he said that we really need to take time to look at it adequately, and I agree. Under the previous Liberal government, the tax convention with the U.S. was amended regarding American pensions, and the result was that people who formerly had been taxed to 50% were suddenly taxed at 85%, and a number of people in this House that have border ridings, regardless of party, we tried to make the situation more reasonable. And I remember that in my riding, there were thousands of people affected by it. And Mr. Herb Gray, who was in the Liberal government, he experienced the situation in the Windsor area too, and persuaded the finance minister to correct the situation. So I think we need to be very careful with tax conventions because the devil's often in the detail. And in this case, given that these are sensible amendments, there's one step that seems a bit more difficult to me, and that is a rule that currently provides that when a Canadian borrows from the States, up to 10% of the interest can be withheld, and in order to offset that, the U.S. bank has the barrier is going to be eliminated, and I just want to make sure that the end result's going to be positive. And so it would be good at committee to be able to look at that in depth without spending a crazy amount of time on it, but let's just make sure that there's no unintended consequence. These are good intentions that we have. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and thanks to my honourable colleague who sits on the Finance Committee with me. Those are good questions, and certainly we want to be very, very clear that nothing in this bill is going to be detrimental to our pension plans that are the future for many Canadians. The senators had some very good questions, some very serious questions, and many discussions about pensions, making sure that that same error, if you will, isn't made again. So we're very confident that that one has been highlighted, and certainly confident that error is not going to be repeated. The withholding tax is certainly something that is very, very important, and an important piece of this. That's just one of the many positives that we see in this piece of legislation that are very critical to Canadians, and the timing as well is very critical that we get this in place as soon as we possibly can, and hence the urgency for getting this passed.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Markham, Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise this afternoon to speak on the second reading of Bill S2. And just in case there's any suspense in the House, I could say that given that perhaps 90% of the content of this bill was initiated under the previous government, the Liberal Party will be pleased to support this bill. Canada has signed close to 90 such bilateral conventions with various countries, and while each is important in its own right, there's no doubt that our convention with our largest trading partner by a long shot has a particularly important place. This Canada-U.S. tax convention was last updated in 1997. Negotiations on this round began soon thereafter. They were officially announced in October of 1998. And as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, these are often extremely complicated, complex negotiations requiring the utmost attention to detail. And when S2 receives royal assent in the near future, I'm sure there will be public servants on both sides of the border preparing to immediately begin negotiation of the next round of talks. But before I get to the substance of this bill, I thought I might mention in passing a related area of international taxation, and that is the Canada-South Korea free trade negotiations that are currently underway. And as the leader of my party has pointed out, we are all in favor of free trade, but this deal is not really free trade at all because of the unacceptably high non-tariff barriers that remain in place. And so it was unusual that a few days ago, the CEO of Ford Canada, Mr. Bill Osborne, took the unusual step of very publicly chastising the government for this failure. According to Mr. Osborne, the deal, and I quote, contains no effective measures to ensure the immediate and sustained opening of the Korean market to significant numbers of imported vehicles, unquote. So while the government has some pieces of legislation, like S2, which seek to improve the investment climate here in Canada and make us more competitive in the global marketplace, they also have the Korean Free Trade Deal, which is doing just the opposite. And at a time when the high dollar and numerous other pressures are casting doubt on the future of the auto sector in this country, the Canadian government is pursuing policies that have the CEO of one of our largest auto manufacturers taking strong offense and making the following comment, which I also quote. The question is, where's the most efficient jurisdiction for us to invest our dollars, and where can we be most competitive? We would like to see policies and support from the Canadian government that allows Canada to be one of the most efficient places to invest. End of quote. So on the one hand, S2, which was largely inherited by the Liberal government, promotes competitiveness, and we support it. On the other hand, this Canada-Korea free trade agreement goes in precisely the opposite direction, destroying the competitiveness of Canada or diminishing it, and causing one of our biggest employers to question whether his company will even continue to invest in this country. So let me return now to the more technical elements of Bill S2. The biggest change in this bill is the elimination of source country withholding tax on cross-border interest payments from arm's-length lenders. That is to say, a borrower on one side of the border will no longer have to remit withholding tax on the interest payments for that loan. In the last few years, both Australia and Japan have come to similar arrangements with the United States by reducing the withholding tax on interest payments from 10% to 0. When S2 receives royal assent, Canada will be on a par with these two countries. So what exactly does this mean for Canadian companies? It will mean better access to the United States debt market and an increased ability to finance expansion here and abroad. Many of our small and medium-sized business here in Canada struggle to find the capital to take their work from the very early stages of research and development to the point where they are ready to bring the product to market. Often they will find lenders in the United States who are interested in funding their products, but only if the remainder of the research and development takes place in the U.S. By eliminating the withholding tax on cross-border interest payment, we will be eliminating one of the tax disincentives that prevent these companies from pursuing that work here in Canada. This measure also has implications for individual Canadians who will now have greater access to international lenders. Another aspect of this bill, which will be of interest to many Canadians, is that it will allow for the mutual tax recognition of pension plan contributions for workers whose employers move to the United States for temporary postings. Currently, there's a problem with the double taxation of these pension plan contributions. What Bill S2 aims to do is ensure that if a Canadian is posted to a branch of his company located in the U.S., he will be able to contribute to the U.S. employer's pension plan and make those payments deductible for Canadian income tax purposes. So the bill goes a little way towards offsetting the disastrous impact of another really uncompetitive proposal brought in by the Conservative Party, which is that which would have disallowed interest deductions for loans used to finance foreign acquisitions. This measure would have destroyed competitiveness even more than the South Korea deal would destroy competitiveness, and it was described as one of the worst tax measures to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. It would have forced Canadian companies to compete with foreign companies with one hand tied behind their back. It would have weakened our companies relative to foreign companies. So happily, under pressure from the official opposition and from industry, the government withdrew that budget measure, replacing it with something less harmful but even more foolish, something called double dipping. But I don't think I'll get into that more, Mr. Speaker. Just another example, along with the South Korea free trade deal, of anti-competitive measures that this government has taken. So at least here we have one bill which makes a positive difference. One other thing the bill does is it deals with the stock option benefits that an employee might accrue when he is employed in both countries. Currently, when an employee's stock options are granted while working in one country and he exercises or disposes of the options while working in the other country, both Canada and the U.S. often tax the same benefit. Under S2, both countries will continue to be able to tax the benefit of the stock option. The difference, however, will be that each country will be limited to taxing the benefit based on a time spent in country formula. For instance, if a Canadian spends 3 months working from his company's office in the U.S. and 9 months working on this side of the border, the U.S. will be able to tax 1/4 of the benefit realized between the date of the grant and the date of the realization of his stock options. Canada would be limited to taxing the other 3/4 of that benefit. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this could easily be viewed by some as a house cleaning bill that simply updates our tax treaty with the United States. It does deal, however, with our largest trading partner and therefore has a place of special significance. And while I don't think it will be a matter of great controversy, I do think that the great majority of the members of this House, if not all members, will agree that this is a positive move for Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mamangili Kamaraska Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important bill that is before us today. That is the tax agreement between Canada and the United States and corrections that are to be made to the existing tax convention. It's a very technical issue. It requires detailed analyses. There have been negotiations, as in past years. There have been negotiations between Canada and the U.S. to ensure that the tax convention be as operational as possible. And as I said earlier, during a question to the parliamentary secretary, in the past, these revisions have led to negative consequences. For example, when there was a change to the taxation of American pensions that Canadians earned by working in the United States, where they made payments and then they came back to Canada, and not necessarily out of bad faith, but a few years ago, the people who were taxed at 50% when they declared their income in Canada found themselves taxed at 85%. So there was an amendment made to the tax convention, and a correction had to be made. The tax rate had been increased through the amendment, and the result was not a happy one, so negotiations were undertaken to correct that. When there are a number of technical aspects in a bill such as this one, we still must take the time to take a close look at it, and that is what the Bloc Québécois has started to do. The bill, on the whole, is positive, and it will have the support of the Bloc Québécois. However, in committee, we would like to study some points more extensively. The border services, or rather cross-border workers, should have the same tax benefits as workers here. We want the tax treatment to be equal so that someone who works in the United States will have identical treatment to that of American workers, and when an American worker comes to work in Canada, or when an American comes to work in Canada, we want to make sure that his or her tax treatment would be fair as well, and there would be a bipartite tribunal for tax disputes. This is very sensible because in the past, when a situation arose, something that was not acceptable and that should be corrected, the citizen who was subjected to these taxes had no place to appeal. And even if that citizen was right, it was difficult to take things further because there was no decision-making tribunal. So the bill will correct that situation. It also strengthens the rules relating to certain companies and tightens up certain tax loopholes. And we have to work very hard on tightening up these loopholes. We need only mention Barbados. We know that for some years now, we've had a tax convention with Barbados, and this is a great advantage to companies that use that tax loophole. Many experts are talking about billions of dollars that are not made available to Canada's treasury, and people who pay their taxes end up paying for those who are using these tax havens. And at the Finance Committee last May, we realized that we didn't really know the full scope of this problem. I asked a question of an expert with the Department of Finance and of another expert, and neither one could tell me how great this problem was. So they did some investigating, and Canada's Revenue Agency said that until there's a change to the tax reporting system so that we can sort out interest earned in Canada and interest earned abroad, it will not be possible to answer this question. And it's a matter of fairness. You and me and everyone else and businesses established here in Canada have to pay their taxes. And if there's a loophole that allows individuals or businesses to not pay their fair share of taxes, then it seems to me that this is something that we must correct. And when we take a close look at the tax convention between Canada and the United States, we have to keep in mind this type of situation as well. There are points for which we will require more explanations, including proposals to remove withholding tax on foreign interests and other matters relating to cross-border workers. We want to simplify how things are done, but we want to make sure that we don't create something that would create a disadvantage for Quebec and Canadian businesses. In the past, in the Free Trade Agreement, for example, on the whole, Quebec and Canada came out the winners, but there are certain parts that weren't subject to extensive negotiations and didn't give us all of the force that we should have had in this agreement. And when we look at tax agreements and conventions, withholding tax on foreign interest, etc., it seems to me that we will need to take a closer look at this in committee and get the information that is required so that the convention will do what we want it to do. Now, to come back to the main points, there's something interesting for cross-border workers in this tax convention. It will make life easier for them. Before the implementation of a new agreement, a Canadian resident working in the United States could not deduct any contributions to American pension plans. Here, when we pay into an RSP, we can deduct that amount. If these people worked in the United States, they weren't entitled to that tax break, and this will be corrected. And just as a resident worker, someone who works in the United States, a Canadian worker in the United States will be able to deduct amounts paid to a pension plan, and an American working in Canada will be able to do the same thing. So it seems to me that this is an improvement. It's quite desirable, and it's something that would lead us to support the bill. A number of workers in areas close to the United States and Canada will be able to benefit from the same advantages when it comes to their pension plan that resident workers have. We're trying to simplify the situation along the border on this side, while at the same time there are obstacles being put up on the other side that are causing a great number of problems. All parliamentarians here in the House would like to ensure that the fact that Americans want us to have a passport to go to the United States be as easy to apply as possible, and that other solutions might be considered, including a driver's license that could be used. So some efforts have been made, but we have to ensure that we do our best. And when it comes to our relations with the United States, it seems to me that this is the type of thing that should be done so that we can move forward in other areas. With this tax convention, there will be a tribunal to deal with tax disputes between the two countries. A taxpayer who is aggrieved can appeal to this new tribunal if there is dual taxation. If a taxpayer feels that his or her income is being taxed by both governments and isn't satisfied, there will be an automatic recourse, and it will not be necessary to undergo a very rigorous and complex process. There will be a tribunal made up of a Canadian, an American, and someone who is appointed jointly, and they can render decisions that are related to taxes, and this will solve tax disputes between individuals and governments. And this is an advantage. When we can refine the way in which a decision is made in the case of a dispute, it seems to me that we will be improving the settlement of these disputes and problems. If there's for example, I can cite the softwood lumber agreement where things weren't necessarily clear, and we know how complex that whole situation became. So now we will be able to simplify matters for individuals and taxpayers, and it will also create case law that will help so that when the next round of tax convention revisions takes place, if someone has won a dispute, then this will be taken into account. There will be decisions brought down by this tribunal which will have force of law and could improve future tax conventions. So we hope that this will simplify matters. And finally, the bill clarifies certain tax treaty provisions to close up possible loopholes. For example, the Tax Act, since it is different in both countries, would have allowed certain companies to take advantage of loopholes in both countries. There are no doubt experts who might help companies to find deductions, and when you do this legally, that's fine, but when you realize that there are deficiencies or loopholes in legislation, then they have to be plugged, and this is what we are hoping to accomplish, and it's for the better. Some companies could take advantage of both tax laws in both countries, being aware of how things are done in both countries without having to assume the costs. And in real life, we realize that this part is not easy to administer. I gave the example of the convention we have with Barbados. It's very clear when you look at a company's organization chart that there are phantom corporations that are created from time to time, and Canada was an unwitting accomplice in these situations from time to time. In 2001, there were 13 OECD member countries, including Canada, asking for the removal of the criteria relating to absence of substantial activities in order to determine whether or not tax evasion was taking place. And this reduced from 35 to 7 the number of countries on the list of tax havens that were not cooperating. Canada closed its eyes to a reality which is very expensive for us, that is lost tax revenue for the Canadian government, which adds to the pressure exerted on Canadians and corporations who pay their taxes here in Canada. And this is the result of a voluntary movement by the Canadian government, and I wish to repeat the example that in treaties like this one, nothing is superfluous. We have to look at every aspect because we don't want to have a perverse effect when we're trying to do something positive, and the government may try to put one over on us as well, so we have to be extremely vigilant. There will be improvements because companies that previously took advantage of two tax systems will have to be more careful, and we will ensure that companies pay their fair share of taxes, and we'll be able to take a close look at this and see if it's operational. And we will also reduce certain obstacles to cross-border investments, and there will be better coordination between the two tax regimes, and I'm sure that in the end we will have corrected not only the problem with dual taxation, but the practice that businesses were subjected to. If this is simplified, then the costs will be reduced as well. And finally, for transport or investments, there will be a clarification of the rules in order to avoid dual taxation of cross-border capital gains. We'll have to take a closer look at this because capital gains and dual taxation involve certain types of transactions. We have to be sure that the Canadian government and the American government will not be losing any revenue to which they would be entitled. We have to see whether this would favor one country over another. The objective would be to ensure that trade is as easy as possible, but we have to ensure the respect of each of these two countries. A Canadian investor investing on the American market would only have to pay taxes to one jurisdiction, and this is a positive advantage. We have to ensure that through this new way of doing things, which is positive, there would not be negative impacts because a company must pay its taxes. And so a number of interesting issues arise from this bill. The Bloc Québécois will, of course, vote to refer this to committee. We intend to take a close look at it at committee, and if necessary, after some enlightenment, we'll see whether or not we have to make adjustments. This tax convention between Canada and the United States is something that we hope the federal government will devote as much energy to when it comes to correcting tax loopholes in Barbados. We managed to have hearings at the Finance Committee. However, it has still not been corrected. Meanwhile, millions of dollars are leaving Canada and not being taxed, and this represents a cost for all of society. And I hope that we will be able to count on the cooperation of each and every one of the parties, because I believe there is an advantage to adopting this tax convention, and the Bloc Québécois will be working very seriously and diligently in committee to ensure that the bill will come back as quickly as possible so that we can sign this convention or update this convention between Canada and the United States. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his very clear explanation, and he is the member for Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup, and I wonder whether or not he knows how many Canadians are working in the United States and how many Americans are coming to work in Canada, particularly in Quebec, because my riding is along the Canadian-American border, and I'd like to know if this is a bill which will affect a large number of people, and are we losing a lot of tax money? There are Canadians working in the United States, and I'd like to know whether or not we're losing taxes. The Honourable Member for Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's relevant because he, as I am, is a member for a riding that lies along the border, and in these border ridings, about 10 years ago, there was a rather difficult experience because the tax convention with the United States was amended at the time, and this had negative effects for workers in Canada and Quebec. It had a negative impact on their income. There were people working in Maine in the forest industry, and this represented their pension income, and they were penalized, and we had to work very hard to correct the situation. At the time, we were made aware of the scope of this phenomenon. There are thousands of Canadians who earn their living in the United States every year. Very often, it can be either a large income or a smaller income at certain times of the year, and that's why we have to take a very close look at this convention. There's also an impact on individuals and at the same time on businesses for which these individuals work. There are economic benefits when we improve a tax convention, because a change to taxation can affect the economy of regions, and we have to ensure that any corrections that are made will not lead to something that will not be in keeping with our legislation in Canada and in Quebec. So we'll have to take a close look at how these amendments will impact the lives of our fellow citizens. And after a preliminary study, it would seem that there are advantages to be found in this convention and the amendments, which will help the border communities and other businesses, but there are certain things that we have to take a closer look at to ensure that we will have a better tax convention, because in practice we realize that when some things are corrected after it's been signed, sealed, and delivered, it's very difficult to make corrections after the fact, and the advantage that we will have with the new tribunal will allow us to reduce these negative impacts.
Normally, the basic principle is single taxation for one income. I think anyone would agree that that should apply, but at the same time, we have to make sure there's sufficient light shed on this so that we avoid tax loopholes. We know that in federal practice in the past, especially the agreement with Barbados, that was done to the detriment of Canadian taxpayers and to the advantage of a certain number of people who took advantage of that tax convention. to benefit from a loophole. And we have to absolutely make sure that in any convention with the U.S. we don't repeat that model. Let's hope that this tax convention will send the message to the U.S. that we have to develop the same kind of collaboration on the fluidity of the border, because there's been some deterioration in the past few years, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Most knowledgeable parliamentarian in the House.
I'm not going to live that one down, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging and giving me the opportunity to speak. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a couple of preliminary points on S2. As I think most Canadians are aware, the New Democratic Party is opposed to the continued existence of the Senate, and we're always concerned and so make comment on the fact that a bill originates from that House when in fact it should originate in this House. And the other place is simply not a democratically elected, a democratic institution whatsoever. And when we're dealing with a bill, and this bill is an important one, Mr. Speaker, any bill of any import at all should originate in this House, and we would draw that to the attention of the government and insist upon them that they consider any important bill always originating in this House. The second point, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this bill is that it has a scope that I would say is generally acceptable to our party, and that we will be supporting it to go to second reading, go through second reading and on to committee. There are some technical points, I'm advised by our critic, finance critic, that have given us some cause for concern, but we expect that in committee those issues will be addressed, either amended if necessary, more likely explained to our satisfaction, and the bill can go ahead and come back to the House for third and final reading. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the bill itself, as you've already heard from some of the other speakers, it does address a number of outstanding irritants between ourselves and the United States around tax matters. I come from a community that has a very large population that moves back and forth across from the Windsor-Essex County area into Michigan and even other parts of the United States on a daily basis for employment purposes. And, Mr. Speaker, we also have a reasonable number of Americans who are doing the same in reverse and working on the Canadian side. Inevitably, what that produces are some inequities in the taxation of the incomes derived by citizens living in one country but working and deriving all or most of their income from another country. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill does address a number of those issues. Again, as I indicated, with some slight concern on our part, we think it is a step forward. In particular, we are constantly being confronted, and I hear this from some of my constituents, of them being double taxed, being assessed a tax both in Canada and in the United States. These are individuals who are Canadian citizens living in Canada, having their full-time residence in Canada, but deriving their income from the U.S. side and facing situations where there's double taxation on that revenue. Or it may be even a bit more complex where, and I know again the bill attempts to address this issue, where you have situations, for instance, with registered retirement savings plan on our side or the 401k on the U.S. side, which is the corresponding in the U.S., not being able to get full credit for those types of deductions, which of course are pension savings for retirement purposes. And again, I think the bill goes some distance in addressing that. Whether it goes fully is of a bit of a concern. It's also good in the bill, Mr. Speaker, that there is an arbitration provision between the two countries so that the two countries can rely on that rather than an individual having to challenge, or perhaps state to state having to challenge each other. If there are unforeseen problems with the arrangement that we are establishing in this bill, it will give us a relatively efficient and hopefully quick mechanism to resolve those. And so we would be wanting to support that. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the largest concern we've got with this is what has happened historically with these, as we call them, protocols that have developed under these treaties with the United States. And I believe this is either the 5th or 6th protocol, starting back in the late 80s. The one that has given us the greatest concern, and it's been a major, major issue in my riding in Windsor-Essex County, and to a lesser degree in a number of other communities across the country, where we have large numbers of people living in Canada now, retired to Canada, receiving Social Security benefits. This bill doesn't address it. But what it raises is the concern that our experience with that protocol, I think it was protocol number 4, that what it did was to set out how we would, as a country, in Canada, and how the Americans in their country would treat these pension benefits. So we were to tax them at a certain rate in Canada, and the United States was to do the same with regards to the taxation of Canada pension benefits being received by Americans who had worked and obtained those benefits while working in Canada, but were now living retired to the United States. It was as is this bill, a sound approach to solving a irritant between the two countries, to making it clear to people who were retiring in those respective countries, receiving those respective pension benefits, how they would be treated. Mr. Speaker, however, what happened was that although the United States has honored their part of the treaty, both in spirit and in the letter of the law, since 1997, Canada has not. This has been a gross misjustice on a number of Canadians, a good number of them, again, who live in my riding and in Windsor West and out in Essex, that riding. And we do have a highly disproportionate number in those 3 ridings who suffer this injustice. Because what happened, Mr. Speaker, and this was first under the Liberals, but it's not been corrected under the current Conservative government, in spite of some history I'm going to go into. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that the level of tax has been higher, substantially higher, than what it was when these funds were being taxed on the U.S. side, and substantially higher than they're supposed to be, because the essence of this treaty, the wording of the treaty, the spirit of the treaty, of this protocol, was that the tax rates would continue as they had before the treaty came into effect, but that the funds would be collected by the other country. So, where I've got a Canadian citizen residing in Windsor, retired from the U.S., but receiving Social Security benefits, they were supposed to be taxed at the same rate had they been living in the United States, retired, and receiving those benefits. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, they are being taxed a full 35% higher than they would be if they were residing in the U.S. and being taxed there. And in spite of an organization that's formed, that's played an advocacy role, that's been before this committees in this House and in the other chamber on a number of occasions, both the prior government, Liberal governments over several administrations, going back to 96, 97, when this became apparent. And in spite of some very minor changes, that continues to be the reality. Mr. Speaker, one of the parts I find offensive is that we're now going into another protocol. And what's to say that we're not going to run into the same situation? That the protocol that we're now signing with the United States, assuming this bill goes through and is ratified, that we will not ignore some of its provisions and breach some of the provisions, and our citizens may suffer. And of course, it always raises the question, well, at some point the U.S. side do the same, saying, well, look, you didn't honor this protocol, so we're not going to honor one of these new ones. So it's of great concern, this history. And Mr. Speaker, I find it particularly offensive right now because there have been a number of private members' bills introduced on this point to correct this injustice. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put this a little personal in terms of the injustice that's occurred here. I've run across innumerable number of people in my riding in the Windsor-Essex County area generally who have suffered significantly. I think of a couple who were members of our church who both had worked on the U.S. side, came back to Canada to retire, and had bought a house here, just finished it, had taken a mortgage on it, but had just finished the purchase about 2 months before they were notified that all of a sudden they were going to be taxed at a 35% increased rate on their pensions. It was a significant financial burden for them, compounded quite horribly, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that the husband in the couple came down with a terminal illness and passed away within about a year, and the wife could no longer carry on the mortgage and had to sell the house. Another instance of an individual, I ran across this individual when I was out canvassing I think it was in the 2000 election, and met his brother. And his brother saying to me, you know, he'll come out of his room. He had to give up his apartment because he got hit so hard with this increased tax. He had to give up his apartment. He's living with me in one of our bedrooms, myself and my wife. This is the brother talking. Basically never comes out of his room, has become a total recluse. Other than coming out and doesn't always for meals, basically stays in his room. Just totally destroyed his life. Not something that a senior citizen who has contributed to both countries by their endeavors should ever have to face. And I could give you substantially more stories like that, Mr. Speaker. So it's a situation where a lot of times people are living on fixed incomes, relatively low incomes, and then they get hit with this really severe tax penalty that they had no reason to plan for. None whatsoever. Because again, as these negotiations went on, as they are with this bill, as they went on, it was clear this is the way it was going to be handled. It wasn't going to change the tax rate in Canada. And in fact, then they get hit with this after the fact. And it really significantly destroyed a number of lives and curtailed their ability to enjoy their retirement years in many respects. But then what happened, Mr. Speaker, the member from Calgary, who's the current Secretary of State for Multiculturalism and Canadian Identity, presented on two different occasions, one back in 1998 and again in 2001, private members' bills to correct this. It's pretty straightforward, Mr. Speaker. The wording in these bills, there are 1 or 2 paragraphs in each case. All it simply says is change this part of the Income Tax Act to say that the income received in the form of Social Security pensions will be taxed in this manner. So we had those private members' bills. They never got to votes. Had two more presented by the member from Essex, who again is a member of the government. One in 2004 and another one in this Parliament in May of 2006. That final one is still before a committee. I think it may be close to coming out. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that it's probably not going to survive the final vote because it needs royal proclamation, and it's not going to get it because this government, in spite of those two members from this government who have advocated on it, have not been able to deliver. And that's the situation as of today. We've gone a full 10 years since this came into effect. This injustice has been perpetrated on our retirees for that length of time. The Liberal government wouldn't do anything about it, and now, after 2 years with this government, they haven't done anything about it, and are showing by the fact it's not in this bill, it's not in any government legislation, it wasn't in either of the 2 budgets that they brought forward, it wasn't there. I'm not hearing anything that says it's going to be in the next budget, assuming this government survives that long. And when you see something like this, they should. It's not going to be corrected, Mr. Speaker, and it begs the question, when we come back to S2, are we going to see the same type of thing happen? Because this protocol is not going to be fully honored by our government. It's a shameful set of circumstances, Mr. Speaker. It's a gross injustice that's been perpetrated now over 10 years There's been numerous opportunities to correct this. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to perhaps finish with this. We're not talking billions of dollars here. We're not talking those, that $10 or $12 billion that was just waived by this government back into various sources. It's a very small amount of money. The estimates that we're hearing, Mr. Speaker, and it's probably much smaller than this, because so many of these individuals have passed away in the last 10 years, in times because of just the financial crisis they were facing. But it's a relatively modest amount. It's in the $20, $25 million a year range that we're talking about. A very small tax credit, if you want to think of it in those terms, to people who are greatly deserving of it because of what they were led to expect was going to happen and then had the tables turned on them. And no ability, Mr. Speaker, no ability to alter how they were going to be treated. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say to the government, fix this problem. You know it's very simple to do. It's a one-paragraph amendment to the Income Tax Act, and make sure that you don't repeat the same kind of injustice, assuming that S2 becomes law at some point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise today to discuss Bill S2, which deals with the Canada-United States Tax Convention. Perhaps this is the denouement that will be quite important to our mind, but it's nothing new either. The way the economy is managed, or culture, or any other sector of society, this is not the first time that it has to be managed from both countries. This is nothing new. There were major demographic exchanges between Canada and the U.S. over the years, and naturally, a long time ago, countries weren't so concerned with this. For instance, when the United States gained independence, many loyalists left the U.S. to come settle in Canada, in the Kingston area primarily, but even in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, where I'm from, Mr. Speaker, there are many people in La Colle who are very close to the border and who are the descendants of loyalists. And those people had said, we want to maintain our loyalty to the Crown, and came to settle in Canada. May I remind you that the reverse is also true. There was a time where, in Canada, jobs were very rare, and there was a great deal of immigration to the U.S. I can tell you that we're very close to Vermont, Burlington. There are many Canadians, Quebecers, who crossed the border and who found jobs on the American side. And almost a third of the population of New England today is of Francophone descendancy, and that is because of immigration, because of difficult working conditions here that brought people to the States and meant that they settled and started families over there. And there are Francophone generations that came later, and an interesting phenomenon happened over the years. There are family names that were modified in the United States, but we do see that the people who have these names tell us that indeed their roots are French, and it's quite important to them in many cases.
So over time, the economy has developed and culture has developed on both sides of the border, and I think that forces both governments to agree on economic procedures, not integration, because it's two sovereign countries that are going to sign this tax treaty, but it forces them to adapt to new realities, and those realities are significant. 60 kilometers from where we are, in Plattsburgh, New York, the Buy America Act, which is a good American law that encourages foreign investment so that to provide for labor force in the U.S., but in Plattsburgh, the Buy America Act represents 700 workers in a Bombardier plant in Plattsburgh. So the economy is shifting borders a bit, and it gets a bit increasingly complicated. In fact, there were times when workers working there on the other side of the border, they had to cross from home to work, and there was a bit of a gray area. We didn't know which side of the border those workers were going to have to pay their taxes and how they were to deduct certain income, for example, for pension purposes. So these changes in the new world are forcing countries like Canada and the U.S. to sign tax treaties so that workers in all of our industries have justice. And looking at the new generation of workers, Mr. Speaker, for example, my daughter Genevieve started working for Deloitte Touche in Montreal. She was transferred to Toronto, and now she's in New York. So a lot of our young people these days no longer have any sense of belonging to any particular country. Their mentality is more or less international. They take work where they can find it. And this forces countries to ask questions about what types of tax treatment and tax treaty are appropriate. So this is nothing new. It goes back in history, but it's been refined over time to take developments into account. And I think today we need to adapt to reality, and I think that that's the direction this treaty goes in, this tax convention. I think we had a problem with pensions. For Canadians going to the U.S., they could be told, well, you can't pay into the Canadian pension plan. And this led to dramatic consequences, Mr. Speaker, because you have to understand that people who want to provide for a decent income in retirement, they have to invest in RRSPs, and if they don't invest in RSPs, then they're depending entirely on the public pension plan, and perhaps in years to come, that plan won't even be able to pay the same level of benefits that it currently pays. So imagine someone leaving Canada, going to work just on the other side of the border. They wouldn't be sure that they'd have a decent pension. So I think that the convention before us today corrects that situation. And it's inversely proportional for Americans coming to work here. They probably haven't invested in a pension plan or they haven't been able to invest in an American pension plan because they've been working on the Canadian side of the border. So I think that this tax treaty would settle that issue of pensions, and it would allow for workers to migrate from one side of the border to the other, back and forth. And I'd like to come back to the Buy America Act, Mr. Speaker. Although the Buy America Act has force of law in the United States, well, take the Bombardier plant I was talking about in Plattsburgh. They actually send Quebecers to work there. Their headquarters, of course, is in Quebec, not in the United States. So there are Quebecers who go and work for significant periods of time at the Plattsburgh Bombardier plant, and this will actually allow them to accumulate their pension as if they were still working in Canada. So it's important. We also support a second provision that we think is important, and that's the tribunal. Because with this type of tax treaty, there can be anomalies, there can be problems of interpretation. And this gives workers an opportunity here, gives them the chance to go before an administrative tribunal to explain to the tribunal how part of this tax convention is unfair to them. And I think that's a good deal, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important when a worker is the victim of injustice, they need to be able to resort to a tribunal. They need access to some sort of tribunal. And this seems reasonable, the formula to us. One person from the States, one from Canada, and one that's chosen by both countries. And that could alternate, for example, a person who was American, if he was or she was presiding the tribunal for a time, well, then the next person could be a Canadian. It could alternate that way, the president or the chair of the tribunal. And so that tribunal will listen to people and find out what the problems are. And I think that's wise, because we mustn't fall into the trap of international treaties that when there's a dispute, there's no method for resolving that dispute. Often there's no recourse available to people, there's no appeal, but here provision is being made for a tribunal. They'll listen to what the problems are and they'll make the decisions, they'll rule on that. I think that's an important step forward, Mr. Speaker. We're also happy to see that certain tax loopholes are going to be sealed off because, you know, tax legislation and other legislation related to these kind of treaties, well, it can work different ways. We have to make sure that we don't create tax havens or tax loopholes. Think of Barbados, for example. In Canada, we had tax treaties with a dozen or so countries that were so-called tax havens, and this enabled big corporations to take their profits and invest them in tax havens, and then we would lose track of the money. And height of irony, Mr. Speaker, those major corporations were paying no tax, and Canada was losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year in lost tax revenues because of that type of tax haven. So it's important not to repeat that mistake here. That mistake, unfortunately, still exists, and I'm thinking of the former Prime Minister of Canada, who had announced that he was going to close around 11 tax havens. Well, bravo, but he didn't mention that at the same time he himself and his company had transferred all its assets to the Barbados, and that was the only tax haven that wasn't being shut down. So I think the part of the bill before us that would prevent companies from taking advantage of two different systems of investment and taxation, I think those companies are going to have to pay their fair share where their headquarters is located. So we have to avoid tax havens and offshore financial centers. There are dramatic statistics on this, Mr. Speaker. Between 1993 and 2003, in these tax havens and offshore banking centers, we've lost between 11 and $88 billion in tax revenue. That's money that Canadian companies are avoiding paying, taxes they're avoiding paying. Companies are not paying their fair share, and that makes them bad corporate taxpayers, bad corporate citizens, because they're not participating in the public sector of Canada. They're not paying into it. So these loopholes have to be avoided. The financial industry is another absurd example, Mr. Speaker. About $8 billion. They've gone from $8 billion to $72 billion in offshore investment. So this financial industry is a bad corporate industry too, bad corporate citizens, because they're not paying their fair share. They're not paying into their provinces, their municipalities. This is a lot of money that's being lost in tax revenue, and that's unacceptable. So this bill before us today, with this tax convention, we're going to make sure that companies can't take advantage of different systems, and I think that would improve the situation. There's also clarification of the investment rules, Mr. Speaker. That's a bit what I was just talking about, basically, that investments often people are allowed to deduct some of the costs. So there's going to be a harmonizing now of this whole collection of rules around investment, and the result will be that there's greater tax justice. There'll be no loopholes left, and both countries will come out ahead because of that. So to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that on the whole, we're satisfied with this. We think it could set a precedent. It would be good, in fact, I think, if this tax convention were to serve as a cornerstone or as an example, a model for other tax treaties with other countries, so that that we have a situation whereby big business pays their taxes and stops using tax havens to hide and shelter their profits from attracting tax. And I think for workers, this is a good thing for them too, regardless of which side of the border they work on. It shows that there's substantial union between Canada and the U.S. Regardless of which side of the border they work on, they'll be treated according to the same rules, and there'll be greater justice that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Jean for spelling out all the advantages of this bill. I have a question for him, because there's a double exemption between Canada and the U.S., which is possible, and there's also the possibility that there could be problems for Canadians wanting to invest in the U.S. So I'd like him to explain what are the steps that this bill will implement so that we can avoid that double exemption or avoid that double taxation which currently exists between Canada and the U.S. Thank you. Yes, there is a problem that we'll have to deal with. A Canadian taxpayer who borrows money in the States for business purposes, well, Canada can withhold up to 10% of the interest paid to the American bank. So in order to deal with that, it says that the American bank will be able to offset that withholding tax. So there are provisions in the tax treaty whereby there will be there won't be too much of a penalty for investors, and as for workers, they won't be able, and neither will companies, be able to take advantage of permission that's more readily obtainable in one place or the other. There's going to be harmonization. So the rules will be the same on both sides of the border, and that will bring greater justice to the tax treaty, and it provides greater justification for the very existence of the tax convention. So I think this is a very important point that my colleague raises. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to take part in the debate on Bill S2 today, the Canada-U.S. Tax Convention Act. As my colleague from Saint-Jean said, the Bloc Québécois is in favor, in principle, of Bill S2, and especially because it will allow workers to enjoy the same benefits on both sides of the border, and it will provide for a dispute resolution mechanism, and it'll make it harder for companies to access tax loopholes, and it also does away with provisions that would provide for double taxation of capital gains. So we'll be voting in favor of this bill, but the study of the bill in committee will allow us to clarify certain provisions, including the provisions regarding withholding tax on foreign interest payments and cross-border interest payments. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always been in favor of tax treaties between countries that have tax levels that are, let's say, normal. Tax rates that are within certain norms. There are some countries that don't follow these standards, and where the government doesn't play an adequate role. And we're talking really about tax havens here. And how is it that we're improving a tax treaty between Canada and the U.S., and in this bill there are some extremely positive things, but at the same time, how is it that the government isn't dealing with other tax treaties that the government used to criticize when it was in opposition, like with the Bahamas and Barbados, where the tax rates are ridiculously low, and companies, including Canadian companies, let's not hide the fact, in those jurisdictions, they set up shop precisely to avoid their responsibilities as Canadian corporate citizens and Quebec corporate citizens. I would remind you that tax havens attract everyone who's looking to skirt their tax responsibilities. And when we talk about tax avoidance and evasion, we're talking about gray money or dirty money. That money, what's extremely troublesome about this, with gray and dirty money, whether we're talking about tax avoidance or tax evasion, that money is largely used for laundering purposes, and that's been recognized internationally. I would point out that the amount has been evaluated at about $600 billion. And out of that, 5,000 is tax avoidance, and the rest is tax evasion. So it's really surprising that the Conservative government, which has no end of bills to crack down on young offenders, for example, or to introduce mandatory minimum sentences, it's quite surprising that they haven't yet brought up this concern, that they haven't done a review of tax treaties with those countries. And the money we're talking about, let's not forget, is the proceeds of crime, proceeds of drugs, prostitution, arms trafficking, etc. So if this government was really serious about fighting crime, including the use made by terrorists of money laundering, well then, in addition to expediting this legislation, we would have expected to see a whole study of tax treaties with countries like the ones I talked about, the ones with ridiculously low tax rates. A number of governments, including the Canadian government, tolerate and even encourage tax havens, Mr. Speaker. In 1999, Canadians invested $17 billion in the Barbados, which is internationally recognized as Canada's #1 tax haven. And in 2001, it was up to $23 billion plus. So in the space of 2 years, Mr. Speaker, there was an increase of over $5 billion. And Barbados ranks third for Canadian direct investment. So that's quite worrisome. Foreign direct investment by Canadians, this is individuals or corporations, are in the Barbados rank third after the U.S. and Great Britain.
So I wonder what type of real economic activity would require more than, and it has increased, so would require more than $25 billion in direct Canadian investments. This is an island that's lovely to live on, but the industry essentially involves tourism. So how can it be that Canadians have been able to invest $25 or $26 billion in Barbados and make it the third destination after the U.S. and Great Britain to substantially larger countries, if not for the possibility of avoiding taxes and tax evasion in transferring investments to Barbados. And not only is the amount increasing, but it is encouraged by tax conventions signed between Canada and Barbados. And as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, with Barbados, there are only 7 other countries with which Canada has a tax convention, and that were considered by the OECD as being tax havens. And when it comes to Barbados, what's interesting to see is that the OECD had made a list of the main tax havens. There was a type of classification, but they gave up on it recently, and Barbados wasn't even included in the last survey, and the fact that Barbados was withdrawn came from pressures exerted by Canada at the OECD, and I'm sure that Barbados did the same, and this is evidence that the federal government, the Canadian government, whether it be Liberal or Conservative, tolerates this type of tax loophole, whether it be legal, officially legal, or whether it be the result of money laundering. And when we look at the ridiculous tax rates in Barbados, the tax rate goes from 1 to 2.5%. In our system, which is based on progressive taxation, of course, with the Liberal government and then the Conservative governments, the Canadian tax system has become less and less progressive, but it is part of the tax philosophy of this country. In Barbados, the more you make, the less taxes you have to pay. For corporations or individuals earning 15 million US and up, the tax rate is 1%. So 1%, Mr. Speaker, is not a terribly high amount if we compare this to tax rates in countries where the taxation meets the needs of the people. If you make 15 million and more, you pay 1%. And as profits drop, taxes increase. If you earn less than 15 million in profit, you pay 2.5% in taxes. And it's with this ridiculous regressive tax rate that Canada decided to sign a tax convention with Barbados, saying when Canadian taxpayers, individuals or corporations pay their taxes in Barbados, then they don't need to pay their taxes here in Canada because they've already met their fiscal obligations. And as I said, this is absolutely ridiculous. And it simply encourages, year after year, an increase in the amounts leaving Canada for Barbados, and this applies to Bermuda and the Bahamas as well. And in Barbados, not only is there a ridiculous tax rate for corporations between 1 to 2.5%, but there is no capital gains tax whatsoever and no supervision. So organized crime can use what the Canadian government has set in place to launder money. As I said earlier, in Canada, the 5 biggest banks are present in 26 tax havens. Many of them were on the money laundering task force blacklist, as well as on the OECD's list when they had one. 5 Canadian banks can be found, have a presence in 26 tax havens. So it seems to me that we should have some questions to ask about that. Now, the banks say that they're operating legally. This is true. But it means that the government, whether it be the Liberal government or the Conservative government, have condoned this means of escaping their collective responsibility. There are 61 bank branches, Canadian bank branches, in tax havens, and a citizen some years ago had written to the banks seeking answers, and the following question was asked: what are you doing in tax havens? What are you thinking when you transfer your assets to these 26 tax havens? So he had put this question to the Big Five, and the answers were somewhat interesting. For example, the Royal Bank of Canada RBC answered Mr. Gosselin's letter, and I will quote one paragraph from the response that was sent by the customer service branch. RBC would be disadvantaged in terms of competition, and the value of the corporation would be reduced if it unilaterally decided to give up its activities in one of these countries. Unless it is prohibited by law, RBC Financial Group must be able to carry out business in all regions so that its customers can have worldwide access to banking services. So the fact that they have branches in a few of these 26 tax havens, does that really serve all of RBC Financial Group's clientele, or is it simply a very small minority that would have access to high-end accounting services who can benefit from the availability of these services? And RBC Financial Group says, well, if it were prohibited, then everyone would be banned from doing it and no one would benefit. But they are doing it because it isn't prohibited, and if they didn't do it, they would lose out to others. So it seems to me that the government has a responsibility to ensure that these corporations cannot benefit from this type of tax evasion or avoidance, and similar answers came from the CIBC, the Bank of Nova Scotia, which responded in the same way, and the Bank of Montreal said more or less the same thing. However, Scotiabank's response was somewhat amusing because they were pleading in favor of the fact that if they were to withdraw from these countries, local populations would be at a disadvantage because they would have fewer contacts with Canada, and these poor people would not be able to take advantage of direct and indirect spin-offs and employment, when we know that it is not the case. And when I read Scotiabank's letter, I felt that we were in the presence of modern time Robin Hoods, because tax havens help those who have the money, and there are really no spin-offs for countries or jurisdictions that are tax havens. We need government intervention to ensure that these loopholes will be plugged. Because, Mr. Speaker, who do tax havens help? Well, a tax haven is a country where there is a free zone, where banking secrecy applies, and where one pays few, if any, taxes, and they specialize in anonymous trusts, shipbuilding, individuals, and we know that a former prime minister who was a former minister of finance had one of his companies operated by his son, Canada Steamship Lines International, use the provisions under the law, and we know that among business leaders this seems to be going rather far, and it attacks our social fabric. And the Auditor General said that the use of tax havens by greater numbers, even though they're in a minority, it's a small group, and that's why we should act now. But this does eat into our tax base, and it jeopardizes our social fabric, because there are people here in Canada who can benefit from these tools, these social programs that we have given ourselves, even though they've been attacked over the past years. But not only do they have security, but peace, social peace, and they are benefiting from the efforts that all of the middle class are making, and the less privileged have contributed as well. So this represents a problem. The Auditor General said it. Past Auditors General have said it as well. The upper middle class is becoming more and more involved in this type of casino operation, and as I said earlier, our social architecture is being threatened. Also, with respect to tax havens, they have helped Canadian corporations, particularly our banks, who have taken full advantage of these tax havens. And I'd simply like to point out, because I found the document here, that the 61 branches of Canadian banks in tax havens, there are 23 from Scotiabank. Bank of Montreal is in 5 countries, Toronto Dominion in 3, and CIBC can be found in 12 tax havens, RBC in 17. All of this has allowed them to save $2 billion in taxes, and these are figures that go back a few years. When we look at the reports for each of these banks, I had an opportunity to see them because I couldn't really believe what I was hearing, but at the bottom of the page in the footnotes we see the amounts that the big banks were able to save in terms of their tax obligations, as I mentioned earlier. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think this is what we should have been told, and the bill before us, even though it will allow us to correct a certain number of inequities and certain unfair aspects relating to cross-border workers, will not really attack the problem, which means that through tax evasion and avoidance, we are causing huge problems for our future. All income that is earned in Quebec, in Canada, and in other countries by Canadian corporations should be taxed in Canada. That is clear to us, even though, as I said earlier, we agree with the fact that tax conventions for countries with comparable tax rates should allow us to avoid dual taxation, but very clearly Barbados, Bermuda, the Bahamas do not meet that requirement, and I am expecting the Conservative government, if it is consistent, although I have my doubts, in coming weeks and coming months, should bring in these tax conventions so that we can take a look at them and correct them once and for all and put an end to these tax losses which jeopardize all of our tax or all of our social programs, our way of life. It applies to Quebec, it applies to Canada, and I'm asking my colleagues to shake the tree so that our government and Prime Minister will put an end to their indifference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview-Dieppe on Elections Canada. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se
The House ready for the question.
follows. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Kenny, move that Bill S2, an act to amend the Canada-United States Tax Convention Act 1984, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Plaît-il à la Chambre
The pleasure of the House to adopt this motion.
It's therefore carried. Carried on division? Carried on division. En conséquence,
Therefore, this bill is referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
At second reading of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to stand before you today and speak in regards to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. It is an act that is extremely important to many of my constituents in Brampton-Springdale. When we take a look at the recent deaths of youth in my riding, they have caused extreme fear, angst, and anguish amongst those living in our community. As one of the fastest-growing cities in the country, Brampton has become a true symbol of hope for so many. However, the recent deaths of youth across Brampton have left many feeling shocked, dismayed, and with a feeling of profound sadness. From youth that are being killed by gangs to people dying as a result of drunk drivers, families, not only in Brampton, but across Canada, are suffering. And many constituents in my riding have written to me to express their frustration about these senseless acts of violence. They, like many Bramptonians, are calling on the federal government to take a stand against the violence that is plaguing our communities. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is a comprehensive crime strategy, one that commits to putting more police officers on our streets, more prosecutors in the courts, and protecting the most vulnerable, our children and our seniors. We must ensure that our police officers have the resources and tools that they need to do their job. And we must demand that government bring forward legislation which will make people think twice about their actions. However, in talking to many of these constituents and Canadians across the country, one realizes that the answer to fighting crime is not the Republican or the Bush strategy of locking everyone up and throwing them in jail. To ensure the safety of all Bramptonians, we need an effective program to fight crime, one that has input and involvement from our young people. Spending money today on skills training and providing youth with opportunities is going to ensure that if we combine that with strategies to fight crime, it will actually prevent it. It will be money that is saved in the future on putting people in prison. We need to listen to the youth of Canada. And to help jumpstart this process in my own riding of Brampton-Springdale, I have created a Youth Advisory Council, which will provide student representatives from all the schools in Brampton-Springdale an opportunity to speak openly, directly to their elected officials and community organizations on issues that matter to them, on issues of violence, of gangs, of drugs, in their schools and neighborhoods. And it is my hope that this Youth Advisory Council will empower students, will empower community members and elected officials to take a stand against violence. Violence which we are discussing in this particular act today. The Youth Advisory Council will work closely with all stakeholders and organizations to discuss strategies that will actually prevent crime, initiatives to create a safe city, and rehabilitate criminals. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has been trying to put an end to violence in our neighbourhoods by offering to fast-track many of the pieces of justice legislation. Unfortunately, many of these bills have not moved forward. In fact, last fall, we offered our support to the government for fast-tracking 6 of these criminal justice bills. But unfortunately, rather than accepting our offer, they chose to only fast-track 1 of the bills. These delay tactics have resulted in Canadians having to live without effective legislation. We need to put aside political gamemanship, we need to put aside political partisanship, and ensure that we get results for the people that we are representing. We acknowledge that the Youth Criminal Justice Act has been a significant improvement over the old young offenders legislation, and we now see that there are gaps in the legislation, specifically with respect to repeat violent youth offenders. We must address these gaps, but we must ensure that this bill is not undermined by any of these amendments that are being brought forward today. We have been stating for some time that the Conservatives need to look at the report that was issued by Justice Nunn in Nova Scotia for reasonable reforms to the Youth Criminal Justice Act to address the problem of repeat youth violence. We believe that Justice Nunn, who led a public inquiry on this issue, actually struck the right balance with the recommendations that he provided. And some of the changes that are being proposed in this particular bill today are actually similar to the recommendations made by Justice Nunn. However, there are some changes that are contained in this bill which have not been supported or come from Justice Nunn. We need to ensure that the changes brought forward actually concern the judge's ability to detain repeat violent offenders pre-trial. We must ensure that when we talk about this bill and the amendments that are being brought forward, that there is actually a right balance to achieving the goals to prevent youth violence across this country. In particular, we take a look at this bill and realize that the Conservatives are attempting to reintroduce deterrence, a sentencing principle which is something that many experts across this country have warned is a mistake. Martha McKinnon of Justice for Children and Youth, a legal clinic for low-income youth, has stated that the Conservatives are addressing a perception that has actually been exacerbated by politicians and the media. She has actually criticized the government's move to bring back general deterrence for youth and has actually pointed out that there is no evidence that deterrence works for young people. Mr. Speaker, it has been said that this bill ignores many of those important concerns that Canadians have about legislation which is going to be fair, which is going to be adequate, and is actually going to produce results. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and Bramptonians are looking for real leadership when it comes to fighting crime in Canada. We need to have a comprehensive and integrated strategy that is going to talk about the root causes of crime. We need to have a strategy which is comprehensive, which is going to talk about the rehabilitation of those who have committed crimes. We need to ensure that we provide assistance and help for those who are the victims. And it is only going to be by putting our partisanship, our gameship aside, that we are going to ensure that we have legislation which is fair, which is adequate, and ultimately produces results for our end goal, and that is to help the children of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and she has reminded me of the time where we both sat on the Health Committee. Unfortunately, it's no longer my privilege to sit on this committee with her, but I'm convinced that my colleague from Quebec is doing so quite brilliantly. Our colleague is concerned about the isolated nature of this legislation, of the lack of foresight on the part of the government in terms of a poverty strategy, in terms of helping our youth. And I think that she is right in being concerned. In the Bloc Québécois, we have been concerned by the issue of poverty for many, many years. Now, I have tabled legislation to amend the Human Rights Act to prohibit discrimination. And it's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, that in all provinces of Canada there is such a prohibition, but at the federal level no such prohibition exists. My colleague is also right to be concerned that such legislation is not appropriate because it does not respect what the provinces are calling for, in particular Quebec. So I'd like her to explain what she sees as a potential anti-poverty strategy. What would be the elements of this? And of course, I'm sure she'll talk about Quebec and its experience, which enacted anti-poverty legislation under the PQ government directed by Bernard Landry.
Thank you to the honourable member for his great question and also for his concern in regards to fighting poverty in this country. We have had a chance to see that it is because of the extensive number of poverty levels in a country such as ours, which is probably one of the leading nations in the world in terms of our economic surplus and our economic prosperity, that 1 million children continue to live in poverty in this country. And it is also, research has shown that it is those children that are living in poverty are perhaps in some way, shape, or form are going to commit some of these crimes that we are talking about in this very bill. So I think we need to have a poverty strategy, which is going to talk about targets, which is going to have benchmarks, and ultimately which is going to have a vision and a plan. And that is why it was a great honor for me to have our Liberal leader introduce his poverty plan, the 30-50 plan, which would ensure that over a period of 5 years, poverty would be reduced by 30% for Canadian families, and children living in poverty would be reduced by 50%. We need action and we need a game plan. And in that regards, Quebec is to be commended for their great policy in regards to early learning and childcare, which is going to ensure that we not only prevent poverty and provide the tools and mechanisms for families to succeed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Honourable Member and a very thoughtful speech with respect to this bill, and I couldn't agree more. Some of her commentary with respect to the need to focus in on some of the root causes, and in addition to that, some of the programming that has to accompany our youth criminal justice system. And that is exactly the essence of what we're trying to accomplish here. But one of the fundamental underpinnings of our justice system is an element of denunciation. And the need here to send a message to both general and specific deterrence, is implicit in our justice system. It's used by judges and prosecutors and aid workers and lawyers throughout the justice system. And I guess to that point, if I could pose the question to the Honourable Member, whether she in fact acknowledges that the element of deterrence and denunciation, which is encompassed in this bill, is a necessary part of the approach to reforming and bringing about better behavior on the part of young people, and that coupled with the necessary programs envisioned here, the necessity, of course, to help young persons along when it comes to anger management, when it comes to rehabilitation for drug and alcohol. All of these things are part of a total package, but denunciation has to be at least part of that overall approach. Would she agree with that?
There's only about 30 seconds left for the Honourable Member for Brampton and Springvale.
I thank the Honourable Member for the question. We have to take a look when we speak to the experts across this country who have actually stated that reintroducing deterrence is actually a mistake, and that is why we here on this side of the House are recommending that this bill go to committee, that we call in the experts and the witnesses for them to put forward solutions which are actually going to achieve results to ensure that we reduce crime that is committed by young people in Canada.
Resuming debate, please do débat. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Bloc Québécois history, the issue of young offenders has been very important. And those who've been in this House since 1993 or 1997 will recall that we had a colleague by the name of Michel Bonhumeur, who has now become a justice. He was a member of Parliament. He was the critic for justice and for the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, he waged a magnificent battle on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. It was in 1999. The minister at the time was Ms. McClellan from Alberta. I don't know if I'm reminding you of good or bad memories here, but nevertheless, she was minister at the time. Alan Rock came after her, and then there was Martin Cochon. There was a bill at the time that was extremely negative when it came to the Quebec government's policies, and the National Assembly, of all political stripes, in fact, moved a proposal for the withdrawal of the bill. The Minister for Justice was an attorney from Quebec City at the time, and we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Quebec region has always cultivated erudite thinking in the area of justice, and the attorney became the Justice Minister and wrote formally to the federal government seeking the withdrawal of this legislation. So what was the context at the time, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Quebec government was very much against detention before trial, pre-trial detention. It was against any measures to prejudge people, in a sense, particularly young people. Now, this Liberal bill wanted young people of 14 and 15 years of age to be taken to trial before adult court. Now, the National Assembly, and as I said before, all the parties in the National Assembly concurred that there needs to be the right measures at the right time. There are some circumstances, they agreed, when young people need to be referred to youth centres, for example. There are other circumstances in which a young person should be kept within the community and supported by a significant adult. But there are a few cases where prejudging our youths is the right way of doing things. Now, of course, you might raise the example of a very violent, psychopathic young person who has trouble controlling his sexual urges, for example. No one in this House would want such an individual to circulate freely in society. But of course, this is the exception rather than the rule that I'm referring to. Now, Minister McClellan introduced a bill which did have one good point. It was a bad bill overall because it was poorly defined and more or less sent our youth before adult courts. But the objective of the bill was to object, in a sense, to pre-trial detention provisions. Now, all the provincial ministers realised that instead of having our youth benefit from support measures, that such a repressive mechanism would actually have adverse effects on the Canadian justice system. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill before us is not only going to reopen this whole debate on pre-trial detention, but it actually flies in the face of our youth criminal justice system and the whole principle of deterrence. Now, my colleague from Abitibi, who is an excellent lawyer and who's very progressive, well, at least I believe he's very progressive, Mr. Speaker, regardless of whether the objective of deterrence is included in the Youth Criminal Justice Act, it may be appropriate to adopt other measures. Now, I can see that other members are finding that my compliments to my fellow member are quite humorous. But in fact, Parliament in the past hasn't included deterrence at Section 2 of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. But when it comes to youth criminal justice, deterrence should not be the priority. When there is house arrest, when a young person is in custody, when there is sentencing, of course a judge will take the age of the offender into consideration. Now, the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to read you an extract from a decision handed down by the Supreme Court in R against WB. In fact, and it indicated why deterrence shouldn't be part of the principles under the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And it states, unlike other factors that may be taken into consideration in sentencing, deterrence has a unilateral effect on sentencing. In fact, deterrence always leads to an increase in the sentence or its severity. It never reduces it. Of course, applying general deterrence as a sentencing principle does not necessarily lead to custody. However, it only leads to an increase in imprisonment and not to a decrease. Excluding deterrence from the new system is therefore compliant with the explicit intentions of the legislators to reduce the use of imprisoning youth, notably our young offenders. Now, the Justice Sharon handed down this decision. The department has not convinced me that the mention in the preamble for the requirement of access to the information requires that the legislator include general deterrence in the new system. In and of itself, and given this context, the fact that the preamble states that it would be desirable to give the public certain elements of information would only confirm how right such an interpretation is. So you can see what path this government is trying to lead us down, and I'm sure that all members of the Bloc Québécois will be against this legislation. We're going to call for the withdrawal of this legislation. And it wasn't, in fact, what the National Assembly wanted at the time, Mr. Speaker. Youth criminal justice should not have a focus on the criminal element of deterrence. Deterrence must and will lead to increased levels of incarceration, Mr. Speaker. That is the case. Now, I know that other Bloc members are going to elaborate on this stance, but I would call on the government to be very careful about the precedent that it might create. And I think that it would be irresponsible for elected representatives, especially those of Quebec, to support such a bill. Now, this doesn't mean that youth crime is not an important issue that needs to be looked at, but I'd remind you that youth crime is down, as is crime in general. Now, I'm going to conclude here, Mr. Speaker, because my time is running out, but I would say that the Bloc Québécois would not support this ill-substantiated legislation, which isn't based on correct legal measures. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to address this bill dealing with youth crime. And while we believe that the bill falls short in many ways, we believe that it should be debated and amended in committee. And as previous speakers have said, this bill contains two specific sections, one dealing with youth in pre-trial custody and the other dealing with sentencing provisions. And we support the notion that judges should be allowed the discretion to impose pre-trial restrictions on those who pose a serious threat to society. The section dealing with pre-trial detention maintains judicial discretion and simply entrenches principles that are already being practiced by most courts. So it's not a huge change. But the sections with the bill dealing with sentencing principles are more problematic. There is no evidence to suggest that the adult principles of deterrence and denunciation will have any positive outcome for public safety. And blurring the differences between adults and youth is something that the courts and surely society does not sanction. So we believe that this part needs to be amended and improved on. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a step back further and just speak a bit about some of the challenges that youth are facing today. I come from the city of Toronto, and I was in Toronto today to be there when the United Way of Greater Toronto released its report called Losing Ground, the persistent growth of family poverty in Canada's largest city. And I want to just share with the House some of the findings of this very serious report, which I believe ought to be ringing alarm bells with the government if it is serious about crime prevention and the need for greater safety in our communities. Let me just cite some of the findings from the United Way study. The study found that the median income of Toronto families with children under 17 has fallen well behind the median income of families throughout the rest of Canada. They found that 1 in 5 two-parent families were living in poverty. That's twice the rate of families in the rest of Canada. The study found that over half, over 50% of lone parent families, single-parent families, were living in poverty, compared with 1 in 3 just at the beginning of the last decade, in 1990. 1 in 4 Toronto families were struggling with poverty, and our poverty rate in Toronto, this is for family poverty, is at 28.8%, compared with 19.5% in the rest of Canada. So we're 10 percentage points higher in the city of Toronto for family poverty. A lot of people are taking on high debt, and we're finding bankruptcies. Insolvency rates in Toronto were up 52.3% between 2000 and 2005, compared with a 16.8% increase nationally. Eviction applications increased by 26% over the last 7 years. Debt management caseloads have increased 50% between 2001 and 2007. And payday loan and check cashing outlets have increased from just 39 in 1995 to over 317 in 2007, with most concentrated in high poverty neighborhoods. And Mr. Speaker, I believe these statistics are even more pressing and compelling than even these numbers show, because Toronto, of course, is the most expensive city in the country. So people who are experiencing these greater levels of poverty are trying to live in the most expensive city in the country. And behind all of these statistics, as devastating as they are individuals, our families, children trying to survive in extremely stressful and hostile circumstances. And how did we get here? Well, we've seen a massive deindustrialization in the city of Toronto. We've lost over 125,000 manufacturing jobs over the last few years. These are jobs where people were able to make a decent wage with benefits, with some security and stability of hours of work, and they were able to support themselves and their families. So we've lost over 125,000 of these jobs. Now, the government will say that jobs have been created, but where are the jobs that are being created? They are increasingly in the low-wage, precarious, part-time, contract jobs. Many people who work in these jobs, even if they manage to get 40 hours a week, or the equivalent of a full-time job, are living below the poverty level. More than 1 million people working in the city of Toronto make less than the poverty level. That is, they make less than $10 an hour, which is disgraceful. And so we have these precarious jobs, and then the previous government abolished our national minimum wage. So we have no national minimum standard that would protect these workers from falling below the poverty line, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I introduced a bill to re-establish a national minimum wage and set it at $10 an hour, which would help workers get out of poverty. One of the major challenges for families in the City of Toronto was to find affordable housing. The previous government, of course, got out of providing affordable housing. We have no national housing strategy. And the real estate market in Toronto is sky high, so for people trying to pay rent or maintain a mortgage, they're finding that the costs are really unsustainable. And I hear many people in my community telling me that, especially for single parents, trying to pay, for example, $1,000 a month in rent when they're working in a fairly low-wage job is simply untenable. And so what does it mean for children growing up in these environments? It means that their parents are working longer and longer hours, they're often away from home, they don't have supervision when they need it, or the guidance or the resources that they need. And if we truly want to prevent crime among young people, if we truly want to make alternatives to negative activity in society, if we want to make those more attractive, then we have to be investing in families. We've got to be investing in a city like Toronto, which ought to be the engine of our national economy. One thing that I find quite shocking is the rise of payday loan companies that charge outrageous, exorbitant levels of interest, and these are blossoming in poor neighborhoods. And so people get locked into debt just to maybe get an advance on a paycheck, and suddenly they're into these spiraling loans that can charge hundreds of percentage points on a very small loan and suck people in. Another problem that people are facing in Toronto and that affects young people is that when a parent loses a job or they're between jobs, they cannot access employment insurance. Almost 80% of unemployed workers in the city of Toronto do not get benefits from employment insurance, and therefore they're denied benefits that they're paying into. The challenges are huge. I believe that the best way to deal with youth crime is to be investing in prevention. We need to invest in affordable housing. We need to get the loan sharks and the payday loan people out of the communities. We need to provide clear banking alternatives for people, and we need to be investing in good-paying jobs that allow people to support themselves and their families, and we ought to be investing in programs for young people that help them succeed in school, develop leadership qualities, and prepare themselves for the world of further education or the world of work. Clearly, we are failing our young people, we're failing our families, and I believe that the report today from the United Way is a national shame that every Canadian ought to be hearing as an alarm bell, and we ought to be taking action on immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her remarks about the problems associated with poverty. I would like her to indicate the problems with housing in particular. Recently, we received a report from the Canadian Comparative Housing Federation that indicates that there are over 1 million family households, 3 million people in total, who have a drastic need for housing. I would like to ask my colleague about this. Across Canada, the situation is as difficult everywhere. We see that people are as unfairly treated everywhere, and I would like her to emphasize how important housing is for families, and in particular single-parent families. Thank you very much for the question. Housing, affordable housing, is really a key element in the increasing poverty we see. In Toronto, housing is very expensive, especially for single-parent families. It is really unacceptable they do not earn enough to pay for the housing that they need. And the problem is that the federal government has abandoned Canadian families, and we see this in Toronto and in the cities of Quebec as well. This is something that is truly urgent. We are a Nordic country. We can't have people living in the street and surviving properly. If we want to have families that succeed, then we need to be able to invest in families, especially in the area of affordable housing. This is one way of preventing crime, and I know it is a problem across the country. I know that there is a new report today that I've talked about, and the report that my colleague has mentioned as well. This is really a national emergency. We need to act quickly, and I don't understand why this federal government is not acting.
Comments, questions, and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to my colleague, and I have a specific question for her. We're talking about repression, deterrence of young offenders, and I would like her to explain, because I know she comes from the Greater Toronto Region, something that our Conservative colleagues keep telling us is that there is a street gang problem in Toronto. Is she familiar with this problem? And does she think that this bill, Bill C-25, could solve the problem of street gangs in Toronto? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Thank you very much for the question. Of course, there are problems with street gangs in Toronto, as there are in other cities and other parts of the country. That said, there is nothing, it seems to me, in this legislation that will prevent young people from getting involved in street gangs. I have already talked about poverty in our cities and in Toronto. There is a lot that we could do to provide training for young people, to invest in leadership programs for young people. We need to invest in young people so that they can have a future that is secure, so that they can aspire to success instead of having street gangs as their only alternative.
Member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today and take part in this debate on Bill C-25. Certainly there have been some excellent points that have been brought up through the course of this debate, and hopefully I'll be able to add in some way to it here. I bring to the debate 25 years experience in coaching and working with young people through recreation activities as a former recreation professional. And I think I'm comfortable in speaking to the fact that the vast majority of the young people that I had an opportunity to work with were very good young individuals. They were fairly focused, understood the difference between right and wrong, and for the most part just wanted to make their way in this world, find their own place, and in some way try to contribute to whatever it was they were involved in with at the time. Unfortunately, a lot of those average young people, young Canadians, on occasion might make a bad decision. And whether they're with the wrong group on a particular night, or they're at the wrong place at the wrong time, or whatever the circumstance might be, make a bad decision. And Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the results aren't great, but there are many. There are a number that I have known that have benefited from the current approach to dealing with youth crime. And I know past legislation, the Young Offenders Act, certainly was improved upon by the legislation that was brought forward through the Youth Criminal Justice Act. But again, we stand here tonight to try to improve on it. The legislation, I'm comfortable in saying that the legislation through the Youth Criminal Justice Act was an improvement over the Young Offenders Act. But again, Mr. Speaker, there are gaps and there are aspects to it that certainly deserve to be looked at again and to be improved upon so that we are better able to deal with these particular issues. I think crime changes from community to community, and I know that some of my colleagues have spoken. Their experience has been from the urban areas, certainly in rural areas. I would think the crimes, we don't have as much gang-related, not that they're youth crimes, but there are lesser of those, but we do see our share. And I know in my own community in Cape Breton-Canso, we've been very active, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and the police services under the direction of Dave Wilson and Miles Burke currently. The past member was... The past chief was Edgar McLeod, just recently stepped down, and he was a leading advocate in this country for community-based policing and done a tremendous amount of work with community-based policing and had a very solid line in with the youth of our community. And I know that was a long way in finding out the needs, the wants, the concerns of the youth in our community. And I think that is the beginning of at least communicating with those young people at risk. I think that's a positive step, and they're to be commended on their efforts with that, Mr. Speaker. We had just come back, as I had said, my colleague or justice critic, the member from Notre Dame de Grace, Lachine, she joined us in Cape Breton, and we sat down with a number of the different stakeholders to talk about some of the issues around not just youth criminal justice, but as well some of the justice activities. And what we got from that, what we got from most of the stakeholders, is that when we're talking about youth, the report that's been referred to here during the course of the debate, the Nunn report, there are very significant measures within the Nunn report that can go a great way, a long way in helping to ratify some of the gaps in the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And we all know here in the House the terrible tragedy of Teresa McAvoy, a 52-year-old mother that lost her life when a young offender, a 16-year-old offender, drove his car into hers, and it was a terrible tragedy. And the significance that it was just 2 days before he was released from custody. Now, this young offender had 36 charges against him at the time, but the courts could not hold him. And there was a number of misinformation or miscommunication on the part of those administering, but nonetheless, the officials didn't believe that they had the power to retain this, to keep this young person incarcerated. So here he is on the streets, and this terrible tragedy did occur. So in June of 2005, the Nunn Commission was struck. 18 months later, they delivered their report, Mr. Speaker. And I want to read from the report now, a quote from the report, because as I had said, the Youth Criminal Justice Act does serve the vast majority of young people in this country very well. And those young people that come in contact with our legal system are very well served by it. And his quote, Justice Nunn's quote was, the act was highly successful in the manner in which the vast majority of youth is handled. The challenge is whether the Youth Criminal Justice Act, in its present form, is adequate to deal with the smaller number of repeat offenders that the justice system is concerned with on a regular basis. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the and I think probably the reason that there's so much credence given to this report, I think it was an excellent report as it was tabled, but the input from those that deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis, and I want to put this on the record as well, and this was a comment from Justice Nunn. I must make it absolutely clear and not open to question that all the witnesses I heard, police, prosecutors, defense counsel, and experts, agree with and support the aims and the intent of the Act. They accept it as a vast improvement of the previous legislation, and they are all convinced that the vast majority of young offenders, though it needs to be fine-tuned, they provide effective means to handle the smaller but regular number of repeat young offenders. So those are both quotes from the report tabled by the Nunn Commission. Mr. Speaker, the two that are identified more specifically, and I think the two that I think we hear from on the majority number of times when we speak with the stakeholders is those that involve a violent offense, and of course the ones with the repeat offenders. With regard to the violent offense, Nunn sort of boiled it down to this, Mr. Speaker, that the concern he had was with pre-trial detention, and that the Youth Criminal Justice Act went too far in restricting any pre-trial detention. And in order to strike a balance between the rights of the young offenders and public safety, he recommended that the definition of violent offense be changed to include the endangerment of public. And I think that is significant, and I'm sure that we can support that on this side. His recommendation was the change in that context. The other one was the repeat offenders, and I want to talk about repeat offenders because, again, it's, you know, we go back to the classic adage that you know, a few apples spoil the whole bunch, and I don't think that that's uncommon, Mr. Speaker. But the recommendation that came from Nunn, I think, and I know that we can support it on this side, is that the federal government should amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act so that the requirement for a demonstrated pattern of findings of guilt is changed to a pattern of offenses. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, I believe the young man that was involved in the McAvoy tragedy probably would not have been out had that change been made already to the legislation. But hopefully we can see that as it goes forward. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe the legislation is put forward today. I believe it should go to the Justice Committee. We should hear expert witness testimony on this and then brought back to the House for a vote. And we'll certainly support the movement of this legislation to committee.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, we talked about poverty earlier, and this is often present amongst criminal youth, but what's the role of the police currently? Mr. Speaker, the police try to stop crime rather than prevent crime. There are police officers in the city. They are close to the people at the grassroots level. But, Mr. Speaker, I live in a riding made up of small towns, and we have some initiatives this year where we have people who fulfill the role that the police no longer play. That is, they try and advise the young people, help them out. So it seems to me that we just don't necessarily need legislation to do this. I would ask the member whether he thinks that we need a change in attitude. We need to view the role of the police officer differently, and he could elaborate on this, in order to change the situation for young people.
I thank my colleague for the question on this particular issue, and I, as I had said through my comments, we've been very fortunate in my own riding that community-based policing has been a priority for the local police department. But I also have a number of my communities that are policed by the RCMP as well, and I know that they make every effort to engage with young people. One particular community I have, Shedicamp. It's a French Canadian community on the west coast of Cape Breton, and very much you see the officers there engage in very well engaged with the community. But what the member is saying is exactly right. I think, if you were to walk up to a group of young people that were ready to perpetrate an act, and you told them, do you know that that's going to get you 3 years in jail or whatever that term might be, I question whether or not that's going to be a deterrent. But if there's a relationship with local law enforcement agencies and local law enforcement officers, I would suggest that out of respect for the law, out of respect for those members, that maybe that act will not take place.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague from Cape Breton, Canso, and I know he has a lot of experience working with young people, and I certainly appreciated what he had to say. Regrettably, in my riding of Etobicoke North, there is, or has been, a lot of youth violence, gangs, drugs, and one of the ridings that the member from the bloc was asking about. Fortunately, there was a police raid last year, and they rounded up 50-odd young people involved with gangs and drugs, and so things have been more quiet since, and I'm hoping that they stay that way, because it's a terrible problem. Of course, what is often misunderstood is that our Liberal government, we made changes to what used to be called the Young Offenders Act, and we brought in the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and with that we made a number of changes. I'll just cite a couple. One was that we allowed, with the legislation, we allowed for more transfer of information back and forth between the schools and the police, which is an important thing, and the police are using that information with good effect. Secondly, it now, under the Youth Criminal Justice Act, it is often misunderstood, but a judge, at his or her discretion, can try a 14-year-old as an adult if this is in the wisdom of the judge the appropriate way to proceed. So I think those are some additional teeth we put into the act. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I think it comes back to young people. What do you do with them at a certain young age? You can't lock them up forever. They're going to be...
Order. Order. I don't like to cut off the honourable member, but I do have to leave enough time for the honourable member for Cape Breton Council to respond. So we'll have to end the question there, and I'll hand it over to the honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was enjoying the preamble to his question so much. But the points that are being made by the member, obviously we have to invest with issues of poverty. We have to, with issues of keeping our youth active and investing in infrastructures and local communities that can keep these young people active. And, to be fair to the government here, too, the Minister of Defence had mentioned deterrence as, through this legislation, and the vast majority of the old information suggests that deterrence isn't a significant factor. But I know that there is some new information that we have access to now that might suggest otherwise, and I think that that's why it's important to bring this forward to committee so that we can hash this out, have the experts present their information, and go forward from there.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this debate, which is very important because this bill will have an impact on the youths in our communities. And at the outset, I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that I am against this bill, and the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this bill. We have to give some clear examples so that people understand. I hope that the people sitting opposite will understand that rehabilitation and reintegration exists and works. And it works a lot more than repression and much more than deterrence. After 32 years practicing criminal law, I spent many years with young offenders. We saw the Youth Offenders Act. We saw the Criminal Justice Act for youth. We've seen all kinds of legislation try to deal with youth crime, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that in Quebec, things are working well. I don't understand whether or not things are working elsewhere, but there are certain phenomena that existed back in the 60s and 70s, and my colleague from HoC will remember there were the hippies, but there was something else in the 90s, and there was this phenomenon called street gangs. So with this bill, we're trying to deal with street gangs, but we are actually pushing young people towards crime. We're on the wrong track, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois has many examples. I have brought these examples before the Justice Committee. We've heard witnesses, Mr. Speaker, tell us that in the United States, repression works. But that's false, Mr. Speaker. We have all kinds of proof, all kinds of statistics, and the Conservatives are basing themselves on false American data. Repression has not decreased crime. It's not true. It's not true, Mr. Speaker. The homicide rate in the U.S. hasn't gone down, but they're putting more people in prison, and they even have capital punishment. Is that where the Conservatives are going to? Do they want to go back and rehash the issues surrounding capital punishment? I don't think that's what they want, and I hope that that's not what they're looking for, and I hope that they will reassure us on this matter. There's a broad principle in law that says we can't reverse onus burden of proof if the presumption of innocence is involved. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. This is a problem with a fundamental principle. Why have a reverse onus? There are already criminal code cases that apply and that would apply here. And young people who perpetrate crimes were not released. That's not where the problem lies. The problem lies in the whole issue of reintegration. I don't know what got into the Conservatives. I really don't know what bug bit them. But we have to explain to them so that they understand once and for all. But putting someone in prison for as long as time as possible and as often as possible doesn't resolve crime. The main causes of crime, well, that's poverty, poor background, etc. They know all about that, but they've never tried to find a solution to that particular problem. Mr. Speaker, when I had clients who were going to court, we were always saying we have to individualize the sentence. We have to allow the judge to look at the individual before him and explain why he's giving such a sentence. It's already very difficult for a judge to render an adequate decision for someone who is not even 18 years of age. Just imagine the problem now for those who are under the age of 18. And the younger the children are, the more difficult it is to do this. A young 14-year-old, regardless of what the Conservatives may think, does not think like someone who is 18, 20, 21, 24. They're still young. And yes, youth do commit crime, and we have to deal with this. I'm not saying let's bless them and leave it at that. We have to bring them to court. They have to be punished. But there, Mr. Speaker, is where we need to, that is where the legislator has to come in and come up with a sanction that is appropriate and not necessarily a sentence. We have to explain the sanction that we give to an individual. And the younger the person is, the more we have to be careful. The more we have to tailor the sanction. We have to really focus on rehabilitation and reintegration. I'll explain this to the Conservatives because apparently these words aren't part of their vocabulary. Someone who commits a crime, because that's what we're talking about, must have an opportunity to go back into society. We have to make this person understand what he or she has done wrong so that he doesn't do a repeat offense. With young offenders, Mr. Speaker, and I represented dozens of young offenders, it's false to claim that there's this cult of crime and that they want to get back into crime and that they like to do this, that they like to break and enter, that they like to kill people. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. That's an urban myth. Often the young person is put in a situation. What are the main crimes committed by young people? Break and enter, auto theft, drugs. We're not talking about big consumption. I'm talking about marijuana and hash. And when we get to cocaine, yes, that's true. There have to be steps taken. I'm not saying that we shouldn't intervene, Mr. Speaker. What I am saying is that we should intervene bearing in mind the needs of the youth. And what are these needs? That is rehabilitation and reintegration. So the young person has to be able to go back into society and become an active member. And with Bill C-25, the opposite is happening. We're going to do just the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We're going to take this young person, we're going to put him in a crime school. Mr. Speaker, the government really wants to send these young people out to jail more often. I would ask the people sitting opposite to go and visit a jail and see what it's like. This is not a place for a young person. We have to really think about rehabilitation and reintegration, deterrence. And my colleague from Hochelaga talked about Supreme Court decisions. And the justices said that the legislator needs to think about the interest of the public on a sustainable basis. They have to look at the underlying reasons for crimes committed by youth, putting an emphasis on rehabilitation and social reintegration, having the young person be accountable for their actions, but coming up with a sanction that is positive. As I can see, Mr. Speaker, I can see that I have very little time, so I'll conclude by saying one thing. Mr. Speaker, with this bill, we may well wind up getting ourselves in a situation from which we'll never be able to extricate ourselves. We'll be talking about suppression instead of talking to our young people, explaining to them why they should be doing something, repeating to them that crime doesn't pay. We have to fulfill our obligations. We must have to come up with solutions. And with a young person, you have to explain so that he can accept the sentence. If he doesn't accept the sentence, the young person will go straight to this crime school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions, or commentaires? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I think in this debate, one of the greatest dangers that we face is the danger of polarizing the differences between rehabilitation and deterrence. We are not talking about an either-or approach here. My colleague mentioned that we're talking about putting people in prison for as long as possible. That, Mr. Speaker, is not at all factual. My colleague must have missed the announcement that our Conservative government made in terms of the $22 million that we're investing in prevention and rehabilitation programs. I think one of the objectives of this bill is to, in fact, deter and prevent youth from entering deeper and deeper levels of criminal activity. I remember very clearly in my writing a parent begging the judge to have her son sentenced to a treatment or jail facility so he would be protected from further criminal activity. So I would like to ask my colleague, does he not agree that within the huge spectrum of different treatment options that we have, prevention, rehabilitation, restorative justice, these are all important, but one of the key factors needs to be the element of deterring behavior that would end up causing further damage not only to the victims, but to the offender himself or herself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. There is a fundamental difference, Mr. Speaker. I do not share the opinion of my colleague across the way. From the very instant where we amend, well, we could take out Section 2 from your bill and we'd be fine. But in Section 2, from the moment where the judge has to add to the sentencing criteria deterrence, as soon as you add that, you're flying in the face of what the Supreme Court has said. You're casting aside rehabilitation, helping young people, giving them assistance. And what will the judge say? Well, it's your 15th break and entry, and you'll be in prison for such and such a number of years. And yet a young person who has broken and entered 15 times, well, that sort of person, you have to understand why they have committed such a crime, and decisions, a necessary decision for imprisonment would be taken. But with your amendment, you throw people in prison and you throw away the key if you can.
And comments. Resuming debate, they please do débat. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose initially to speak to what is in effect a motion before the House to close off debate, a motion made by the member, I think, from Edmonton, Sherwood Park. And I actually was rising with mixed feelings, Mr. Speaker, because on one hand, I think it's really important that the debate on this bill continue for an extended period of time. So I was going to be critical of my colleague from Edmonton, Sherwood Park. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, since I already got to speak once on this matter, because this motion is up, it allows me to speak a second time and to get additional points in. So I actually am going to thank him for making the motion, because it gets me an extra opportunity to speak. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, it will also still give enough time to other members of this House who are bringing forward good points, as we just heard from my colleague from the block and heard earlier from my colleague from Parkdale, really good points about how we go about strengthening our youth justice, criminal justice system without impairing the steps forward that we have made over the last 20 or 30 years. And I've practiced law during that entire period of time, Mr. Speaker, before I came to the House, and a good deal of my early career was spent dealing with youth crime. It was different legislation at that time. It was much more punitive in nature. It really had not much emphasis on rehabilitation, had recognized the difference between youth and adult crimes, but was much more limited. And over the years, Mr. Speaker, our society, reflected in legislation that Parliament passed, has moved forward. And what we saw, Mr. Speaker, as that was going on, was a continuing reduction, until very recently, in crimes generally, both adult and youth, and specifically with regards to youth crime, some very substantial drops in the rates of youth crime. Mr. Speaker, it corresponded with us reducing the times that youth spent in correctional facilities and emphasized the amount of time they would spend either in the community receiving treatment and counseling, etc., or in facilities that were of a psychiatric, psychological nature where very intensive treatment would be available for them. But, Mr. Speaker, what happened, and both the federal government and provincial governments were at fault for this, we saw in the middle 90s. We saw it here in budgets that were passed by the former Prime Minister when he was Finance Minister, and we saw it in a number of the provinces, I think most notably in Ontario under the Mike Harris, Ernie Eves administration, substantial cuts in those programs, those treatment programs. We saw cuts, of course, that also affected the quality of life for those who are more vulnerable in our society. And, Mr. Speaker, there's been the commencement of an analysis by sociologists, criminologists, to try to explain the spike in crimes that we've seen, the development, as we heard from some of the other speakers, in many more street gangs forming over the last, noticeably over the last 4 or 5 years, but which started even earlier than that. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, if you go back and you look at the increase in the crime rate, particularly amongst youth, and the spike that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, that, Mr. Speaker, I just wonder if we could have some order in the House. It's really very distracting to try and speak when we have conversations going on.
I think the honourable member raises a good point. If there are any members who wish to carry on conversations with their colleagues, if they could please use one of the lobbies on either side of the House so we can all hear the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what we have seen is this spike, and we've seen it most noticeably in the last 3 or 4 years in our crime statistics, and we've seen it particularly coming out of crimes committed by youth gangs. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting, if you go back and study the sociological data, is that a good number of those individuals committing those crimes were in their early adolescent, late adolescent, early teens at the time when these financial cuts came about, and when the impact of those financial cuts to those programs, whether it was treatment programs, whether it was affordable housing, whether it was just basic social assistance. I mean, we saw 22% cuts in social assistance in the province of Ontario, just like that, in one budget. A substantial impact on the ability of oftentimes single parents, almost always single parents, to be able to provide even the basic necessities. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing this analysis coming at this point. I think it'll be a few more years before we can say whether it's a valid analysis. But at the very least, what it does, Mr. Speaker, is it says to us, should say to us, is you have to be very careful about how you deal with youth crime. How do you treat it? How do you handle it? How do you reduce it? And a simplistic analysis that we see in this bill, in particular in the second part of the bill, where it says, well, all we have to do is to introduce some new sentencing principles, take them from the adult sentencing principles that we have now, and say we have to denunciate these crimes, we have to deter these crimes, and we have to use those sentencing principles to do it. Mr. Speaker, there's overwhelming sociological evidence that deterrence works very little, as does denunciation, even in adult crimes. There's even better evidence that it doesn't work at all in youth crimes. And, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing in this bill, and that's why it is good that we're continuing to have this debate, that we hear more and more stories, more and more information from other members of this House, that in fact that's not the way to go. That's not the way to tinker with the youth criminal justice system in this country, because it is not effective, and in fact you may have unintended consequences. We know, Mr. Speaker, that if we put people who are vulnerable psychologically into settings. They actually come out as more hardened criminals. They come out as more experienced criminals. They come out as better criminals in the sense that they learn while in those custodial facilities from other more hardened criminals how to commit crime better. They oftentimes come out more bitter, more vicious. We know all of those things from all sorts of studies. So, Mr. Speaker, this simplistic analysis of simply saying we've got to denunciate, we've got to deter, and we've got to put those principles into our youth criminal justice system, in fact, flies in the face of overwhelming factual evidence to the contrary. That what we need to be doing, and it's interesting, of course, you hear from the Conservatives in this government, well, we're spending money on treatment programs. As I've said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the analysis we had for across the country, it wasn't $10 million a year or $20 million a year in additional funding, because we have some make-up to do for all those programs that got cut, both federally and provincially, all those funds that stopped flowing to help build a better society, a society, whether it's recreational programs, whether it's treatment programs. When we cut those funds, we still haven't put them back. And so when you hear them talk about, I think we heard one of the speakers earlier this evening talk about $22 million going back in. The analysis we made in assistance with the network of communities across the country who've done the analysis is that at a minimum we needed $100 million a year. And Mr. Speaker, it begs the question, if we could find all that money in the budget to give tax breaks to large corporations in the billions of dollars, could we have not found, even they may be spending $22 million, they actually aren't, Mr. Speaker, they haven't got around to spending it all, but they could spend another $80 million rather than giving those billions of dollars in tax breaks to large corporations who don't need them. I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his comments. He refers to words like denunciate. I haven't found that one, but it's denounce. I'm sure he means denounce and deter. Denunciation and deterrence are imported or attempted to be imported into the Youth Criminal Justice Act by this bill. And if I understood him correctly, he would be against the importation of the adult concepts to youth criminal justice principles. What I have as a question for him is I wonder if he thinks that the two references that I know of anyway by the Quebec government to the Quebec Court of Appeal and to the Ontario Court of Appeal with respect to the imposition of an adult sentence on a youth being unconstitutional against Section 7 of the Charter. Does he think that those cases or references anew would lead to a similar result with the importation of adult sentencing principles? And I fully realize that an adult sentence is quite a bit more stiff when it comes to Section 7 than adult sentencing principles. But does he not think that there might be words of warning in the two Court of Appeal judgments that might assist us at committee, at least, if it gets that far, in sculpting away some of these adult concepts to make the law, in fact, constitutional?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I want to start off by saying that I recognize my friend in particular because of his Irish ancestry, that he's much more eloquent than I am and may have better pronunciation. The principle is denunciation. It is denouncing certain conduct. So he's correct from that perspective. But more seriously, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the question of the constitutionality, both courts of appeal were dealing with the legislation as it is worded now, which does not permit for there to be adult sentencing principles incorporated into the legislation. Both the courts of appeal were very clear and, quite frankly, very forceful in the language they used, that lower courts could not incorporate those concepts into the legislation. If this bill was to get through, and I think certainly the opposition parties are all feeling that it should not word it with these sentencing principles in it, but if it should get through, I think then what will happen is that we will have this bill challenged under the Charter. From a couple of perspectives, at least the issue of proportionality, that you have to treat youth differently, the seriousness that we apportion to those crimes treated differently, so that will come up. I think just overall the right of a country to expect that youth are going to be treated differently than adults would be very much part of that challenge. So I think, as opposed to those two Court of Appeal decisions which didn't deal with the charter issues, that we will see that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by simply correcting the record. It was not I, though I could have easily done it, but it was the member from Lethbridge who made the motion that the Honourable Member there referred to before. I would like to, though, counter some of the comments that have been made, particularly from the bloc member, but also from this member from time to time, though not as strenuously. And that is that we, on this side, on the government side here, that we do not have concern for the young people and for how to prevent crime. And that is, Mr. Speaker, a false statement.
That's right.
It is false. And I want to set the record straight. Now, just to give an example, if I may, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I think one of the saddest visits that I ever made was the visit to the Youth Detention Centre in Edmonton. It is incredibly sad when you walk into there and you see these young people who have been found guilty of crimes, of knifing fellow students on the schoolyard, going and using a weapon to commit a crime, maybe a theft at a store or something. And I have, Mr. Speaker, a great deal of compassion and concern for how we deal with, how do we keep those kids out of there in the first place? And if I ever had a chance to make a speech, Mr. Speaker, I could enlarge on that.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh has only about 30 seconds left to respond.
Well, I want to apologize to the member from Edmonton-Sherwood Park for that misinformation that I had. It was done in all honesty. I had understood he had moved the motion. I've been in those institutions as well. I was sat on boards of a number of institutions that dealt with individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I've also dealt with the victims of youth crime. The bottom line on this is simplistic solutions are not the answer, and there's parts of this bill that are introducing simplistic solutions that will not move this forward at all. And back to my basic point, this government needs to be spending more money if we in fact are going to deal with that spike that we've got in youth crime in this country.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to rise on Bill C-25, the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Right from the outset, Mr. Speaker, this debate has given me the opportunity to see how things are. I am reliving debates that we've previously experienced in the House of Commons. Several years ago, when the Bloc Québécois had waged war against the Liberal government concerning the Youth Offender Act. My colleague from Berthier-Montcalm, who was the Bloc Québécois critic for justice, he was, in a sense, the interlocutor between what the National Assembly called for and what was being called for in this House. He was the advocate for the Quebec model, which is the opposite of what the repressive model the federal government offered us at the time. We offered an approach based on prevention and rehabilitation. Beyond the whole issue of Bill C-25, that's the crux of the matter. Before even debating this issue, we need to think very seriously about the approach that we are going to take, the model that we would favour in our youth criminal justice system. Now, some governments are trying to put the onus on our youth, an onus to prove their innocence. There's pre-trial custody. Look at the ramifications that sort of thing has on our youth. Quebec made a choice, Mr. Speaker. and that was to work with our youth. And Quebec decided, instead of detaining our youth because of some offence that may or may not have been committed, well, our youth was supported by social workers. The educational work network was brought to the fore to ensure that our youth were able to take advantage of a healthy community. Mr. Speaker, if these young people do commit offences, indictable offences, which of course aren't acceptable, well, it's because they're experiencing problems throughout their upbringing, or because they have faced poverty throughout their youth. It might be because of employment difficulties that they've faced over the years.
Maybe they have no housing. And when young people act out in this way and commit crimes, it is because that there is a societal problem, a more basic problem. But the government we have right now that is dealing with these social problems, this lack of unemployment for young people, and the blockages, the obstacles facing young people in Quebec and Canada, well, this government is using the stick instead of the carrot. But is this the right approach to get young people moving in the right direction? We do not believe so. We believe that the rehabilitation approach and the prevention approach should be used instead. Inequalities are increasing. We see more and more young people who experience offenses every day. Their environment is a very important factor, and instead of coming up with a criminal justice system that uses the stick against young people, then we need to help these young people who often have lost hope. What we are advocating for today is a model that has shown its worthiness. We see that we have 3 times less domestic problems, violence than in the United States. We see that there are young people who do commit crimes in some cases, but the problem here is that the federal government that we have is trying to take the approach that has been used in the United States and that has shown itself not to work. The homicide rate is 3 times higher than it is in Canada. So is this repressive approach one that has corrected the situation in the United States? Clearly not. Violent crime committed by young people, it is true, has increased according to the latest figures available for 2006. So there is some indication of higher violent crime rates among young people, but there is other evidence that this is not the case. This government is not aiming at the right target. The first measure in the legislation indicates that the judge has to decide whether someone should be released from detention. And in fact, if the person is charged with a violent offense, then the young person will be kept in detention if there is a substantial likelihood of serious bodily harm. Second, if the young person has been found guilty of failing to comply with non-custodial sentences or conditions of release, or if he or she is charged with an indictable offense for which an adult would be liable to imprisonment for over 2 years and has a history of findings of guilt, then these would be used by the judge to decide that the young person should not be released. What we are doing here is reversing the onus and putting the burden on the young person to prove that he or she should be released. This is a big change. The bill is aimed at keeping young people in detention before their trial, but yet they might well be found not guilty at the end of the trial. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, these young people would be in prison, in detention, even if they are later found not guilty. So you can imagine the impact that that might have on a young person. They are still developing. The battle that we are leading today regarding Bill C-25 is the same as the one that was led a number of years ago by my colleague for Verchères Patriote against the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention again that we advocate rehabilitation and prevention for young people who have committed crimes rather than a repressive approach that is centered on detention and deterrence, because these young people need help.
Questions and comments. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean no bad ideas about this, but I can't resist but ask the members from the bloc who are always saying they would like us to adopt the Quebec model. And I just wonder about the fact, I don't believe that Quebec is crime-free. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are substantial problems in Quebec, at least there have been in the past, unless it's recently changed, with organized crime, with biker gangs, just like in the rest of the country. And so I would like to know why, in his opinion, is the Quebec model so superior when the results don't seem to show, to me at least, that the results are really substantially better?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we do not claim that the Quebec model is better than any other model. It is just that the Quebec model is different. We see the Conservative member trying to make for a uniform criminal justice system across Canada. What he has just said in the way that youth might be treated is quite different from the approach we would take. We're talking about minors, teenagers who might well commit offenses that are serious, but in fact they are not part of the same system as those who commit crimes and are over the age of 18. We want to make sure that these young people are corrected, that they take a different path, but we know that they're still developing, and we're not going to help them by putting them in prison.
Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know whether the bloc member will support the first part of the bill. As you know, there are two parts to the bill. The second does not suit all of the opposition members, but the first part seems quite suitable because it comes from the Nunn Commission's report, and so I would like to know whether the bloc supports the first part of the bill. There is 1 minute for the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I think I was quite clear. The problem with this bill is not that one or other provision is a problem. It is the very basis, the very approach included in the bill. So it is obvious to us that we cannot support the principle. We can't negotiate on one aspect as opposed to another. We will defend the Quebec model because this is the one that gives the best results and has a good track record.
It being 6:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C2. Convoquez les députés.
Call in
Test. 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 1, 2.
Order. Order. The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 1 and 5. Mr. Comartin, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that Bill C2 be amended by deleting Clause 42. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Collins, Skinnabalkie Valley.
Mr. Collins, Skinnabalkie Valley.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Priddy.
Ms. Priddy.
Mrs. Madison.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kamudzi.
Mr. Kamuzzi.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Pallister.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. It's Monsieur Lemieux.
Pardon, Monsieur Lemieux, correction.
Et ensuite Monsieur Reed.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Monsieur Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Cramp. Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dorset.
Mr. Storsett.
Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatia.
Mr. Ignatia.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Scott.
Mr.
Mr.
Scott.
Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Thibault West Nova.
Mr. Thibault West Nova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Martin Esquamot Wandafuka.
Mr. Martin Esquamot Wandafuka.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Colin Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen Etobicoke North.
Ms. Garrett Lindell.
Ms. Garrett Lindell.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Demolkovsky.
Mr. Demolkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Al Gabra.
Mr. Al Gabra.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Rivers Media.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain River Media.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay, pardon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Madame Thibault Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata les Basses.
Madame Thibault Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata les Basses.
Yeas pour 22, 22, nays contre 203, 203.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 1 and 5 defeated. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that C2, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? No? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. On division? I declare the motion. Nope.
Stand up, stand up.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kamudzi.
Mr. Kamudzi.
Mr. Skelton.
Mr. Skelton.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr.
O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Francis. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Straw. Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Pallister.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreuz.
Mr. Breitkreuz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Thompson Wildrose.
Mr. Thompson Wildrose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hahn.
Hahn, pardon. Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Grenouille.
Mr. Grenouille.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rizot.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake
Mrs.
Country.
Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Thorseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blanny.
Monsieur Blanny.
Mr. Delmastre.
Mr. Delmas.
Mr. Dijkstra. Mr. Fast. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Coder.
Monsieur Coder.
Ms. Stroh.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Martinez, Kwamapwanifuka.
Mr. Martinez Kwamapwanifuka.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Cullen at Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen at Etobicoke North.
Scaratac Lindell.
Scaratac Lindell.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mrs.
Cadis. Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. Tansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Tamukovsky.
Mr. Tamukovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Martin, Winnipeg Center.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Center.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Colin, Skinner, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Collins, Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basses.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sixte.
Mr. Sixte.
Unanimous.
Yeas pour 221, 221. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Order. Order. I see several honourable members engaged in conversation. The business of the House isn't quite finished for today, so if anybody wishing to carry on dialogue with their colleagues, if they could do so in either of the lobbies on either side of the House. Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Speaker, I don't think you've got any choice but to say.
There are some honourable members at the end of the chamber who perhaps haven't heard my first two instructions. In accordance, order. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Order, please. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand there's a lot of commotion about the Saskatchewan Roughriders winning the Grey Cup, and I rise to my feet amidst all of that glorious celebration of Canada's oldest professional sport championship, and salutations to both sides. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a question in the realm of democratic reform. I was fortunate enough to ask a question of the government. However, I wasn't fortunate enough to really receive an answer. And my question involved, Mr. Speaker, questions regarding Mr. Michael Donison and the imprimatur that he gave. Of course, Mr. Donison now, well, I should go back a little bit. He was one of the star witnesses for the Conservative government when it brought in its new Accountability Act, the most comprehensive. I've heard the member from the P and Carleton go on about the title, but in fact he was a witness at the C2 hearings who said that the convention fee expenses were totally legal, totally within the confines of the Elections Act. But it turns out, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party over the summer defied, I guess, the evidence of Mr. Donaldson and treated convention fees as contributions, as all parties had, and sort of volte-faced on their original position. I guess my question, thoroughly put to the Parliamentary Secretary to Democratic Reform, is will we see the same turnaround with respect to the colouring of the in-and-out expense aspect done on most Conservative campaigns totaling some $2 million? Will we see a change in the position in this very important matter? Was it really necessary for the government, the Conservative Party that is, to sue Elections Canada, to put the taxpayers to the expense of defending Elections Canada, when it's very clear that Elections Canada did not allow these expenses in the first place? Now, much has been made in court filings about other advertising undertaken by other members across this country, but I hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, that Elections Canada has not thrown out any other expense accounts except the numerous expense accounts put in by candidates, successful or not, in the Conservative Party who have participated in the in-and-out affair. Now, local candidates had claimed, that many of them in defiance of their party leaders, that it was national advertising. Well, in fact, it was. Much of the advertising that took place, and this is Mr. Donaldson, who's now in the sort of in the embrace of government, he said that it would be no real news to a local campaign. It would be a transfer in and back out, same day as agreed. There will be no net cost. It's very close, Mr. Speaker, in scheme to money laundering. And I want to know, if everything was done by the letter of the law, why did Elections Canada reject not one, not two, but a myriad of claims? And why was it necessary for the Conservative Party to take the Elections Canada decision to court, not accept Elections Canada findings, as all of us as candidates have? And why are they putting the taxpayers to the expense of defending Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. His direct question was, why is the Conservative Party taking Elections Canada to court? Well, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're doing so that our candidates can get their reimbursements. We believe that Elections Canada erred, Mr. Speaker. It's that simple. And if the member, who I believe in a former life might have been a lawyer by profession, would care to examine the affidavits that we have filed in federal court, he would quickly, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, come to the same conclusion that we have, is that there was full compliance with elections law, and our candidates affected actually should be eligible to get their reimbursement back. And we have given over 100 examples, Mr. Speaker, of similar activity from other candidates in different parties, which clearly demonstrate that the method that we had used on our regional advertising purchases were exactly the same as other parties have done. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that at the end of the day, we will be able to clearly demonstrate to all Canadians, particularly those naysayers in this House, that we were in full compliance with electoral law. Now, Mr. Speaker, the examples are many and varied, but clearly it is an indication that each candidate should have the right to determine what kind of advertising would best serve their purposes of getting elected. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we have done, of course, in all of these cases, have used, yes, national ads, but they have been authorized by the local candidate. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think that's quite a common practice that we've seen not only in federal elections, but in provincial elections. I've stated in this House on several occasions that in one of my former lives, I was responsible for the Progressive Conservative Party of Saskatchewan in working with within an all-party committee to make changes to the Saskatchewan Elections Act. And Mr. Speaker, what we did in that act and the changes we made were very, very similar to the Federal Elections Act. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all parties kind of agreed that we would try to mirror the Federal Elections Act in all things that we could. One of those aspects was regional advertising buys, Mr. Speaker. We copied exactly what the Federal Party allowed and did not allow and embraced that into the Saskatchewan's Elections Act. So I know a little bit of what I speak, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure members of this House and my honourable colleague that Elections Canada, in my opinion, certainly erred in their rulings. That is why we're taking them to court. We want our candidates to get their reimbursements, which they are duly owed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
I'm glad to hear that the parliamentary secretary has had previous lives. You may need 9 of them in a place like this. But I am confused in that the affidavits that have been referred to, which I've gone over in part because I'm implicated in one of them, Mr. Speaker, is comparing apples and oranges. In the New Brunswick case, 10 MPs bought ads with locally raised money in it for an advertisement that was in all papers of provincial distribution, including the ridings in which each of the 10 MPs were involved. In the Conservative example in Moncton, for instance, Moncton Riverview Dieppe, $7,600 came from the National Fund, was spent on national advertising which did not have provenance in the riding of Moncton Riverview Dieppe, and then was paid back. It's completely different. I guess, in short, I understand that the member is saying, and the parliamentary secretary is saying, that the Elections Canada ruling was wrong. Will he abide by the ruling of the court and to undertake not to appeal and waste tax?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I can assure my honourable colleague we always abide by rulings of the court, Mr. Speaker. I think he should be aware of that. But I also want to suggest to the honourable member that he is wrong when he's saying that these examples that we have cited in our affidavits were completely different. They are not, Mr. Speaker. In fact, one example of the member from Vancouver East, that affidavit also contained emails between the National Party, in this case it was the New Democratic Party, and the member from Vancouver East, where it says, don't worry because this $2,000 transfer, which we are sending to you in order that you can purchase the ads, will be completely covered and it is entirely within the Electoral Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I think if the member cared to or chose to examine carefully all the affidavits that we filed in federal court, he would come to the same conclusion as we have, Mr. Speaker, that we are on the right side of this issue and Elections Canada erred.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.